Good morning, good day, good evening, and good night, and welcome to .NET Frontend Day 2022. We know that we have people joining from all over the world. Type in the chat where you're from. I've seen the Netherlands, Dominican Republic, I've seen Macedonia, Ukraine, Sweden. Of course, we're from Sweden. But we didn't type in chat though.
No,
we should
true.
be better.
That's true.
We should be better. We have America, we have UK, Finland, Mexico, Lithuania. Wow.
All over the world.
All over the world. I love the .NET community. That's incredible. This is the second installment of .NET Frontend Day. And we have 8 amazing speakers lined up for you. We also have 6 amazing sponsors that
Definitely
made all this possible. So thank you to them. That is something that comes to mind when I'm talking about sponsors.
in conferences in general.
Yeah, swag. Do you remember swag, Daniel?
Barely.
Barely? Yeah. So thank you to some of our sponsors. We actually have some stuff to raffle out throughout the day.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah.
Can I get?
Either. Yeah, well, I think you cannot. I think that would be biased. But by simply getting a ticket on Eventbrite, you can find the link on our webpage, which is right above us here. You get 1 raffle ticket. But if you have Twitter, use the hashtag .NETFrontend and you will get more raffle tickets. And you can win, what can you win?
Amazon gift cards from Progress Telerik.
Yep.
We have books from Pact.
Yep.
First aid kits and Thermomugs, I believe it's called. Games from If Insurance and Tango gift cards from Syncfusion.
Yes.
And we will draw the winners during each session slot, but we will contact you tomorrow if you win.
Yeah, either on Twitter or Eventbrite.
Yes.
You can also keep track of our schedule by going to our website again, /schedule, or just click the schedule URL. Simple as that. And once again, thank you again to all of our amazing sponsors who without we would be nothing. Progress Telerik, If Insurance, Microsoft, Syncfusion, Pact, and 1337, or actually in Swedish it's 1337.
Well, or Danish, whatever.
There
We
you
don't
go.
have an office in Denmark yet, but you never know.
There you go. Look at that. We have people from Canada. We have India, Brazil. That is fantastic. Welcome, everyone. But we also have speakers.
We do?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that.
Yeah.
Awesome. That's cool.
Yeah. And I think they have sessions.
Huh.
Should we bring one in?
Why not? Why not?
Let's bring one in. There we go.
I was supposed to
Welcome.
bring sessions. Thank you.
Oh, we forgot to tell you about that.
Oh yeah, but I can talk. It's no problem.
We know you can. You're good for it.
I'll take it as a compliment. Thank you.
Where are you joining from?
I'm from the Netherlands, and I saw a lot of people joining from the Netherlands as well. So that's really great.
Yeah.
Goedemiddag to all. But of course, all the other people as well. I'm really excited to be here.
We are
We're
so
excited
excited to have you.
Thank you.
So did you just say good
Afternoon.
good afternoon? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Goedemorgen,
Yeah.
that's good morning. I think it's close to your good morgen or so. Well, I'm not.
Yeah.
gonna get
Yeah,
that.
actually, gomiddag is pretty close.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
It's like I watched, it was a while ago, and I'm going to totally derail this already. I watched this Swedish show. I can't remember even which one. I think I've watched a couple, and it's so close to Dutch. It's kind of annoying that
Yeah.
I have the feeling I can understand it, but I really can't. So it's Anyway,
We have the same thing. As long as you only have it in written form, we can
it's
manage.
not
But
too
as
bad.
soon as
Yeah.
you open your mouth, we're lost.
yeah,
And I think it's the same for you, right?
yeah, exactly.
Swedish chef.
Yeah.
Awesome. And I see you already shared your screen, so everything
Yeah,
is all set up. It's
I've done
almost
this
like you've
before.
done this before.
Yeah, it's a couple of times.
All right, I think we are on time.
Yeah.
So let's...
Take it away, Gerald.
Let's keep it that way. All right. Thank you so much. Yes. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening. That was already said. Depending on where you're from, for me, it's goedemiddag. It's afternoon here. I'm joining you from the Netherlands. And yeah, I'm going to be the first session of this amazing event. I somehow missed the first installment, but I'm glad to be here for the second one. Did you see that lineup? It's going to be amazing. I don't even know what I'm doing here. We have James, we have Maddie, we have Dan Roth, who kind of like invented Blazor as well. So it's going to be too amazing. So it's going to be amazing. So I could kind of like do two things. I could either stick to kind of introduction for .NET MAUI and not give away too much, or I could just steal their thunder and also talk a little bit about Blazor and basically give away everything that you're going to see already today, and you can go on with your day, right? So let's see how far I can get in 25 minutes. So, as you might have already gotten, my name is Gerald. My pronouns, he, him, his, and my Twitter is on there as well. I just tweeted before I started this session that I was struggling to get my demos up and running because, as you might imagine, well, actually, I work at Microsoft for people who might not be aware, and I work on the actual .NET MAUI team. So, I am working with the latest bits that are not even public yet, and that sometimes messes up my whole configuration. So, I was working to get it all done. I actually pulled out another laptop which has like the preview bits, and that one seems to still work. So we'll see how that goes. If you want to reach out later and you have some case that is not ready for the public, generally I love to have the questions in public so other people can jump in and you're not stuck waiting for me. So use Twitter for that or some other thing where you can find me. I'm everywhere basically. But if you have something that you're not comfortable with in public, please find my email and go that way. And I also try to do some things on YouTube with a little channel where it's mostly Xamarin and .NET MAUI as well. Sneak in some Blazor by now, I think. So, if that's something that you like, please feel free to subscribe there as well. But now on to the main event, because I only have 25 minutes, so I have to talk fast. What is .NET MAUI? Well, basically, it's the evolution of Xamarin Forms. Don't worry, I'm going to talk about what is .NET MAUI for developers who are new to this space, but also a little bit about if you're coming from Xamarin Forms, what it's all about. So what is Xamarin Forms then? Xamarin Forms has been our offering for creating cross-platform apps on iOS, Android, UWP based on C# and .NET. You probably at least know at some level what it's doing, right? So simply put, you can write apps on all the platforms that I just mentioned, primarily iOS, Android, and UWP, but also Tizen Linux. You could even do WPF, macOS, all based on C# and .NET, which is really crazy if you think about it. You do not have to leave your favorite ecosystem. You could use all the stuff that you love, and you can still write for all these platforms. Now, I don't know if this story is true or not, but I like to believe it is. But Xamarin Forms was kind of like mostly designed with that in mind, right? Forms, simple data entry applications, just a couple of entry fields, a couple of buttons, and that was, if we look at the website from like early on, this is from the actual Xamarin website, maybe even before it was acquired by Microsoft. Xamarin Forms is best for this, that. Even if we do not look at like what the text is in here, and we just look at like the above slides, it's just a couple of boring entry fields, right? And then the bottom one, Xamarin iOS, Xamarin Android, are best for, I don't know, what do we see? A media player, games, maps. I mean, they're just trying to make Xamarin Forms boring, and that's kind of like an image we didn't really get rid of, right? So it's time to do better because Xamarin Forms can do so much more. People started loving it, people discovered it, and people decided that we could do so much more. And actually, there are games out there in the App Store right now for Android and iOS that are doing great, which look great, which are built with Xamarin Forms. But it's time to kind of grow out of that boring name and show the true potential. So now we're going into .NET MAUI, which stands for .NET Multi-Platform App UI. And conveniently, we've made the P kind of lowercase because .NET MAUI just doesn't have the same ring to it, right? .NET MAUI is much more fun. So with .NET MAUI, on the outside, will be 90% the same as Xamarin Forms, you can still do cross-platform apps based on C#, .NET for iOS, Android, Windows, and macOS. So that's interesting, right? If we see, like for the top, Xamarin Forms, we look at iOS, Android, and UWP, but now we've changed that to iOS, Android, Windows, and macOS. So the desktop targets are in there as well, even macOS, and we've changed UWP to Windows because UWP is discontinued. I don't know what the right term is. Sunset is always a nice term for it, right? It's at least there's not coming new stuff to that. So UWP is not really a thing anymore. Now we're into WinUI, and you can base that on kind of different things. So we're adopting the WinUI stuff, and .NET MAUI allows you to write apps on top of iOS, Android, Windows by WinUI, and macOS. And macOS kind of works through the Mac Catalyst stuff. So if you don't know what that is, don't worry about it. You'll find out whenever you start working with that. So all of this captured in kind of one sentence is .NET MAUI is the most productive way to develop native apps that perform great on any device that runs Android, iOS, macOS, or Windows from a single code base. Now, that sounds good. And actually, before I forget, we used to have this slogan for Xamarin Forms, which was something like everything you can do in Objective-C and Swift and Java for Android, you can do with Xamarin Forms in C# and .NET. And that is still very true for .NET MAUI. Even, if some API is not serviced to .NET MAUI, we have a lot of ways to reach into the platform code, the platform APIs, and you can still run that code if that's what you want. So how does that all work? How is this kind of like how is this able to do its magic, basically? So everything starts with your app code, right? That is the code where you want to live. That is the code that you want to write. That is your $1 million app idea. That is what's going to make you rich. That's what's going to make this app a success. So that's where you want to spend most of your time, right? And you want to roll out on like one or probably two of these platforms that you see at the bottom, at least, right? Or maybe you have plans in the future, because if you're just going to write for one and you're always going to write for iOS, then there's not really a point in using this, right? I'm going to be totally honest. I wish you use this. I want you to use this. But if you're going to know that this is only going to be iOS, then you can also choose Objective-C or Swift. But anyway, what we can do, we kind of have all these layers in between you and your app code and rolling out all of this awesomeness. So it starts with all the SDKs for all the platforms, right? So we have Android with Java, we have iOS with Objective-C or Swift, macOS, kind of like the same story, and Windows already with C#, right? So, and from there, what we put on top of that is like a bunch of other layers from, but you don't really need to worry about that. You'll see. So we have the .NET runtime. That is like, what's going to interpret all the C# code and IL and whatnot, and that's going to actually run the thing. Technically, if you want to get into the specifics, this still uses Mono for a couple of platforms here. And of course, on Windows, it just uses the .NET runtime because it lives there, right? That's where it's invented. So on top of that, it doesn't really matter because now we've introduced this single .NET base class library. So everything is going through that BCL regardless of the platform, and that will figure out if it needs to go through Mono or like the .NET runtime that is already there on Windows. On top of that, we have created bindings because that's kind of like where the magic of Xamarin is happening, right? But I can't say Xamarin anymore because it's going away. So that's where the magic for .NET for Android and .NET for iOS is going to happen, because we've created bindings for like all the APIs for all the platform-specific APIs, right? And we've created wrappers for that in C# to allow you to write C# on .NET, but still use all the APIs, 100% of the APIs that are on Android, iOS, and of course, WinUI as well. Now, the final thing that we're going to add here is .NET MAUI, and that's kind of like the only thing, at least that's our goal. That's the only thing that you should know besides kind of like your app code, how to work with, and then we can smash everything together. And this is kind of like the thing that you need to do to roll out one app for all these platforms. So what do we have? I already said it's kind of like the evolution of Xamarin Forms. We have been working with Xamarin Forms for like 7-8 years. I don't know, something like that, which is really amazing. So there's already a lot in the box, right? But we're not just doing that copy and paste. Like for the outside APIs, 90% is going to be the same. So if you're already used to that, that is going to be awesome. if you're not used to that and you come from like UWP or WPF, it's going to feel really familiar as well because it's mostly based on XAML. You can use C# if that's what you want. But there's already a lot in the box that we put into a different architecture that will allow us to do more crazy and awesome things in the future. But because of the whole history, we also have a lot of code that we could kind of like easily transform into what we want to have in .NET MAUI. So that means we already have 40 plus controls. We have all these crazy amounts of controls. We have navigations with flyout menus that you might know from the hamburger menu, bottom tabs, top tabs, regular hierarchical navigation, adaptive layouts, which are more important than ever if we want to switch between the viewport of a mobile device and a desktop, right? We have better support for right to left. We have better support for accessibility. That has a big focus from us as well, because if we get our accessibility story right, it's easier for you to implement accessibility as well, and everyone wins, right? Because everyone will have better apps that they can use. So I thought I hid this slide. Doesn't really matter. So this is, some of the controls right here that you might already know if you've been working with Xamarin Forms. But you have the carousel view where you can swipe between all these items, a collection view to just show kind of like a boring items list, right? And all the other crazy things here, maps, table views, all the things that you need to create a app are here. So what does that look like? Like I said, if you know XAML, either from WPF, UWP, there is a little dialect change in here. So some things are named a little bit different. Also, if you're coming from Xamarin Forms, we had the ability to make some breaking changes right now. And so we did. We think it's for the better. So, you might run into some naming things here and there, but of course, IntelliSense and Visual Studio will help you with that. But you could do this in XAML. It will have all the bits for XAML, C#. You can do it in C# as well, and use MVVM because that's kind of like typical Microsoft, right? And if you want to, use C#, then you might want to look into the C# markup extensions, because just writing C# to create your markup is kind of painful right now. But with the C# markup extensions, which are in the Xamarin Community Toolkit today, and also in the .NET MAUI Community Toolkit, you can write kind of like in a more fluent syntax your UI, which is pretty cool if you're into that kind of stuff. What we're also kind of exploring is more MVU style. So that's kind of like as opposed to MVVM. Which is like, from other frameworks like Swift UI, which is actually the iOS one, or Flutter, kind of like the MVU style applications. For that, you can turn to Comet, which is experimental right now. Of course, we still have also all kinds of options for styling. You can do it through XAML or CSS. We have a visual state manager. Depending on the state of a control, you can apply a certain style. Of course, we have everything in the box to support light mode and dark mode as well. So everything for that is in there, and you can create cool looking apps with all the things that come out of the box. Now, this is something that you're probably very happy with if you're coming from Xamarin Forms, because if you're coming from Xamarin Forms and you know a little bit about the old architecture, that were all renderers. So that was very tightly coupled between the controls in our extraction layer in Xamarin Forms. And you kind of had to know a lot about the renderers and how they worked to actually customize them. We don't do that anymore. We have the handler architecture now with mappers. So, if you're seeing this for the first time, you probably want to dive in and get a feel for it yourself. But this is basically all the code that I need to use now to remove the underline in an Android app, right? So we have this ifdef for platforms, for different platforms. Personally, I hate it. I'm going to be honest, I hate it. So there's other ways to do this. But, if you want to do it this way, you totally can. You can access these handlers from anywhere. They're static, so you can just access them from anywhere in your application. You can bundle them nicely in some CS file that you'd never want to look at again. And then in these mappers, you can either append or prepend or modify the mapper altogether. The mappers are kind of like our implementation of what we thought how these controls should look like. But you can append something to it. So, whenever we .NET MAUI did all of our mapping things, we are mapping all the properties to like the platform counterparts. And you think like, hey, I want to tweak this little thing afterwards. You can, or if you want to prepend something to that list or modify and replace the mapper altogether, that's something you can totally do. So this is much, much easier than working with the custom renderers. Now, Another thing that we did is Microsoft.maui.graphics, which is kind of like the .NET MAUI layer, but now for the graphics, for the drawing libraries. So you can do all these kinds of things, and you can access the platform drawing libraries, but now from an abstract layer. So whenever you do a line or I don't know what, I'm not too familiar with this stuff, to be honest, because I'm a terrible designer. But you can do all these kinds of things, and it will translate that to the platform APIs for you. So you will have that unified API to work with, and you can still get these amazing results, as you can see in the image right here. Now, I see the time's going so fast. So we have a lot about the project system improvements as well. And I'm going to just show you that in Visual Studio, so that we also have some hands-on stuff here. But we basically moved everything from these 3 projects. If you have been working with Xamarin Forms, this is very familiar to you. We have 3 projects. One is the shared code, one is for Android, one is for iOS. And we've managed now to put that all in one project, so that you just have this single project which is multi-targeted to all the targets that you want to have. You can still write platform-specific code with all kinds of magic that is in there, but most importantly, you can now share all the resources. Again, if you've been working with cross-platform app, this is like a big pain, because you have to supply all these images in different resolutions and different formats for iOS, and then for Android, and then for Windows. So that was always a big hassle. Now you just add this image once to the single project, and we will sort out like how to scale it. So ideally, you will do it in an SVG, how to scale it for all the platforms, all the things, and it will work automatically. Same thing for fonts. And then just from the run menu, you select, do I want to run this on an iPhone, a Android device, or Windows? And it will sort out all the bits automatically and start running that for you. Now, also, again, if you've been working with cross-platform development, you know that the deployment and all that stuff can take a long time. So there's big investments in like XAML hard reload, where you can just change your XAML on your running application, either on a physical device or emulator, and the changes will automatically pop up on there, so that you don't have to stop and start your debugging session again. Also, we have hot restart. Not many people know about this, but with hot restart, you can debug your iOS app from a Windows machine. Just plug it in your physical iOS device in a Windows machine. You will have to have a paid Apple developer account and iTunes installed and a physical iOS device, but then you can debug your iOS applications from Windows. And you still have to create some kind of certificate and whatnot, but there's ways to do that without having to buy an expensive Mac, right? So that is something really cool as well. And of course, we have the remote iOS simulator. If you did buy a Mac and that's on your network, you can just pull up the iOS simulator within Windows. You have touchscreen support if you have a Surface Book of some kind, and you can just touch it and do all the things. It's really amazing. We also have .NET MAUI Essentials, so Xamarin Forms Essentials. No, I should say Xamarin Essentials. It works without Xamarin Forms, but that is now part of .NET MAUI as well. So all the APIs that you know and love are just there. I don't think much has changed about the API, so you should be able to just copy and paste your code basically and use that in your current apps. Now, another thing that I'm really happy about, and I'm already seeing that I don't have time to show you this, so I'm just going to talk about it a little bit here, is Blazor Hybrid. We have the Blazor web view now as an element. And you can just pick up your Blazor application, or maybe your Blazor class libraries, the shared code, or your Blazor components from third parties that you've already bought from Progress, Telerik, that we're going to see a couple of sessions from today as well. You could just use that in your Blazor web view. And a Blazor web view can live in a .NET MAUI app, a WinForms app, a WPF app. So it's a great way to either create a fully hybrid app, or because it's just another component that you can place somewhere in your layout from a .NET MAUI app or a WinForms app, you can just modernize that little piece of your app and start building from there, basically. It's the kind of like hybrid is kind of like throwing you off, because actually it's not like interpreted through the web view, or there's not some web server spun up to actually run this thing. It actually runs natively because you have all of .NET available on your device, right? So it doesn't have to go through WebAssembly. It doesn't have to do all those things. It just looks like the web UI, which is great for some people if you come from the web development world. But you can mix that with native stuff as well. So that's really awesome. I really encourage you to check that out, but I think there will be some content on that today as well. Something else that we're exploring is kind of like the drawn controls. So if you know Xamarin Forms and .NET MAUI, then our paradigm is to translate all of our abstracted controls, so our button, our label, all the things, to whatever that is, how it's supposed to look like on that platform, right? But we definitely also heard a lot of people about Flutter. Let's just name it. It always hurts a little bit. No, I'm kidding. Of Flutter, where everything is drawn, right? And I think each of those approaches definitely have pros and cons, like always. But it's definitely something that we're exploring as well. On top of .NET MAUI graphics that I just mentioned, we also have .NET MAUI controls, graphics controls, where we try to draw all the controls and see if that's something that people are interested in or we can use or whatever, which will be in addition to .NET MAUI, basically. So that's definitely something as well. Go to the repository if that's something that you're interested in. Go play with it. Leave a star, leave some issues if you get to play with it and find something. All that engagement will help us see if this is something that we could investigate or not. So let's quickly go over to the demos that I've worked so hard on to actually, get them working. I'm not sure if this is the right machine, but we'll see. It's the wrong password, so it should be the right machine then, which is interesting. Yeah, there we go. And here we are in Visual Studio. So at the time that you're watching this, or maybe you're watching the recording, but at this time of recording, you're going to have to use Visual Studio 2022 preview. Preview 6 is just out, I think. So that's version 17.1 preview 6. There's a lot in there, but you need to have the preview version. That will have the .NET MAUI workload. So if I just pull up the installer, maybe I should have done that already, then it's going to show that there is a update, because like I said, I took out some machine that was still working, but it doesn't have all the latest bits. So you can see that this is preview 2, and it's probably going to pop up with preview 6 somewhere here. But if you go to modify, this is the screen that you will see whenever you start installing Visual Studio. And then where you want to go is here, the mobile development with .NET. It has the Xamarin logo for now. Maybe that already changed in newer updates. But you want to make sure to check that. And then here in the lower corner, that you want to do the .NET MAUI preview right here, so that you have the workload installed, right? And then you should have everything to get started with .NET MAUI yourself. I try to, maybe I need to go back here. Okay, there we go. So whenever you do, you can do file new project. You can do a new .NET MAUI application, which is what I've done here. And you just have this hello world template, basically, which exists of this thing. Let me just run it on the Windows machine. So again, if you come from like a XAML kind of dialect world, then you feel right at home with like a scroll view, a grid, a label. And you can already see, if you're used to Xamarin Forms, that we've done some investments in like the accessibility, right? So this comes now out of the box, semantic properties heading level, with which you can specify like people who are, impaired with their visuals. You can see, you can kind of guide them through your application with the semantic properties. It's a whole world to discover there. So I would encourage you to do that, to make your apps accessible with this as well. It's not that much overhead with all the properties that we've introduced here. Kind of like this description. This is something that would be read out loud whenever you're kind of like using a screen reader. So that's like really, really awesome. You just need this one property, and it will make so much difference for people that actually use this. So that is awesome. Go do that. Now, if we go look at this, so a couple of labels, a button, an image, and you can see that translates into this on Windows, and it's a counter. So, nothing too exciting, but it will get you started. And I think this .NET bot is actually an SVG, so that's really cool. And now, whenever we want to do that little hard restart, we also have .NET hard reload. So you can not just change the kind of the visuals right here with XAML, where I say, do I actually have the live preview working here as well? Oh, I do. So this is also something new, XAML live preview, where you can kind of see the live preview here, so you don't have to switch around between the windows like I just did, but you can see the preview here as well. But I don't know. Oh, zoom. I don't know how to really work with this yet. I don't really use it that much. So here we are, we see the same window. And whenever I say, okay, our button, I think this is styled through a style right now, but if I say background color is red, then hopefully whenever I save this, it should pop up as red as well. For some reason, it doesn't. So my demos are not completely working, but I think this one works. So watch this. That would be the XAML hard reload. Maybe I need to press this. Let's see what happens. Nothing happens. Cool. But whenever that should typically work. So maybe it's because of the updates or something like that, probably. But that the XAML should update automatically. But what's even maybe cooler is that you can now also change code. So whenever we click the counter button, this little thing is triggered. And we can just do count plus plus, but we can also do plus is 10. Let's save that. Let's click the hot reload button again here. And whenever we do that, now you can see that it does 10 at a time, right? So you don't really need to stop your debugging experience. You can just leave it running. And for Windows, it's pretty fast. But if we're going to go into Android or iOS, then running this is going to take a little bit longer. So let me actually just try Android right now while I talk you through a little bit of the rest. I'm already going over time. I'm sorry, Jimmy and Jessica. Let me connect to... I hope I have that here. 1, 2, 7, 1, 5, 2, 6. It's not working. I have the Windows subsystem for Android on here, but it's not running currently, probably. So actually, I'm also connected to my Mac. Let's just try this one. I'm connected to my Mac build host, so I'm able to see all the emulators on here, and I can just select one and start with that. So let's see if I can get that up before our session is completely over. While I walk you through like the single project right here, so you can see I have just this one project. And whenever we go into the platforms here, so this used to be different projects, but now it's all in one project, but just different folders. And I can just put a new file in here, and suddenly I can write Android code, which is really amazing. But there's also the files here that are used for like the metadata for your app, because at the end of the day, we still have to provide an AAB file or an IPA file to provide to the App Store, right? It's not like Apple's going to say, okay, just send me an exe, we'll figure it out. That's not going to work. So you can just do that here in the platforms folder. And basically everything that's outside of these platforms folders is shared code. So that's where you want to have most of your code, right? Or in a new project where you can link all your code and reuse that between your Blazor application and your other desktop application or whatever you might have lying around. So we also have the resources here. Like I said, you can just share the fonts in here, and you can just start using those whenever you add them in here. Images, you can see it's all SVG, so that scales and does automatically. And that's what's even cooler. If we go in here in our CS Proj, so there is definitely going to be tooling for this in Visual Studio, but right now, you know, it's all preview. It's coming out in Q2 2022. But you can see this MAUI icon and MAUI splash screen, which is really cool. That are just ways for you to customize your app icon that you will see like on the home screen of your device. And the splash screen, you can just say, hey, I want to have this SVG that will be centered on the screen. I want it to have this background color, and you will have a splash screen out of the box. So that is really, really amazing and much, much easier than having to deal with platform-specific stuff like you had to do with Xamarin Forms. I'm not able to get the simulator up and running by now, I see, but you'll believe me, the iOS simulator would come up and it would look amazing. So I had a lot more, but I'm already over time. So I think I saw a nice bit of activity in the chat. So Jimmy and Jessica probably have some questions for me. Let me just very, very quickly go over to like .NET MAUI plus Blazor, best of both worlds. I already talked about that. So there's probably going to be some content for that later today as well. And you probably are now like, yes, I want to start this. I want to go home. Wait, you're already home and do all these things. Punch a hole in your monitor. Please don't do that. There is some other things that I want you to know before you can explore on your own. Questions that I get a lot is like, when or should I use .NET MAUI Blazor? When or should I use .NET MAUI? Or when should I use Blazor? And the answer to that is simply yes. Because you can basically, you can mix and match all of those things. You can just, depending on where you're coming from, maybe you're just a simple, that's condescending. Maybe you're just a .NET developer that does not have experience with Xamarin Forms or cross-platform, that is fine. Now you can get connected with that. Because I didn't even talk about like the generic build host that we are now like mimicking from ASP.NET. So if you're coming from ASP.NET, that will feel very familiar as well. If you're coming from Blazor, you can go ahead and start with .NET MAUI Blazor and do all those things. So you can go either way with this, and it's going to be really amazing. Try it out. If you can't figure it out, please contact me. All these resources, all these things, I will probably tweet out a link to the slides, or it will be provided through the website. So thank you so much for joining. Don't forget to subscribe to my YouTube channel. Thank you so much. And Jessica, Jimmy, let me know what's going on in the chat.
A lot.
Great.
A lot is going on in the chat. Let's see. We
Here we are,
have
back all together. Great.
back all together. Here we go.
Love it.
First question. What will happen to the Xamarin Forms monkey? We all want to know. We all want to
Definitely.
know.
That might be
Yes.
the most important question.
Yeah, probably. So I have a lot. It's I think it's a bit blurred, but I have like this one, or one with the city hat, or one with a different t-shirt on. But so that's kind of like the sad thing, right? I think that's sad for most people who are around since like Xamarin and Xamarin Forms. That branding is going away, which I think was to be expected. Whenever Xamarin was acquisition by Microsoft, it's sad because it had such a nice vibe and a really, really great community. So I'm hoping some of that will stay alive during our transition to .NET MAUI, but kind of like the specific branding, just like ASP.NET doesn't really have their separate branding, that is all going away, sadly. So go buy your monkeys while you still can.
So no specific Xamarin parties at Build either. As in the good old times.
I don't know, to be honest. I mean, we can't predict the future. As long as there are still some people from like the old community, we can probably make something happen, even if it's informal. But kind of like the formal branding is going away. And that's also kind of like exciting, right? Like I used to think in terms of like people transitioning from Xamarin Forms to .NET MAUI. But it's also very different, right? This is like the new UI framework from Microsoft. So there's also a lot of new people that are coming in that are going to see this for the first time, and not just the people who are going to look at this from like, I'm coming from Xamarin Forms and what has changed, but also a lot of people that will just see this for the first time, and hopefully they will have a great experience and be able to do even more, write cross-platform apps and make their code go to places where it hasn't gone before. So
I like it. Ready for another one?
Yeah, sure.
What are the significant advantages of .NET MAUI over such monsters as Electron and React Native? I don't know about monster part, though.
So to be very honest, I don't know all the specifics there. And I think it comes down a lot as well to like, especially React Native. That's more like for the people who are familiar with JavaScript, right? I mean, that's how I like to go about it, is to joke and make kind of fun of like the other frameworks, but each of them has a place, right? I don't think at the end of the day, there's going to be one winner and that's what everyone's going to do. That's also not something that we should want. We should learn from each other, and there is a place for each of them. And also like React Native, if you're coming from JavaScript, that will feel much more at home for you. You can do all the things that you know and love from there already. And at the end of the day, you'll still have a native app that runs on all these platforms, right? So that is amazing. If that works for you, that's cool. But there's also a lot of developers who love C# and .NET. I think, with React Native, I'm not really sure. And to be very, very honest, like with Xamarin Forms, we also had our share of performance issues, or at least, performance could be better. Let's put it like that. That has a big focus for .NET MAUI. And I think kind of like for Electron, that is kind of like notorious, I think, for having not such great performance in terms of like eating your RAM and making your fans blow. So I think for that, we don't have all the stuff to actually host all the JavaScript and host all these things, right? We don't need that. We don't need a Chrome instance to host all of our JavaScript things like Electron. That's kind of like what I wanted to say with like Blazor. That's like, we don't need the WebAssembly parts. We don't need an actual Blazor. We're already running in .NET. So we don't need all that overhead. So I think in terms of like, what are the advantages, at least if you're looking at that scenario, I think the performance there is much, much better. And we're going much better about the resources and that kind of stuff. But that's something that comes to mind for me, at least.
Awesome. Are there any plans to use a .NET runtime anywhere instead of Mono?
Whew. Not sure, to be honest. I think it's already consolidated now because Mono was this entire separate thing, and now they already managed to put it together. And we're kind of figuring out which one you should use. And I think if we really want to make it everywhere, I'm not even sure if that's possible, because it is Mono is kind of like the cross-platform implementation for all this. So should we say like is Mono going to be is .NET Runtime going to replace Mono, or is Mono slowly going to replace .NET Runtime? I'm not really sure at that level of detail what the kind of like technicalities are there, but we're all one happy family now, and as long as it runs on every platform, we're happy.
Yeah, that's true. Are bindings available for Crypto Token Kit in the Appleverse, or is that one we'll have to use to roll ourselves?
I have no clue, to be honest. Tweet this at me and I'll make sure to find out, but I have no clue at this time. I think we have, like on the Android side at least, a lot of binding libraries, but that's also hard to maintain because a lot of updates are coming out there. So I don't know. Tweet at me.
Awesome. How is it pronounced?
Doesn't matter anymore because we're losing the name.
So Maui.
Yeah, exactly. Maui. No, I think there's some different versions out there, and I think I once had a comment on one of my YouTube videos that some person said that I'm the only person that can pronounce Xamarin correctly, but I don't know.
It doesn't matter. Again, one big happy family.
As long as I know what you tried to say, then that's fine.
Yeah. So we have a WPF developer now migrating to MAUI. Is it possible to develop WPF app using .NET MAUI?
So as long as WinUI can be used for WPF, I think WPF is still alive. So I think, you might be able to make something happen there. But to be very honest, like Windows is kind of like my least developed platform. I'm more of a iOS person myself than Android than Windows. So I'm not entirely sure, but I think you can make something happen there. And it also kind of depends, like I said, if you want to work with Blazor, then you have like the Blazor web view that you can definitely use with WPF. So that might be a path to explore if you want to modernize your applications. But like I said, we're basing our things on WinUI. So if WinUI is going to support WPF, then yes. Otherwise, no.
Good answer.
There were a lot of discussion about that in the chat about UVP and WPF, and if that's all going away and be replaced by MAUI.
I mean, again, I can't predict the future, right? It kind of like it all depends. Also, I think on like how well .NET MAUI is going to land with people, how much people like it. I mean, at the end of the day, let's be honest, that's what it's mostly about, right? If we believe in this product, but it's mostly about our customers that have to believe in it, right? So if it's not going to be picked up for whatever reason, look at Windows Phone. Everyone is still crazy about Windows Phone. You too, I think, I see tweets regular from all of you about Windows Phone.
Yep.
But for whatever reason, it wasn't. It didn't pick up, and then it's not sustainable to keep investing in it. From like Microsoft, we're still a business. As much as I would like to please everyone and still create Windows phones for you to use, it's not feasible to do. So that's kind of like the same with this product, like any other product. Like if it's going to fly, we have lots of possibilities to do awesome stuff. If it's not going to fly, then we'll have to see. But I believe it will be the future. So it's going to replace all the things.
And we have a great comment. It's amazing how this project from Miguel de Casa has grown. I remember playing with Mono Touch almost 12 years ago. It is amazing, isn't it?
It's crazy. I sometimes pinch myself, like, first working at Microsoft. I mean, how did I end up here? I don't know. But also, like, if you think about, like, I was working with Xamarin Forms before I started at Microsoft and joined the actual Xamarin Forms team. And I now get to, kind of like, if I were to allow to go to the campus. But I've passed cross paths with Miguel and the other key players here. And I could just, kind of like have to thank my career at this point to these people, right? At what they at some point thought up, invented, and created, and that's really amazing and mind blowing if you think about that from time to time.
Memories. Light and dark are cool, but what about high contrast? That's an important one.
I know that I have been implementing. So basically, light and dark is kind of supported out of the box. With like, if you switch the toggle in the OS, it will mostly just transition all the things if you don't touch anything. But you have the ability to implement your own themes altogether. So, if you want to create something high contrast with all the things that come with that, then you are absolutely able to. But I'll be very honest, we can do better with, I think, especially iOS, because this is also kind of coming down to what is supported across all platforms, right? And I think iOS has pretty good support for the high contrast stuff, and Android, not so much. So then it's hard to kind of surface that to the .NET MAUI layer, right? Because what are you going to do with settings that have absolutely no effect on Android, but they do all kinds of cool stuff on iOS? So that's kind of like our constant struggle with all of this. But it's definitely something that we need to revisit. And I implemented light and dark mode support for the platforms. So I will put this on my list right now. I'm not kidding. It's not just something I say, to revisit this, because the accessibility, like I said already a couple of times, is something that we want to focus on, and high contrast is something that is part of that. So I'm going to check up on that. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay. Another one. How is the performance with graphic parts? Will it handle tens of thousands of line draws, for example? Or would you suggest using another system for this? That's a good question.
That's definitely a good question. So what I try to explain is that only kind of like the API is what we've abstracted now. So it translates to what the drawing libraries can do on each platform. So if the performance on the platform is fantastic, then the performance for this is also going to be fantastic. Same way, if it's not so fantastic, then it's also not so fantastic. There's of course a tiny overhead because we have these wrappers and it has to go through from C# to like the native stuff. But it should perform the same way as it does on the actual platform if you were using Objective-C or Java or whatnot. I think Skia is also one of the drawing libraries that you can choose. So that's kind of like the cross-platform one that does its own drawing thing. And I think the performance on that is pretty great. I'm fairly confident that the repositories for this have some numbers up to check up on the performance. So definitely go check that out. But I think it should be pretty good. And the same as like the actual platform drawing libraries performance. So
awesome. A couple of more questions. Well, a comment, really. Single project is so much nicer.
Yeah, it definitely takes some used to. Like if you've been working with Xamarin Forms before, then but it's still mostly on the library maintainer side, and you've been working with multi-targeting, because it kind of takes a different mindset because everything is in one project now, right? So you're going to either work with like the if compiler directives to create different scenarios for the different platforms, but that's going to clutter your code. So you can also work with like partial classes and partial methods, which is something I didn't even know existed before this, or just leverage the dependency injection that is now built in as well. I didn't even mention that, but the dependency injection is now built in exactly the same way as like ASP.NET. So just register your dependencies. You can write that in your platform code, right? So in the platform folders, write platform specific code in there, wrap it in an interface, register that, and it will inject automatically, and you can do it like that. So it takes a slightly different mindset in some scenarios, but if you're used to it, then it's pretty amazing. Absolutely.
Cool.
I think we have time for at least one more, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Why not?
Let's try it. What are the improvements coming with MAUI when it comes to accessibility? We touched on that a little bit. Xamarin still has plenty of bugs. Does MAUI require less or no custom renderers to achieve better accessibility for users?
Thank you so much, Brian, for this question. I hope that you were here when I showed very briefly like the properties that we have implemented for .NET MAUI now. You can implement those properties on every visual element, I think. And my very great colleague Rachel knows all about the accessibility. So if you have any specific questions, please reach out and I will put you in touch with her. One thing I will say, you say like Xamarin has plenty of bugs. Because we find this accessibility stuff so important, we have been porting a lot to either the Xamarin Community Toolkit or still making changes in Xamarin Forms, because make no mistake, Xamarin Forms is still getting service releases each month for like a year or longer after .NET MAUI launches. So we're not abandoning that. And especially the accessibility bugs, I'm sneaking them in. But what is happening there right now is that there is a feature flag that you have to enable for all the accessibility bugs basically to suddenly go away, or to get all of our new advancements there. So that's something that you might want to check out. If you don't know how, please reach out to me because I would love to help you with that. Because if you still see areas that we are missing, that we can learn from that and get that at least in .NET MAUI before we launch. So if you would follow up with me on that, that would be great. But we're doing great investments there, and it should work better.
Awesome. Thank you. That is all questions we have time for. Anyone who did not get their questions answered, please reach out to Gerald. He was kind to offer his help.
Yeah, I'll be in the chat for a little bit as well. So.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And thank you for taking the time to speak with us, for us.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me the first session. I'm so honored. I can't look forward to, I think Stacy is next. So
yes, she is.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right.
Hello there.
Hello.
That was an awesome
session. And we have another one from the Netherlands, right?
Yeah. We're taking over the world. I'm sorry.
No, we're trying to fix all the time zones to accommodate the time zones a little bit better, so people don't have to get up at the middle of the night to give a session.
That's the only problem with online conferences, the fact that it can be that you're speaking at any time of the day. I think the worst I've had was starting at 12:30 in the morning, which was a shock for my body. I don't do 12:30 in the morning. And when the alarm went off at 5:30 in the morning, it was a double shock.
Oh, that's horrific.
Yeah, not the best. Not the best. Gosh.
Yeah, but it's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
We're the one who should say thank you.
Yeah.
We are so happy to have you here. Yeah. Oh, we got a comment. Look at that. Like your background shelf. Yes, with the Legos and
this
a lot
is my
of cool
first
stuff.
Talk with my new background. It's
really?
I set it up a couple of weeks ago, and it's the first time it's actually going out. I'm considering it's only 2 IKEA shelves and 1 Philips light. I am so happy with the result.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah, it is. I think it's Kallax.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Like with a little bit of a modification to get, kind of some bigger shelves for the...
Oh, right.
That's smart.
It's not supposed to be like that. It's a little bit weaker than it should be, but for the top shelf, it's fine.
As long as you don't put the Titanic on the top shelf, then you should be safe, right?
Yeah, and for everyone...
That's going to be sitting here at some point in the future.
Wow. So for anyone who's not into Lego, the Titanic is humongous and
so
probably
1.3 meters wide, 15 kilograms, something like that.
Yeah.
9,090 bricks.
Yeah.
I'm not a Lego geek
huge.
at all.
No,
Not at all.
no, not at all. I've never heard of this Lego.
What is that?
I don't know.
It's a good way to spend all of your money.
It definitely is. That is so true. Yeah, if you ever have too much money, get into Lego and that will sort itself out.
Yeah.
Ask us how we know.
I want the new McLaren F1 car.
Oh,
They announced.
That looks fantastic. That's on my shopping list.
I figured.
I like how it's not on your bucket list or on your wish list. It's on your shopping list. That's how you do it.
That's going to happen before the summer, I'm sure.
It's not released yet, so otherwise I guess it had been there.
Uh-huh.
That's awesome. We should remind everyone that we still have raffling going on, or raffling? Is it called raffling? We have a raffle going on. So by simply either getting a ticket on Eventbrite, and you can find the link on our webpage, you can get one raffle ticket, and also by using the hashtag .NETFrontend on Twitter, and you get more raffle tickets.
And as per usual, ask questions in the chat, and we'll bring them up during the Q&A.
Yeah.
But now I think
it's time.
I think the stage is yours, Stacy.
Yeah, take it away.
Thank you very much. So, hello, whatever time of the day it is, wherever you are watching from. Thank you so much for joining me to take a look at authentication in Azure Static Web Apps. Now, since they've been released, I have become a huge fan of these things because I see them as a really quick, a really simple way to get our applications out to the web. Inside of one single Azure resource, we have our front-end application in whatever static format you want. It can be Angular, it can be React. We're going to be looking at Blazor today. And then we have a back-end API using Azure Functions and some glue that exists only in that Azure resource to turn it into one coherent, useful application. And part of that code, part of that glue, is the authentication process. For the free tier, out of the box, we get a number of providers made available to us. And they're implemented in such a way that even if you're not an authentication expert, you can get this into your application quickly and simply. Now, for the standard tier, that's a tier that you have to pay about $10 a month for, something like that. You can even roll your own authentication provider, which is useful if you're writing a bigger application in an enterprise. We're not going to be looking into that today, I'm afraid, but be aware it exists. It can be quite useful. So, I'm Stacy Cashmore. I am Tech Explorer DevOps at Omniplan, a financial advice software provider based in Amsterdam in the Netherlands. I have been writing software since around the mid-1990s, and for the last 2 years, I've been honored to be able to call myself a Microsoft MVP in developer technologies. Now, enough with the boring stuff. Let's have a look at this in action. So, the application that we're going to be using today looks kind of like most Blazor applications that you scaffold out of the box. If you've ever done that before, I'm sure you recognize this, with just a couple of differences. The first one is, at the top, we have this Auth provider saying, you are not logged in right now, which is good because I'm not. And then we have this little login button at the side, and that's just to take us to a page where I've got links to the different providers available to us. So out of the box, we can log in with Microsoft, or more accurately, we can log in with Azure Active Directory. We can log in with GitHub. We can log in with Twitter. Preview Google is available in preview right now, and not on this page, but also in preview is Facebook. It's not on the page because you have to be a member of the team to be able to get that working. I'm not, so I've not got it here. What does this do? Well, behind each of these links, there is a page which doesn't exist in my solution at all. It only exists inside of that Azure Static Web App resource. And to show you where it goes to, I'm going to do this manually and hope I don't make a typo. Aha, I already have it available here. And we go to a .auth folder. This is where all of the authentication takes place inside of an Azure Static Web App. And like I say, this is not my code. I can't break this, and I love any code that I can't break. So if we click on this, we go to Twitter. I authenticate in Twitter. I come back to my application, it reloads. And there we are. We now have an authentication provider of Twitter. And my login button is changed to say that I'm a standard user because I have no special rights right now. And none of the code to actually get that authentication working comes from me. I think that is kind of a huge amount of the power of authentication using static web apps, authentication in static web apps. To see what's available to you, there's also this .auth/me page. And if we go here, what we get out of it is a client principal with a little bit of information about the person that's logged in. So I logged in using Twitter, so that's my identity provider. We have a user ID, and this is my user ID inside of this Azure static web app. I'm not doxing myself here. In every static web app I log in, I will get a different user ID. Then I have my user details, and this is the information that the authentication provider returns to the Azure static web app. This is different depending on the provider you use. For Azure Active Directory and for Google, you get an email returned. For Twitter and for GitHub, you get the user ID returned, your handle. And then finally, we get the user roles available to us. And because I don't have any special rights, I just get the two standard ones inside of an Azure web app, and that is anonymous and authenticated. Using this, we can now use our user, or we can use our user details inside of the application, and we can do those other bits that we just saw on the front end, if the page loads again, with our provider and our button, just, using that data. Now, there is, as we say in Dutch, an addertje onder het gras here. We have a problem. All of this code only exists inside of that Azure static web app. What happens when I'm debugging locally and I want to be able to use this? I've not written this code, not available to me. How can I get it working? Well, thankfully, in order to help us develop static web apps, there was released in preview last year a static web app CLI. And what this does is replicate the Azure Static Web App resource on your local machine so you can work with it. I'm not going to talk too much about the CLI here because that is literally a talk all on its own. But what I do want to just say quickly is when I say replicate, I mean that it makes it look like you've got one running locally. It isn't the same. This is a Node.js service which just pretends to be a static web app. It sounds kind of semantics, but there are some differences. So always make sure you test in Azure before you go live if you're using this. So we're going to run this application locally now. And we're going to run our project, our API functions, and then the static web app CLI is going to glue everything together and make it look like we have this resource available to us. Now, this is always fun because my machine's decided to go on a complete go slow this afternoon. It was fine this morning, but it knew I was giving a talk this afternoon. So let's hope that it builds this quickly enough. Yes, there we go. We get this URL available to us, localhost 4280. And this is where we can now access our code. Let's bring that into the browser. And if we go here, we see something which is remarkably similar to what we have in production, which is good because it's the same application. And it just allows us to do our local debugging, our local checks. And because we're using this CLI, it gives us all of this login information. I can now log in with Twitter. But that looks a little bit different. And it looks a little bit different because running locally, we don't authenticate with Active Directory, with Google, with Twitter, with GitHub. We actually fake that authentication process because it all gets turned into that client principal anyway. So we don't need to go out to these external things. We can set a user ID, a username, and our user roles. And you know what? I'm going to give myself admin role because why not? And then we can test locally. So if I log in now, my application now thinks that I have logged in using Twitter, and it doesn't know any difference about what I'm doing. If I go to that .auth/me, different format because it's running on the CLI, but we still get this client principal returned to us with our user ID, which we entered, the user roles that we have available. So here's our admin role, and the user details and identity provider as we had before. Interestingly, I think I saw that the login button still said standard user and it's admin. So we'll have to have a look at that in a couple of minutes. Using these providers inside of the development environment, I absolutely adore, because I now no longer need to have a test account in every single one of these providers in order to work. I don't have to go to the bureaucracy of getting different roles added and removed from test accounts in order for me to work. And if I want to change my roles on the fly, you just saw that I added admin, I can do that. If I need to share a user between my team, we only need to share the user ID so that everybody can access the same information. We no longer need to share test accounts with username and passwords. So it just makes life that little bit easier for us. This is something that I adore. So let's have a look at how we actually managed to get this authentication provider and this standard user on the page. How do we get that into Blazor? Well, it starts off in the program CS file when we're adding the services to our application. And we're going to add this static web app authentication. Now, I got this code originally, I've changed it a little bit, but I got this code originally from a repo from Anthony Chu. And I'm going to put a link in Twitter after this talk so that you can go to the original repo and see what he did too. Now, inside of this static web app authentication, if my machine does something, come on, you can do it. We do two things. We add an authorization core, which just comes from the ASP.NET Components authorization namespace. And then we add an authentication state provider. This is where the magic happens. And for that, we are using this static web app authentication state provider. And this does two things. The first thing it does is get the client principal that we want to use to authenticate our user. And it gets that from that .auth/me endpoint. This application's Blazor WebAssembly. It's running in the browser. When we make that call to .auth/me, we're sending the cookies along with it, and we can get this data back and use it. Once we've got this
Stacy,
data, yeah?
Is it possible for you to enlarge the font?
I can indeed.
Oh, thank you so much. Sorry about that.
No problem. It's people need to be able to read it. Otherwise, it's kind of just me talking. Once we're in here, the next thing that we need to do is turn this client principal, which is the format used inside the static web app, and turn it into a claims principal. So we have another piece of code for that. And what we do here, we strip out that anonymous user role. And we do that because if someone's got anonymous, it doesn't really affect anything. We assume everybody is anonymous. If that's the only role that they've got, then we return an empty claims principal. We don't class them as authorized, and we continue as though nobody's logged in. If they do have roles left over, then we make this claims identity. So we're passing the identity provider, which is either going to be AAD, GitHub, Twitter, or Google. We pass in the name identifier for the user ID, that one that comes from the static web app. And then we pass in the user details into the claims type name, which always strikes me as odd because it's not a name. It's either going to be an email or a handle. And then we just add all of the roles that that user has so we can use it in our application. Now, as far as the static web app authentication process goes, this is it. This is where it ends, because from now on, we just use the same kind of authentication that we'd use in Blazor normally. So if we go to our, can I find it, our app.razor page, we add this cascading authentication state. If we add that around our router, then that means we can use this authentication in each one of our components. And in fact, I'm using it in two places. I'm using it in the main layout where I have this authorized view. And if I'm authorized, then I'm just showing the identity provider. So identity authentication type. If you're not logged in, then I just display not logged in. And the other place I'm using it is in the nav menu to change that button. So if you're logged in, then I point you to the logout if you click on the button. And I give you a standard user and super user, not admin, super user. That's why that one needs changing. So we can just get the user claims the same way that we normally would. It's no different to any other Blazor application. That's on the client side. On the API side, we also need to get information about people. If I'm logged in and I'm trying to access data, I should only access data which is associated with me. If I'm trying to edit data or update data, then I also want to know that it's me that's done the updating and check that everything's going as it should. In order to do that, inside of our Azure function, we still use this client principle. We only get it in a slightly different way. So we use this XMS client principle header out of the request. Now, I love this because this header doesn't exist coming from the site to the Azure static web app. When you're logged in, your cookie is checked by the static web app, and this is added to the request as it goes to your function. And as your function is not available to the outside world, it's only available inside of that Azure static web app, it means that we can use this in order to validate somebody's authentication status. Once we have this client principle, we decode it in literally exactly the same way. This is the same code as before. So exactly the same as we do on the front end, we can now use it inside of our function. And well, in this demo, all I'm literally doing is just stripping out what's inside of that claims principle, returning it to the front end, just so we can see what's happening. If you want to stop people doing things inside of this API, well, you can do that here using the roles, because you can still check somebody has the right role. Are they an admin? If not, you can return an unauthorized. But there's a better way of doing it for the API, and that is to use the static web app config file. Now, this is also kind of a talk on its own. You can do an awful lot with this. Right now, we're just going to concentrate on these top 3 rows. We've set up several routes inside of our application. Authentication test, you need to be a super user to access authentication test. You need to be authenticated to use authentication test 2. And just because, you know what, in that Blazor app, that counter functionality is so awesome, I think you need to be authenticated in order to use that one as well. By setting up here, again, you are putting the Azure static web app in between, and that is managing the access to your resources so that you don't have to inside your code. Again, it's less code that you can do wrong. So let's have a look at that one in action inside of our app. Now, I'm logged in here as a standard user. So in theory, let's do it on our local host. In theory, if I go to the authentication test, I get a 401 unauthorized. This is what we wanted to see. If I go to authentication test 2, I get access, I get my data back. And if I go to counter, that one works because I'm authorized. So if I log out and I try to come back in, and if I don't type wrong things, it works. That's odd. That shouldn't work. I've obviously done something wrong somewhere. There we go. Helps if you use the right URL. So I now get my unauthorized. There's something to be careful of here, though. I've set this up inside of the static web app, but I'm running a Blazor app inside of the browser. Once it's loaded, it never goes back to that static web app. So I can still come here, and I can still use it. If you are using this, make sure that you protect your Blazor application itself. It's running in the browser. Trust nobody. So that's how we can limit access to our application. Let's just go in. Let's just prove that we can use the super user. Let's change this admin. Go to super user and log back in. And again, this is what I love about working on this inside of the CLI. I can just change the role that I've got on a whim to see what happens. And then we load. And now if I try and come down to this authentication test, ta-da! It works as we expect. So there's one more thing that I want to show before we actually look at the how you set roles inside of the static web app itself when you want to use them. And that is our providers. All of these things are available out of the box. Now, it might be that you're building an app which is heavily integrated with Twitter, with GitHub, and that's the only authentication that you want to be able to use. There is a way to stop this. And again, it's by using that static web app config file, and that would be this line here. As I said, all of these pages, they're available inside of the Azure Static Web App, but you can also set the routes to return 404 when you go to a certain place. So inside of my app, I've decided that I'm not going to be using Azure Active Directory. And so if I try and log in with Microsoft, I get a 404 not found. On the free tier, this is useful to limit the authentication providers that you want to use. If you are writing an enterprise application and you've got your own authentication process that you need to follow, obviously you can do this for all of the providers and make sure that people can only log in with the provider that you want to use. So one last thing to talk about, and that is how to add the roles inside of our app. Now, let's go and log out of our production application. Come on, you can do it. Thank you. And if we go to the Azure portal, inside of the resource itself, we have this role management available to us. Inside of this page, we can add 25 users, which doesn't sound much. But these 25 users are only needed for when you want special roles. You may notice I logged in with Twitter and I'm not here. So it's literally only if you need a special role that you need to do this. So I think for most applications, certainly if you're on the free tier, this is probably going to be good enough. If you've got a bigger organization, if you need to give more people special access to your website, then you can go to the paid tier. And if you do that inside of this role management, you can then add 25 users, which kind of sounds the same. And honestly, I have no idea why, but on the paid version, as opposed to the free version, using this role management, you can only have 25 users. What is different in the paid version is you can roll your own authentication, which means that you can set up an Azure function, a special Azure function, and that can handle all of the authentication process for you, including the role management. And at that point, it's unlimited. So how do we add somebody into the free tier here? It's actually amazingly easy. If we click on this invite button, you get to pick the authentication provider that you want to use. So Active Directory, GitHub, that Facebook preview I was talking about, Twitter, and Google in preview. We're going to be adding a GitHub user, and it's going to be Stacy Cash. And I want to give Stacy Cash that super user role. When I do that, I get an invite link that I can send out to people. I'll copy that to the clipboard and paste it in. I need to grant consent to the application to use my GitHub information. And now when I load, I'm this super user. I am using GitHub. And if I go to that auth.me, you can now see that I have this super user role available to me, and I can use the app. It is that easy to add people. Few things that you need to be aware of when you do this. There is an amount of caching that goes on. The reason why I didn't use my Twitter user for this demonstration is because if I do that, it takes about 10-15 minutes before it becomes active. I didn't want to wait those 10-15 minutes. I wanted it to happen instantly. So that's why I used my GitHub account. Same goes for when you're changing roles. If I was to remove super user or add a different role right now, because I've just logged in with that GitHub user, every time I log in, it's going to be using those roles that are cached, and it takes a bit of time to catch up. It's not necessarily a problem, but you need to be aware of it. So there we are. That was kind of a very quick lightning tour of how we can use authentication inside an Azure static web app, certainly using the free tier. We've taken a look at the different providers that are available out of the box, what information is available to us, and how to use that inside of a Blazor application and from the API. We've had a look at the static web app config file so that you can limit access either to routes inside of your application or to different providers so that you can only allow users to log in using the provider that you want. And we've had a very quick look in the portal see how to add users and get them into your site. Like I say, this has been an absolute whirlwind tour. I hope it's piqued your interest. If it has, then I really suggest that you take a look. There's amazing documentation available on the MS Doc site. I'm going to be posting some links on Twitter shortly about the quotas for the roles, about the authentication process itself, and like I say, to Anthony Chu's repo, where he sets up the authentication. I'm also going to be making the repo that I was just demonstrating public, but that's probably going to take a few days before that's there. I'll tweet when it's available. I've been Stacy Cashmore. I hope you have a fantastic rest of the day. It's been great to be here. And thank you to my computer for not stopping halfway through, which I was really afraid it was going to. Thank you all.
Thank you, Stacy.
Thank you, Stacy. So I personally get a little bit scared when it comes to authentication.
Yes.
So when you deep dived into all of this, did you become less scared or more scared?
I became less scared because it is... I think the scary bits are hidden from you here, which is cool. I mean, I always say the best password that you can store is not to store a password. And I don't want to be responsible for other people's security information. So just having this authentication process available to me just really helps that. And I'm not an authentication expert. It's something that, you know, you've got those lists of things that you know that you need to dive into, but you never have time to do. This is one of those things for me. And yet I can still get this up and running in a way that I'm not scared to actually use. So yeah, authentication is scary, but this kind of takes the edge off.
But isn't it a little bit scary not to know what is actually happening? Because you really need to have this right.
Or do you have a control issue?
Maybe. Probably.
I can go with your control issue, but at the same point, if I'm writing the code to make this happen, I can make mistakes. And this
definitely.
way, it is people who are far better than me that have implemented this glue inside of the resource. And so I am happy to hand over that control to them because they can do a better job of it than I can.
That makes sense.
With Azure Static Web Apps, is it possible to use, like, for example, Azure ADB2C if you want to have the option to have passwords and user accounts, but without having to build that service yourself?
You know what? I've not tried that one yet. I don't know what... I mean, if you log in with AAD, then I'm assuming... But I say, I've not tried it. I will try this evening. I'm going to try it with my own password, and I'm going to see what happens there.
Okay.
But it's not one that I know out of the box. But I can't imagine it wouldn't work because it's still going through Azure Active Directory, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's the same client library, so I guess use will work then. So,
but I'm going to make a note of that one, and I am going to try it later and get back to you.
thank you.
Just quickly.
So Denny has a question for you. Did you think about having demo apps with all your Lego stuff?
That would be cool.
No, she did.
This needs to be done.
It does need to be. I'm always torn though, because it's a lot of the demos that I give. If I need to use, data in my demos, I generally go down the Doctor Who route rather than the Lego route.
I think I know that someone has Doctor Who Lego. Problem solved.
Combination.
Exactly. See, it's right there.
I have no idea what you mean.
So the question is the Lego box actually big on the inside?
Yeah. I
Now
think the
we're
Lego
totally
box is
nerding out.
bigger on the inside. Absolutely. You open that Lego box and a whole world comes to you.
Oh,
Ooh,
nice.
I cannot understand how code can be hosted only in external hosts. How? Not sure I understand the question.
No, I'm not sure what that means. Maybe you can add a little bit of an explanation to that?
Let's keep a lookout.
Yeah, let's grab some more. Is this also available for MAUI?
I don't think so. Not unless you can use MAUI to write Azure static web apps, but I don't think you can.
Fair enough.
Gerald, if you're still in the chat, maybe you can answer that one.
Is it free for all or not?
It's free for all. It's you need to have an Azure account, obviously. But if you're using the standard tier, then it's free. I think if you have a really popular site and you go absolutely overboard with the amount of API requests, then you might get some Azure function charges incurred, I think. But I don't think it's something that most people are going to notice.
So make sure to check where you set your level of spending on the Azure site before.
Yeah.
Ask me how we know.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Ask me how I know.
I don't have that many visitors to my site, but I've been running this for over a year now in production, and I've never had to pay anything.
And there's no special app plan that you have to have?
Nope. There's no special app plan. It is literally when you create the Azure resource. Maybe I can ever so quickly show you. Let's have a look here. Come on, give me a resource group so I can make a new resource. So it's like my machine has been so speedy all day, and then literally like 10 minutes before the talk, Windows Search Index decided to steal all of my CPU, and it won't let go.
Every single time.
And you can't even kill it.
Not...
Every time you kill the process, it comes back. But yeah, here we go. When you create a new resource, come on, you can do this, little computer. It is literally a thing on its own here. So you create a static web app, and that's it. This is all that you need. It's one resource. And what's even cool is with your standard app service or web apps, you need to have a completely unique name inside of Azure. And for a static web app, you don't. You can choose whatever name you want because it makes up the URL for you based on different things. If you create it from GitHub, you also get CI/CD out of the box, which is something else that I really adore.
That's great.
That's sometimes the hardest thing. Otherwise, coming up with a unique name.
Naming is hard.
Yeah.
Naming is hard, especially when you have to be unique with every other person in the world using Azure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you mentioned custom providers. Are there any limitations or restrictions? For example, can we use a custom Auth provider?
If you can write it, you can use it. It's you have to provide data back to the static web app in a certain way. I've not done that yet. That's next on my list. But you just need to use, I think it's an OpenID. Don't quote me on that, but OpenID Connect, something like that. It's a standard way of communicating, so you can use it with Identity Server, all those types of things. It's not limited to certain things. It is a custom one, but you have to make it available.
Right. So how easy is it to use the Auth providers with a custom-built login page so that the app doesn't have to go through the provider page and back again? Is that even possible?
No. You've got to go through the authorization providers because the Azure static web app, which is running on the server, that needs to do the work. And then you need to reload your Blazor application in order to get that authentication information. It comes in on the startup, so you need to reload the page. What you can do, you can set a return URL so that if you log in from a certain page, you always go back to that page, but you do need to make that round trip.
So do you miss showing off your dresses during presentations?
Absolutely 100%. I got changed into the dress today, but yeah, you can only kind of see this much of me. You can't see the rest of it.
So why do we need to wait around 15 minutes for Twitter account regarding authentication?
Okay, it's not around the Twitter account that you need to wait. I possibly worded that badly. That is caching that happens inside of the static web app itself. So what it is, if I have already logged in with an account, and then I add either add or remove a role, and I log in again straight away, it takes a few minutes for that cache to be refreshed inside of the Azure Static Web App before it's available. So if I'd have done this the other way around, if I'd have logged in with GitHub straight away, and then I'd have added the Twitter account as a super user, that would have been instant. It's just with the account that's just been logged in that you have to wait on.
Oh, makes sense. Perfect talk, Stacy. Will there be a solution for custom auth with just normal email addresses for Blazor Azure Static Web Apps?
Again, if you want to implement it. It's if you are using Identity Server and you store the usernames and passwords of your users directly inside of there, then you can connect that up and make it work.
Or then you maybe can go for the Azure AD B2C solution that you will try out this evening.
How do you inspect the payload from a third-party auth provider?
Honestly, I have no idea because I've never needed to.
And the question is, why do you want to? That's kind of the thing, right? What you're talking about. It just works.
Yeah, it just works. It makes it simple, and there's nothing you can do with it anyway, because that payload from the third party, it is only used for authentication. It's not used for authorization. All of the authorization happens inside of the Azure Static Web App.
So you will not get any data about the users.
Nope.
For example,
you only get the information that that you saw on that .auth/me page. So
you're not able to define scopes, for example, what type of data you want in the payload.
No.
Okay.
So from a game that hates Windows sometimes, you can pause indexing from indexing options.
That's a nice tip. Sounds like black magic.
Please send me a tweet with that information. I need to know.
Yeah. Well, some things. It's the same with OneDrive.
Yeah.
Sometimes it hogs all of the memory on your computer and it won't let go, but you can pause that one too.
Yeah.
I like pausing stuff.
Yeah. Right, we are on time, I believe.
Yes.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks so much for having me again. And I say I'm going to post those links in Twitter, and I'm going to be looking at the YouTube and Twitch chats for the next 10, 15 minutes or so. So if there's something you want to ask away. And if I can answer, I will. And if not, I'll try and find somebody who can answer it for you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
All right, so we got a little bit of a competition going on,
Yes.
don't we?
Or at least a raffle.
Raffle, yeah. So what is up with the raffle?
Okay, so
Tell us.
either you can actually do both if you're really smart and you really want to win some swag. Go to Eventbrite. The link is on our webpage. And you sign up, get a ticket. That will give you one automatic raffle ticket. And by using the .NET Frontend hashtag on Twitter, you will get more raffle tickets. And we will draw winners every session slot. And we will contact you tomorrow because, we're doing a conference right now.
Have I won anything yet?
No, unfortunately, you will probably not win. But we do have some cool stuff we are giving away.
Yeah.
Well, we're not giving away.
So we have got Amazon gift cards from Progress Teller. We got books from Pact, first aid kit, thermo mugs, and games from If Insurance. Tango gift card from Syncfusion. And as you mentioned, we're going to draw that later on.
And if you win, we will contact you on the platform you win at. So either on Eventbrite or Twitter.
So we would like to just say thank you to all our sponsors. Progress Telleric, If Insurance, Microsoft, Syncfusion, Pact, and 1337 or 1337. Thank you so much for joining us and helping out. And we actually do have a video from one of our sponsors. So
let's
roll it.
Hi, my name is Per Oliers. I'm the tech community and growth lead at If Insurance. We use technology to prevent accidents from happening. Thanks for joining this event. I hope that you find it developing and interesting. So why are we as an insurance company sponsoring this? Well, we're actually one of the biggest .NET companies in the Nordics and Baltics, with over 1,100 colleagues only in IT. So we want to give back to the tech community, and this is one of the ways. We also share our learnings via our tech blog that you find down there. Internally, we host our own If Tech Talks every third week by developers for developers, and where we enable the developers to share what they work on, their learnings, cross teams and cross countries. And here, beside me, you find our current tech stack. We believe in technical curiosity and diversity. There are many solutions in place here, so there's something for everyone, we believe. As a tech community, the last 4 years, we have been growing with over 10% each year with new colleagues. We're really happy to have more colleagues on board. And this year is no difference. So we aim to find 90 more colleagues. I hope someone out there could be just that, our new colleague. So if you want to join, go to if.sc/join us. But for now, please lean forward, listen in, and enjoy. And if you have any questions, just feel free to reach out to me. Take care, stay safe, and have a lovely day.
Nice, they're hiring. 90 more.
We have many friends working there, and
Yeah.
it is apparently a very good place to work.
Yeah, seems so. Okay, so our next speaker unfortunately couldn't make it for the live event, but he was kind enough to record a video of his session, which we are very happy about.
Yeah.
So after this session, we will do a Q&A together with Sam Basu, who happens to be a colleague of said speaker.
Yeah.
And we have a video from Ed Schabenaar.
So let's roll it.
Hello, Blazor fans, and welcome to Writing JavaScript for C#'s Blazor. I'm Ed Schabenaar, Principal Developer Advocate at Progress Software, and I'm currently focused on Blazor. I have an ebook out there called Blazor: A Beginner's Guide. I'll give you links to download that free at the end of the presentation. You can find me on Twitter by my name. Feel free to reach out there and ask me your favorite Blazor questions. And you can always watch me on Twitch by my name again, or also on Coded Live. So first of all, let's talk about why we need JavaScript in Blazor. You know, isn't the reason that we chose to write Blazor so we don't have to write JavaScript? Well, the fact of the matter is that Blazor is really new, and it doesn't have a full API surface for all of the browser's web APIs. There's quite a bit of them. This is just a simple list of those APIs. And while Blazor covers things like component model and working in the DOM and fetching things through HTTP, it doesn't cover things like our Canvas API or geolocation, web storage, our file system, those type of things. And we need to use JavaScript to access these APIs. I also want to talk about why we don't need it. So there's reasons that we don't need to reach to JavaScript as soon as we find a limitation with Blazor. That's because people have already contributed to the Blazor ecosystem, and there's packages out there that take advantage of the JavaScript interop and do things for you so you don't have to write the JavaScript yourself. Some great examples here are local storage. The Blazor local storage package is a fantastic NuGet package that lets you write to local storage in the browser without using JavaScript yourself. Now, it uses it behind the scenes, but you don't have to write it. You write C# instead. We also have a package out there called Blazor Size to tackle runtime media queries. So you can write media queries using the component model within your Blazor application. And Telerik has a commercial component library out there that has some JavaScript interop services in it as well. One of the important things it does is lets you upload files. So you get a nice selection dialog, and you can read files from disk and send those to your server. Another reason that we don't need it is there's growing support within Blazor itself. As of .NET 5 and .NET 6, we've gotten much better SEO support by giving us control over the rendering of the head tag in our applications. So what exactly is the JavaScript interop? It's a way that Blazor can invoke JavaScript methods from within .NET, but it also allows us to call .NET methods from within JavaScript. That can get really interesting. So we're going to break down some of the ways that we can communicate with our application APIs through C# and through JavaScript. So on the C# side of things, we have a couple methods and objects that help us communicate with the JavaScript world. One of those is the .NET object reference. This is a typed reference that lets us tell JavaScript what our classes inside of our Blazor application are like. It even lets JavaScript call methods on those classes. Then we have the IJS runtime. Now, this is an instance of the current JavaScript runtime in our browser. And we have access to it by calling invoke async and invoke void async. And I'll teach you how to use this in just a moment. On the JavaScript side of things, we can capture that .NET object reference, and we can make calls back to that JavaScript object. Now, the conventions are pretty easy. We want to use a namespace on our JavaScript side of the application that extends the window namespace. So we have window, our namespace for our code that we're going to write, and then the function that we'd like to execute. So for example, here we have window, myFoo is the namespace, and the doFoo is the function that we're going to call. If the function already exists on the window object, then we can call it directly, but that's a rare opportunity that we have. It's also worth noting that the parameters and values that we use with these JavaScript calls must be JSON serializable. So let's take a look at what invoke void async does. So for example, here we have a JavaScript file that has a function attached to the window called myFunction. It's going to accept some text parameter and then call the alert function in JavaScript and pass that text to it. So what we're doing here is invoking that native alert box in the browser. On the .NET side of things, we're going to inject the IJS runtime, and then we're going to call await JS invoke void async. We're not expecting a value back here. We're just calling a function on the browser. We're going to expect it to do something, but not return anything. Then we want to pass in the name of our function. Again, that function is called myFunction, and the parameter is going to be the text hello. Now, I could show an example of how this works in the browser. We'll jump out to a Telerik REPL for Blazor instance here. This is a way that you can test your Blazor code right in the browser without having to install anything on your machine. Maybe you want to just share some samples with friends or work on and troubleshoot something in your project. This is a nice browser-based way to do that. So in here, you can see I have the IJS runtime. I have some Razor code with a button that attaches to an event handler. When I click that event handler, we're going to call invoke void async, again, passing in the function name and the parameter we want to send to that JavaScript function. Now, we wouldn't normally drop a script tag directly in our Razor, but this is an in-browser experience here. We're just trying to get the job done. Normally, this would go in a separate JavaScript file, but this is, in fact, the JavaScript code that we want to call from our .NET code. So when I call invoke void async, I'm passing in the name myFunction, which gets called here off the window object. We're going to pass in the text hello, and that gets delivered to the alert method on the browser API and passed in as a parameter. So if I click on the button here, you can see at the top of the page, we've got a native pop-up with the word hello displayed in that alert box. Pretty cool. All right, back to our presentation materials. We've got some more examples to talk about and how to identify where this belongs in our component lifecycle. This is a very important part of writing JavaScript for Blazor applications. Generally, you want to avoid calling any of these JavaScript interop functionalities from within the onInitialize async method. Now, I know this is where a lot of your initialization code usually goes when you're calling for data for your application, things like that. But if you're in certain instances with Blazor, especially with server-side rendering, JavaScript might not be available while the component is being initialized. So for that reason, we generally want to use our JavaScript APIs inside the onAfterRender async method. So we know that the component has been initialized and JavaScript is already available. Let's also talk about lazy loading modules. This is a newer feature that came in .NET 5, and this allows us to lazy load in JavaScript code when the components are loaded into the application that need that JavaScript functionality. So it's a nice way to offload the JavaScript files so they're not all in the head of your application loaded up front when the app loads. Maybe you're not visiting those pages that need to use specific JavaScript interop code. Why load those extra resources in? Lazy load them in at the last moment. To do this, we'll use the lazy task of an i.js object reference. And then we'll use invoke async on that i.js object reference. What this basically does is sets up the code that you see below, where we're importing a module using the native API in the browser that is import and calls the module by its path. So the code you see to the right-hand panel here is the setup for lazy loading. So we're going to get a lazy task of i.js object reference called a module task. When our service is initialized, we'll pass it the i.js runtime instance. And then when the component needs to initialize that JavaScript module, it will call JS runtime, invoke async, and get a reference to the i.js object reference. It will call import and pass it the path to our JavaScript and return a task. Once we have that module, we can invoke methods on that module. And this is a nice way to make our JavaScript code portable and modular within our Blazor applications. Next thing I want to talk about is different scenarios that you may use with your applications. When we call JavaScript from our Blazor apps, there's different ways that we may need to use it depending on what that JavaScript code does. The first one we talked about already. We called a native window alert inside of our application using invoke void async. Now, invoke void async is a fire and forget. It's one way. We're going to call some code from within C# and trust that the code will be executed within JavaScript. We're not going to expect back any sort of value from that function. For example, with our alert box, the alert just prompts the user. It doesn't ask for any data back, so we're not getting any variables or arguments back from that JavaScript call. So there's no return value here. The next scenario is a round trip scenario. So we do expect to get some data back from JavaScript. So we're going to call invoke async. It is a typed method call. So it's invoke async of t, and we're going to expect back some value of that type from JavaScript after it executes that JavaScript method. And a prompt is a really good example of this. So in the first line of code here, we're setting up an expected string to come back. We call invoke async of string. We're going to call the prompt method on the JavaScript API. And then we're going to pass it, what is your name? The user will then type in some sort of value, and then the result will come back as a string inside of C#. Another round trip scenario is when we call C# from JavaScript. In this scenario, we're going to use something called the JS invocable attribute. What this does is it identifies a static method that can be invoked from JavaScript. So we add the attribute JS invocable to the first line of the code below. And we're going to expect some sort of array of integers to come back from JavaScript when this is called. And then in the JavaScript code, we're going to call .NET invoke method async. And similar to the way we call JavaScript from .NET, we're calling .NET from JavaScript. So we input the namespace and the method that we'd like to call. In this case, it is return array async. You can see the matching names in the JS invocable line above. And then we're going to push some data into an array and return it back to that method. So this gives us a way to make calls to and from JavaScript from both C# to JavaScript and JavaScript to C#. We can also do a round trip type of method call and expect a callback to happen. So this is a little bit more of an advanced scenario, and I'll give you a really solid example of this when we're done discussing what a callback looks like in our Blazor applications using the interop. So we're going to talk about invoking JavaScript from .NET, and we're going to have a callback or a promise that we're kicking off in the JavaScript side of the application, and then use a .NET object reference to call back into the C# application and execute another method. And of course, we want to make sure when we're done doing this type of a scenario that we dispose all of the resources that we're using for this type of behavior. So let's look at an example using the geolocation API in the browser. We're going to write a JavaScript interop that takes advantage of geolocation so we can get the user's current position from their device using their geolocation services on their device. So I have a class in C# called geolocation, and it's going to use invoke void async to issue a command to JavaScript to get the user's current position. Now I'm calling invoke void async, even though I expect to get a value back. The reason I'm not getting a value back to this method is that I need to wait for an event to happen on the JavaScript API to then return a callback into that C# code. And what's going to happen here is when I call get current position on my JavaScript, it is going to then get a reference back to the C# object and call the event raise on get position when the position is received on JavaScript. So we're awaiting here. We're awaiting on the JavaScript side for the geolocation API to complete. And when it does, it's going to call back into another method and raise an event on our geolocation object. And if there's an error, it will also call back into a different method to post that error back to our application. So let's take a look at an example of this in action. So I've got my project here in Visual Studio, and I've got a page here that is using the IJS runtime. It's a geolocation example, and it's going to make a call out to the geolocation API, display the position, the coordinates latitude and longitude, also a date stamp of when that data was reported back. If there's an error, we can go ahead and display that as well. And all of the code that you see here is .NET. There is a JavaScript file in this project called geolocation.js, and this is the JavaScript side of this application that is making those calls into the geolocation service and getting back those coordinates, and then calling back into .NET and letting us know what those user coordinates are by raising the event on get position and passing in the serializable results from that API call. So if we look at this in the browser, you can see that I've got a Hello World app here. The browser has a geolocation feature enabled, and we're getting the current position, latitude and longitude back into my application, and I have a date stamp of when that happened. This is really useful if you're writing something that is talking to some service that needs to identify the user's location for maybe shipping information, or you're trying to help pre-fill some forms based on where that user is, things like that. So the geolocation APIs can be very important to your app, and this is how you would get access to them with Blazor. Let's talk about another advanced scenario. This is going to be a pub sub scenario. So publish and subscribe. This is a little bit more than what is included with the native APIs in Blazor and JavaScript for doing work with the JavaScript interop. But you may run into an instance where this is going to be really handy, especially if you're considering an API that's going to be used with Blazor server. So what the pub sub pattern is going to do here is we're going to use it to minimize the number of event handlers that are taking place in JavaScript. So let's say, for example, we have multiple components that we're adding to our application or to our Blazor page or components. When we add multiple components, what we don't want to do is duplicate event listeners that may be taking place in JavaScript. What we can do is have this pub sub pattern and deduplicate some of that, so there aren't excess events taking place in JavaScript and making calls back to the C# portion of our application. Sometimes when we do this in Blazor server, we're actually making WebSocket traffic. And if we're not deduplicating some of that WebSocket traffic, we can overload the WebSockets in our application. So this might be a handy way to take care of that scenario. So we're going to deduplicate some of these event listeners. And then when things are disposed in our C# application, in our components that are being rendered, we want to remove those event listeners from the DOM so we don't continue to trigger events that aren't being accepted by our application anymore. So that's the pub sub or publish and subscribe pattern we can use with JavaScript in our Blazor apps. Now, the developer experience for this, if handled the right way, can be pretty elegant. I use this in my media query library, Blazor Size. So in Blazor Size, a media query list component is added to the application. That media query list component handles the setup for this publish and subscribe behavior in the library. And then when child components, media queries, are added to the application, they deduplicate their event handlers, and they also destroy their event handlers when they're removed from the application. When the user uses the APIs here, they're only interacting with components. They're not even writing any C# code. So the next scenario I want to talk about is throttling events. Again, this is very important for Blazor server. So if you can think of an example like an autocomplete box, You want the user to type in that autocomplete box, but not trigger an event on every keystroke. Instead, you want to wait for the user to pause or finish typing before you kick off that event. So throttling or debouncing those events might be useful, where we're going to wait a certain number of seconds for the user to stop the activity or for so many events to take place before we actually make a call to JavaScript and then update our application. So an example of this I use in Blazor size for detecting the users when they resize their browser. I don't want to trigger an event as the user scrolls the browser's window size. I want them to stop moving the browser window size before I trigger an event. So to do that, we call clear timeout. This is a JavaScript method. And then we also call window set timeout. And we tell the JavaScript API that we want to clear any events that happen within this window until the final timeout is hit. Once the activity has stopped, the JavaScript code will execute and report back to the C# application, letting us know the event took place. That way we don't have thousands of events accidentally taking place over 300 milliseconds. Instead, it's going to wait every 300 milliseconds to report back to the Java or the C# application. I also want to make note of testing and tooling. With all of this type of development, you can use NPM. I would suggest using it to bring in your packages. These things are very friendly with .NET these days. For testing, you can use something like Jest. It's a great JavaScript testing library. TypeScript is wonderfully compatible with all of this as well. And you can even use other tools like Rollup.js to compile or bundle your JavaScript into deliverable. TypeScript supports the .NET object reference. The type here is going to be a number or a string, depending on if you use Blazor Server or client-side Blazor with WebAssembly. So with WebAssembly, you're going to get an integer, and with Blazor Server, the .NET object reference will be a GUID. So keep in mind, those are two types that may be interchangeable here when you're writing your TypeScript. It's also important to remove any JSON files from your NuGet packages. This can throw erroneous errors when people are trying to build applications that are consuming your package. And then there is built-in support here for your namespace and folder in which your JavaScript will be deployed with your component library. So you're going to build a Razor class library, and your assets will go in the www root folder of that class library. When you need to reference this JavaScript file, it will be under the namespace, under the content folder, then the namespace, and then the JavaScript file that is in the www root of that Razor class library. So www root becomes _content/namespace, then your JS file. And it's important to provide minimized and standardized formats for this. You can provide alternatives as well, but it's best practice to try to minimize these files for your end users if you're going to ship them as class libraries. So you can find resources for this on my website at edcharbonneau.com. There's a link there to my free ebook with examples. There's examples on my GitHub page as well. The link is off the main page of my website. Feel free to reach me on Twitter or watch me on Twitch. And you can find more information about Blazor at blogs.telerik.com. Thank you all for attending. It's been a wonderful conference that everybody has put together here. Fantastic speakers throughout the day. Hope you enjoyed it.
That was so nice that we could actually get Ed without getting Ed.
Yeah. And now we have Sam.
And we have Sam.
I'm live.
Hey, Sam.
Yes. Hey. Hello.
So Sam is our stand-in Q&A answerer. Is that a thing?
That must be a word. That must be a word.
You should put that on your resume.
Yeah, maybe. And I'm just lurking here, ahead of my scheduled time. But I'm actually good friends with Ed Sherbino. He's had a family emergency this week, and we all know family comes first. But it was nice of him to at least record his talk. And yes, I'm here. I think Jimmy may be much more of a Blazor expert than I am, but I tinker. Let's dive into any Q&A, and maybe Jimmy and me could also maybe talk about our thoughts about calling JavaScript from C# and vice versa.
Yeah,
that sounds good.
So maybe Daniel or Jessica, maybe if you feel free to pull up any questions. But Jimmy, what do you feel about the whole JS interop thing?
Oh, don't open that can of worms.
Well, without the interrupts, Blazor wouldn't really be possible to do, since there are some things that, as Ed mentioned, there are some APIs that we can't call using Blazor. So being able to access those things with these interrupts are amazing, I would say.
And I also think that is the answer to this comment. So.
Yeah.
I was going to save this for, later on in my talk. This is .NET front-end day. You're supposed to talk .NET all day, but I think Ed and me are the black sheep. We will talk a little bit JavaScript and maybe just show you how to mix and match the two. And I agree, Jimmy. So without the JavaScript interop, and I posted a link to the docs on Twitch, you won't be able to do a lot of those things. But a couple of things that Ed mentioned at the start are really key. Like the timing of things is important. You might be running Blazor server side, and in that case, the rendering matters as to when you get things done. And also, this may be key. So when Blazor is running either server-side or fully client-side with WebAssembly, it actually maintains an internal representation of what's called the DOM, which is the document object model. That's our visual tree in HTML. I think any elements that Blazor is trying to render or work with, you may be best not manipulating or touching them through JavaScript, because then you are changing things that are different from Blazor's internal representation, and then you are messing with the time-space continuum, and bad things will happen.
That's absolutely true. I was actually in a discussion on Reddit a couple of days ago where I said, that Blazor basically removes everything I hate about web development. So JavaScript, that is obviously not true, but a little bit of JavaScript. Same thing with NPM. I'm not using that daily now as I did before. And as Ed mentioned, it still works with NPM. But I got backlash straight away saying that, hey, Blazor is not done, there's not enough components, so NPM is definitely still a thing working with that in that way. But as you mentioned, doing things with a DOM can mess things up. So it's really important to be careful and test things. Ask me how I know.
No, and it's important. Nothing is here to replace or change. These are all technologies we have at our disposal as developers to do the right thing for our web apps. And Blazor and JavaScript can perfectly happily exist side by side. Throughout the day, we can talk about a lot more things. You have me and James and Dan. We are all going to talk about Blazor outside of just the web itself. Now it's very welcome on mobile and desktop. So that opens up newer avenues, right? It's not just the web APIs that you're trying to invoke through JavaScript. Now you have access to all of the .NET APIs if you are running things natively on mobile and desktop. That changes the dynamics of how Blazor works, not just on the web, but also on mobile, on desktop form factors.
Mm-hmm. We have a comment here. Web dev has gone downhill since we stopped using tables for layouts.
Well, I haven't stopped using tables. I still use my tables in HTML.
We have a reply to that one as well. disagree. We peaked at Flexbox, and since then it's downhill.
And you like Flexbox.
I love Flexbox. When Flexbox walked into my life, everything was unicorns.
Yeah, it is nice. I mean, especially some of the layout systems, like you see, like stuff that we have done for desktop for the longest time. Now we are, rediscovering the same problems like routing and layouts, everything for the web, and things are being done right with, CSS layouts or Flexbox. But to the point of like front end development, especially with JavaScript, is so complicated. Right? It is just layers of stacks within the front end itself. Your build processing system, your preprocessors, your front end, a couple of different frameworks that you're using, everything is opinionated. So I'm not jealous of folks who live and breathe in that world every day.
I think it's good that you can use what you're good at, your current skills, and just bring your own flavor to it.
Yeah. It's always the right tool for the right job.
Yeah. We just did a massive new backend at work, and I'm convinced that if we didn't move to Blazor, that project would never have been done in time.
Yeah. But you were all C# developers,
exactly.
So you had that for free.
Absolutely, for us with the team, the knowledge we had, Blazor was a perfect fit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, like to your point, I mean, Chatru was talking about what Stacy was doing. There are lots of options. If you want to do JavaScript, you are happy to do like progressive web apps or Electron or all of these other options. It's whether you want to do .NET or not. I think that's key, right? Blazor and .NET MAUI, these things will let you write C# just about everywhere. Yeah. Now, if you have existing investments in JavaScript, enterprises can't just like throw it away. You have to maybe have it coexist. If you now want to start doing more C#, and to your point, Jimmy, like a lot of .NET shops have kind of done .NET in the back end in the last couple of years, right? Because you had to do a modern front end and you had to choose JavaScript. Now you have Blazor, yes, but what do you do with your Angular or your React app? That's that's a new investment for the last 5 years or 10 years. So again, it comes down to like, what do you want to do moving forward? How do you want to modernize? And it's a good thing that .NET and JavaScript can kind of live side by side.
Yeah, we have a few questions from the chat here.
Yeah.
So how do you measure telemetry with Blazor, especially post log4j? Is there an official NuGet package for Azure App Insights?
There is a package that you can use with Azure App Insights. It works just as the normal package. There's no special package for Blazor, at least not that I've seen.
So are there any difference between Blazor Server and Blazor WebAssembly, for example? I mean, Blazor Server is probably just any .NET app.
That is a good that's a good point. My answer was for Blazor Server because that's where I do most of my work. Blazor WebAssembly, I don't know. Do you know, Sam?
Well, it depends a little bit on what exactly you're trying to measure. If it's time spent on UI, people clicking around, that kind of stuff you can do from any UI automation type tool or NuGet packages that give you that kind of insight. But if you're trying to measure like what kind of packages you're sending back and forth, then that's wildly different between server side and Blazor. So client side. But I think the App Insights tool is meant to work for both. I actually haven't used it for client side, but it is, like you said, it's one NuGet package that works for both.
Yeah. Okay. Next question. If we host Blazor inside another app, MAUI, for example, can the hosting app make use of the Interop or just the contained Blazor app?
That's a great question, Joseph Foreman. Jimmy, I can try taking this, and you add your thoughts. So the moment you put Blazor inside of a shell, and keep in mind, Blazor you can wrap it inside of a progressive web app shell, run it on desktop, nothing stopping you. You can put it inside an Electron, nothing stopping you. And again, off late, as you'll see throughout the day, we're going to put Blazor inside .NET MAUI, right? So When you do that, there are some interesting choices in terms of how you get to the APIs and what exactly does your interop look like. The good news is if you are using .NET MAUI, right? So both MAUI and Blazor run on the same runtime. That's .NET 6, right? So you don't have to use any interop. You can, in fact, invoke .NET native APIs on, on Windows, on Mac, on iOS or Android, straight up from Blazor, which I'll actually love to show some of this during my session. But if you are, considering bringing in some other type of JavaScript, like let's say you bring in Angular or jQuery or React into Electron, into .NET MAUI, then that opens up, the need for you to do JS interop, right? Because otherwise, .NET and JavaScript cannot talk to each other. JS interop is the way, and it's not fun code to write. It's a little clunky because you have to really be aware of the syntax and like what Ed was saying, like what exactly am I passing in, what am I supposed to get back from a promise, and everything needs to be serialized so that we are not messing with the bridge in between .NET and JavaScript. But for Blazor in particular, bringing it inside of native apps. If it's MAUI, then you don't need an interop. And this is kind of what we'll talk about throughout the day. The story is really nice because you can invoke all types of .NET APIs straight up from Blazor.
Right.
Nice. So we have reached the end of the session. But there's 2 more questions, and maybe you could take it to the chat room with those.
Sure
Would that be awesome? So thank you so much, Sam, and we will see you soon for your session.
I'll go eat a quick lunch and come back and join you.
So what is going on with our sponsors? Do we have any sponsors?
I think we do.
We do?
We do. We have Progress Telerik, we have If Insurance, we have Microsoft, Syncfusion, Pact, and 1337 or 1337. And without them, there would be no .NET Frontend.
Yeah.
So thank you. Huge thank you. And I think you have a small video.
I do. I do have a small
So
video.
let's do that before we continue with the schedule.
Thing. So let's roll it. And we're back.
We are. And we also have a competition or raffle going on. What's up with that?
So you can tweet using the .NET Frontend hashtag on Twitter. And you can also, if you're not registered yet, you can go on to our website and register.
That will give you another ticket.
Yeah. So if you tweet once, you will get 1 ticket. If you tweet twice, you will get
2 tickets.
And if you tweet 3 times,
you will get 3 tickets. See, I can count to 3. And if you
super
also sign
logical.
up, you will now have a total of 4 tickets.
That's amazing.
Yeah, let's make this trend, Twitter trend.
And what can we win?
We can win. Well, I can't.
That's true.
You can't, and Daniel hasn't accepted that he can't. But we have Amazon gift cards from Progress Telerik. We have books from Pact, both ebooks and actual hard copies. we have first aid kits, we have thermo mugs and games from If Insurance, and we also have Tango gift card from Syncfusion. And we will draw a winner during each session slot, but we will contact you tomorrow because conference.
Yeah, we're kind of busy.
I created a new Twitter account now, so maybe I can win.
We are on to you. No cheating.
Can my cat win?
Ooh.
Ah, I am a little bit biased towards cats, so maybe, maybe we can make an except. I can send you cat stickers.
Oh, catnip. We can send you catnip.
We can do that too. Stickers with catnip.
Ooh.
Okay, great.
So I think it's time to bring in our next speaker.
Yes.
Definitely.
Hey, Lara.
Oh, hello.
Hi. We're just janking you in the stream.
I know. I'm like, you're 1 minute early. I'm very punctual, and this is not 1 minute early.
Oh, we are rude. We should have talked about the cat a little bit more.
I know. I was just like zoning out, sitting here going, wait a minute. They're talking about cats. It's all good. My doorbell's ringing. My dogs are going nuts. I'm like, it's all fine.
We like all animals. Dogs are allowed. We actually have a dog watching the stream today at the office. We saw that on Twitter.
Are they enjoying that, do you think?
It seems so. It seems so.
Yeah.
They looked interested enough.
I assume so. Yeah. So, how are you?
I'm good. I'm having problems with the virtual backgrounds. StreamYard doesn't like my green screen. So here I am,
really?
ready for green screen challenges, I guess, you know? So we'll see what goes on today.
Which technically, I'm just putting it out there, technically that would be a raffle ticket if you use the hashtag.
Uh-huh.
Oh, no.
And do I get a raffle ticket for everybody who does a green screen challenge of me?
Well, at least if you co-tweet them.
Yeah, if you retweet them, then you would.
Oh, it depends how bad
Speakers
they are.
can win.
Yeah, speakers are allowed.
So I am the only one that cannot win.
No, we can't win either, and I'm pretty sure the sponsors can't either. So that was a challenge for all of you. There's a green screen. We need more cats and dogs together with Laila.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
I see. Okay. So you're giving everybody ideas now. Okay.
You started it.
I know. I'm a glutton for punishment. So, you know.
Okay, be kind, people.
Yeah. Be nice.
Yeah. Well, we do have a very nice community. I need to say that.
We do
Yeah.
have a lovely community. So we love you. Remember that. Be nice. We love you. This heart could break.
Not dramatic in any sense.
Not at all.
No.
I can ham it up. It's all fine.
And you're joining us from the UK, aren't you?
I am. Yes.
Yeah, we're moving around a little.
Yeah, jumping around here, there, and everywhere, and across time zones. It's awesome to have such a fantastic conference. I'm very excited to be here. So
We are excited as well.
Yeah.
thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us. Maybe we should just give the floor to you.
We could do that.
Alrighty.
Let's bring
go.
in there. Yeah. Take it away.
All right. So, hello, everybody. I am going to talk to you about top tips for Blazor. Now, these are my top tips after the years I've been doing Blazor. I don't do loads of Blazor. I do a lot of back-end development, but I love playing around in Blazor in the front end. I'm not an expert like Sam and Ed and the other people you'll see here. So these are my tips. If you're coming at it from a new start, this is going to help you, I hope, and give you a nice idea about things that you can do with Blazor. Now, you don't need to worry about copying anything because I'm going to drop a link to these slides into chat. Well, I'm going to ask maybe Jessica to do that, or Jimmy, or Daniel, one of them, one of the people who can't win a raffle ticket, to drop it into chat for you all. So a little bit about me. I'm a developer advocate for .NET at VMware. Yes, VMware does love .NET. And I'm a Microsoft MVP, GitHub star. That's not on there. I live code on Twitch. And I am also the founder of the Women of .NET initiative. If you want to know more about that initiative, you can reach out to me. My Twitter is down in that corner. And we would love to connect with more people. But anyway, let's go into Blazor. Now, if you have just joined and you're like, what is this Blazor everyone is talking about? This is from the Microsoft docs. Blazor lets you build interactive web UIs using C# instead of JavaScript. It's like, yes, no more JavaScript. Forget what Ed Charbonneau was just talking about. It's not strictly true. We still need to use some JavaScript, but there's a lot less JavaScript, and there's more and more libraries being written all the time to sort of wrap up JavaScript, interop stuff, okay? All of that stuff. So you can do a lot more code without having to touch nearly as much JavaScript, which is really nice if you're a more back-end focused full stack developer like me. I get a cough now, hang on. So the first thing I want to do is server or WASM. Now, you heard Jimmy talking about how he does a lot more server, and you're like, oh, I just joined, I'm a bit late, I've just woken up. I don't know the difference. Now, Blazor, the C# code executes on the server, and it uses SignalR, which is a lovely wrapper for WebSockets behind the scenes for client and server to have a little chit chat. The pros are it's super fast loading, supports older browsers like IE 11. Will it ever die? No. Secure and secret code can be run with ease. So like Jimmy and Sam were talking about with application insights, you can run stuff like that on it. It's going to be familiar because it's very similar to the MVC pattern that we know and I love. Cons are you do require a server, no offline support, unusual scaling problems, and latency due to it being super chatty. Now, Blazor WASM is Blazor WebAssembly, and C# code executes on the browser. It's kind of like a single page application or a SPA like React or Angular or Vue or any of the plethora of JavaScript SPA frameworks and libraries out there. Now, it is fast UI code because it's running completely in the client. It's easy to scale because you can stick it in a CDN for free, or you can deploy it to places like Netlify or Azure Static Web Apps. And if you have a progressive web app, you're going to have offline support. Now, it is fiddly secure, but we saw Stacy Cashmore talking about how you can secure it. It is a slow start due to a big payload, and it is a significant payload compared to its JavaScript counterparts. Debugging is a pain. I will not lie to you. Debugging is not a great experience. It is getting better over time, but it is still a little bit tricky, and you have to employ some little tricks for it. SEO, like any other SPA, is a little bit fiddly. I'm going to cover some things about SEO, and a server will still be needed if you want API support or anything like that. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is Blazor Hybrid Web Apps with .NET MAUI. I'm going to sneeze now. What is it with coughing and sneezing? I don't know. So let's just have a look at MAUI. You're going to hear a lot more about MAUI later on today, so I'm not going to linger on it too much, and there's going to be people who know a lot more about MAUI than I do. But that stands for Multi-Platform App UI, and it is set to replace Xamarin. Whether you are happy about that or not, that's what's happening. It is still in preview. Look at this caution down there. Be aware of that. And this allows MAUI apps, and more importantly, it's .NET, to run natively on Android, iOS, Windows, and macOS, all with a single code share. But what does that have to do with Blazor? Well, you can quickly convert Blazor apps to desktop or mobile you will need Visual Studio 2022 Preview. Ed Charbonneau taught me how to do this, so thanks, Ed. Make sure you catch him on Twitch. And he showed me how we can do this Blazor in, hybrid thingy. So let's go and have a look. I have quite a few demos to show you today. So let's go to the first one. Right. So this here is a Blazor hosted application. So over here on the left, I'm going to make this full screen. And it's got a client app, a server app, and a shared app. And if I was just to come in and run the client app, it will run like any other Blazor app that you'll see. It starts up, and you can see it's just the template. Now, what you can do is bring in the Blazor Hybrid, the Blazor MAUI project. And there's a template for that in Visual Studio 2022. You have to toggle a whole load of options on it. Let me get rid of this diagnostics tool here. And if I actually bring up is it this one? I had them all in order, so I'm hoping it's this one. Where's the... I can't have them side by side. It's too small. No, that's not the one we wanted. It is this one. So this is a straight out the box MAUI Blazor app. And what you can see on the left is it's got resources, shared, and pages. Now, what we have to do when we're going to pipe a Blazor client through is ripple that out, because we're going to use the Blazor client, because that's what we want to do. We're converting an existing Blazor WASM app into a desktop type thing. And in our WW root, we rip all of that out, and we're just left with this index.html. But we have to rename that because the Blazor client has that, and we're going to get a conflict. So we rip that out, and basically, I'm going to minimize this now. We come in here, and this here is all, I'm going to make that bigger. It's literally a straight up copy of the one in the client app. But there is a big difference that if I go down to this one, this is the MAUI one. You can see it's going to use blazor.webview, and our client one uses WebAssembly. And it's important that when you copy all of your index file into your MAUI that you don't overwrite that. What you want is just to bring all of your CSS stuff, because we just deleted all of that out of our MAUI app. So it has to use the one from the client. And then there's a couple of other things that we have to go and do, not in this file. In our main page, no, that's the one I just opened, main razor, we have to go and update and tell it that, hey, we're going to use this assembly. So you go in and do that, and then you tell it the layout you want to use is the one from the client app. So you go and do all of that and bring it all together. Now, if I go and run this, and I'm going to have to run my server, although it won't work. So I don't know why I'm bothering, but let's go and do it, because I want you to see that's like effectively, oh, I just pulled that out, effectively pulling that out. And if I turn on debugging here and here, so that's my MAUI app, apply and OK. Now I'm going to run it, and you'll see it's going to start a desktop app. Eventually, I'll just sit back. It's coming. There we go. Okay, so what this has done, the hosted version has piped through the client app, and then we've got exactly the same app coming through on our desktop one. It's not as simple as that, because yes, the counter works, but our fetch data, you can see that doesn't load. So if you do this, you are going to have to do some magic with any of your HTTP clients, because the MAUI one doesn't know what's happening. So that's something I can show you in another app that we're going to look at, but there are some fiddly things that you're going to have to go and fix. But all in all, it's a lot better than writing an app from scratch. All right, so let's go back here. Oh, I changed the view. Let me come back here. I meant to just press F11. Alrighty. So let's go on to the next one. Head outlet. This was my favorite thing to come to Blazor last year. So excited by this because I wanted to do this theme switcher. And so I went through and I was like, oh, I have to do this theme switcher. And then they released the head outlet. And I'm going to show you why this is so cool. So we might want, no, that was it. This will modify the head element. Now, you know, in days of old, we would have had to have used some JavaScript. It would have had to have gone up and done some fiddling around in the head and a whole load of headaches. But now, all you need to do is add the root components to your builder, and then you can use the head content component. Documentation is listed there, but again, let's go. I'm going to press F11 this time, and let's go and have a look at what this looks like. So if I maximize this one, this is just a Blazor template, and straight away you can see that we have this head outlet line here, and it has to come after the main app. And this is quite important. I want you to remember this here. I will show you this later on. So we add in this head outlet, and that's it. It's ready to use now. So if I go into, not in here, I put mine into my nav menu. I've got my head content used here, and I could change my theme. So quite often you'll go to a website and it'll have light and dark theme, and that's usually a whole load of messy JavaScript to deal with that. No more, you can use the head content. This is also good for having your title change, meta tags. So remember I said how SEO was a little bit difficult? If you have your meta tags in here, you can have for each view, you can have your meta tags in your head content, and you can update those on a view by view basis. So that is fantastic. So there's a lot of applications for this. And basically what we have is a variable here called style sheet. You can see the razor syntax there with @ and then we come down here, and on page load, I say use this CSS sheet, please. So it does that. And then if we come down here, I have this checkbox clicked, because if I go up here, I've added this little theme switch, and it's a checkbox. I actually have like a little slider you'll see in a moment. And what that does is it will switch the theme. So you can see it will go Site Alt, and it will go back here, and I've got lots of different things changing. I changed the logo. I've got that up here. So, you know, there's some really nice other little tweaks that you can do. I can't remember where it is, but there's a logo somewhere in here. Maybe, oh, there it is. So it's going to change that, and it's going to change some text. So let's run it and see. This one was a bit quicker, wasn't it? All right. So doesn't that look splendid? Isn't that lovely? But let's go and change the theme. Isn't that great? Really lovely on your eyeballs, isn't it? But you see how quick that was? We just switch back and forth, and that was all just done with that head outlet component. And I didn't have to write any horrible JavaScript. So that was one of my favorite components. I think it's really useful for lots and lots of reasons. So yeah, that's my favorite component. Alrighty, let's minimize that. This doesn't like F11, does it? Let me pop that back up there. Oh dear. Okay, coming down here. Alrighty, so the next thing, performance. This is what everyone wants to know about, isn't it, really? I have 5 things to talk about in performance. Let's get started. So, ahead of time compilation, AOT. This is, wow, a lot of hype around this, but I do want to throw in some cautionary tales about this. Basically, when you run Blazor WASM on the browser, it's interpreted. Your .NET DLLs are interpreted by Blazor WASM, okay? Whereas on a server, we use just-in-time runtime. So it's not interpreted in the same way. An interpreted code is much slower, okay? So when you have really CPU intensive iterations and things like that, this is where your AOT compilation is going to really shine. I'm talking like image processing or something. If you're going to do that on your client, this could be really good. It is dramatically faster results. I'm not going to lie that it is really good, okay, because it's just compiles down to Blazor WASM. Cons: it can take a considerable amount of time to build your application, and it is a much larger payload to download to the client on an already large payload. So is it really worth it? You have to really think about what you're doing if you need to compile it down to native WebAssembly. I did a demo, and I did the regular publish on without AOT was 16 seconds, and the finished app was 15.6 meg. Now I did it with AOT. It took 1 minute 45 to build it, and then it was more than double the size. It was 32.7 meg for the exact same app. So if you have a lot more code, I mean, that was just the basic template. I can show you, and that is here. All you have to do this is stick this line in, have a go, try it, pop that line in your CS proj, do publish and see what happens. And if I go back to the slides, and this is how we can do it. So you will need the .NET workload install, the WASM tools, and you do that by installing it as a workload on the CLI. You'll need to put that tag in your CS proj, and then to publish it and see what happens, you'll need .NET publish -c. Release will be smaller. And if you want to learn more about that, go check out the documentation. There's a lot of other things around it, but just know it's there, but know the pitfalls and really think, is that for you? So virtualization. Now this is an improvement to perceived performance. Now, you know, if you're on Twitter and you're scrolling through and you're scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling some more, or Instagram, this is kind of a use for that. It's really good for rendering a set of data items in a loop. Many of the items are hidden, and they all need to be of a similar size. Traditionally, you would do a for each loop like that on the top right, but now you're going to use the virtualized component. Now, if you watch Jeff Fritz on Twitch, and he is building his ClipTalk app, he has been doing some stuff with virtualization, and he has come into problems with it. It's not very performant. He's getting some weird ticks as it loads it. So he hasn't solved that as yet last week. He may have solved it now, but he was doing some weird stuff with JavaScript. And what is happening is it will calculate the number of items to render based on the height of like your container that they're in and the size of each component. And that's why it's important that they're all of a similar size. And it recalculates it on the fly, but it fetches the slice of records that it's doing. So it doesn't go and get like the 20,000 records that you want to display. It goes and gets them. So it can be a little bit chatty. You can stick any of the following into a virtualized component: plain HTML and Razor, one or more Razor components, a mix of HTML and Razor. So it's very versatile, but it's not ideal at the moment. So just be aware that there are some quirks to it. If you want to check out C# Fritz on Twitch and see how Jeff is solving it, if you think you're going to need this, go see what he's doing. But yeah, I think it's cool that it's in a component, but it is going to need a little bit of tweaking. Again, documentation is listed there. Over refactoring. We're all guilty of this. Well, I am. I like to fiddle with my code and fiddle and make it pretty, and you know, it's all maintainable. I mean, I even had a talk on keeping it dry, as in don't repeat yourself. So you'll come and you'll see this icky like for each loop, and you're like, I'm blazoring all the things, so I am going to have it componentized. So on the left, you've gone and got your chat message display component. That's it there below, and you can see it's just a little bit of HTML. But if you have a lot of items to render, think thousands, this is going to be less efficient, because Blazor is going to have to go and re-render that bit of HTML on the bottom left every time. And you think it's doing that for thousands, that's going to be a bit of a performance hit. So if you are doing loads and loads and loads of records, try and go for the pattern on the right, where you haven't got that parent-child. You just stick the HTML directly in the parent and iterate over that. You may want to know, well, do I need to do the virtualize here? But if you aren't doing virtualize and you are looping over thousands because you need them all on screen, try not to do the parent-child pattern for performance reasons. Right, so lazy loading, kind of like the lazy loading for anything that we do. If you don't need an assembly there ready, you can just load it at a later time. You'll have to define it in the CS proj and say lazy load this DLL as and when needed. So that's another way to make the startup performance, because it's going to be a smaller download, smaller payload, because it's not bringing all the DLLs at once. So that could be another perceived performance. So if you've got a really big app, consider doing this. Pre-rendering. This does help with perceived performance. There are some quirks to it. It requires a server, so there is added cost. A server will serve requested page whilst the WASM payload is downloaded in the background. It can be a little bit fiddly. There is this weird double load. I'll show you that in a minute. But you can fix that with the persistent component state documentation. I really use Andrew Locke and John Hilton's blog to do this. So I've put links to them there. Now, if I come in and have a look at my last application, all of these repos are available. I want to just show you a regular app here. So this is a Blazor hosted. If I run this, I just want to show you something quickly. So you can see that was quite slow loading, wasn't it? And if I go fetch data, that was quick. But if I go direct to fetch data, watch this. We've got the loading and then it comes in. Okay, so that's what we're trying to fix, because you've got that loading coming up and you're like, oh God. And this pre-rendering is really good for fixing your SEO as well. So this one is, I think, one of the most interesting ones to do. Now, there's quite a lot of setup in this. I won't go into it because there's not time. Check out the blogs. But the important thing to notice is that the host, which is a razor page type syntax, is taking those head outlet and pre-render client out of the index.html in the client app and sticking them in here. That's really important. And now, if I run this one, so I'm still running the server, and we bring that up. Now, did you notice how quick that was? There was no loading, was there? No one saw the loading. And I'll go to fetch data. That behaves as normal. Now, the weird double loading I was talking about, if I go here and I do this, watch the data really closely. All right. And watch, there's no loading. Straight there, reload. Did you see it? I'll do it again. So watch, there's no loading in the top left-hand corner, and the actual data loads twice. See? So that's the double loading. But did you see how much better the performance felt? Because we were piping it through, it's being served lightning quick, and in the background, the payload is being downloaded. So I think this is really awesome. And because every page can be crawled by the little, crawler bots, you'll get SEO. And remember to use your meta tags in your head outlet. So you're combining lots of things there. There's also the fix in here in John Hilton's blog that you could use for fixing the HTTP client issues that we saw in the Blazor Hybrid app. I've done that in this repo, so you can follow along and have a look. And it's basically implementing multiple versions of a an interface for both, so they know what they're going to do. So let's get on. I'm aware I've been talking a lot, and there's still a little bit to go. Right, so if I go F11, and we'll go across here, and we've seen the code. Testing. Testing is really important, and we have the wonderful library built by Eagle Hansen on BUnit. And so BUnit allows it, I just got this from the doc, so you can have a look. It will test all of the components in the front, and really, really nicely documented. You can watch Eagle on Twitch. Ed uses this a lot, Ed Charbonneau. You can see it running. It is pretty cool. So if you need testing for your app, you can go ahead and have a look at that. And then you already saw in Ed's talk a bit about the Blazor raffle, but I wanted to bring it in here as well because I think it's really cool. It's free. And if you come in here, you can go and play with your components. You can build stuff. You can share it. Think of it like CodePen. Just go and build stuff. The Telerik site has some good tips for using it, so you can go check it out. And I think it's a really good way to play and share code. So make sure you go and check that out. And finally, thank you so much. You can get the slides on that bit.ly link, and I'll make sure it's dropped into the chat. Let me do that now. So you can go and get these slides. I don't think I put the GitHub repository on here. I didn't. I will update the slides that you're getting so you can go and find the GitHub repository. They are on my GitHub, but I'll put a direct link to them here. If you want to talk to me about anything, you can reach me at layla.p@VMware. All my social links, so Twitter and my Twitch, I stream regularly on Twitch, is all on layla.dev. You can go check that out and find all the ways to connect with me. And if you want to talk any more about the Women of .NET initiative, ping me. And that's not gender specific. We love our allies. So thank you very much, I guess. Oh, that was a whirlwind. I need to sit down. Oh, I am sat.
Forgot about that. Nice talk. Thank you very much. In chat went wild. We have a bunch of questions.
Oh gosh.
It's all good. Is Blazor also part of the .NET?
Yes, it is. It is a big part of .NET, so it's all just written. .NET 6 is the latest version, so you can build it all with .NET. All the code that you know and love, you can build with that. So yes.
Okay. How does authentication work in Blazor WebAssembly with pre-rendering enabled?
Oh, that's a really good question. So because it's going to be served, there's going to be initially you've got the server, so that's going to handle a lot of your authentication. Now you will still have to do security on your Blazor client app like you would any other hosted. I don't think it's a huge difference, but I haven't done it. That's not something I have done, but I'm pretty sure there's going to be some good documentation on it, as pre-rendering is one of the big things that has come up recently. But that's a really good question. I'm going to write that down if you don't mind, because I'd love to look into that.
That's nice. And also, it's recorded.
That's true. But I'm going to forget about it if I don't write it down.
Oh, that's true. I'm the same way.
Yeah.
It lives somewhere in the brain, and then it's gone because other stuff.
Exactly. So I've scribbled that down, so I will look at it up, because I think that's a really good question.
Awesome. Then we have, what about hot reload? And I think that this may or may not be connected to this one. Does it work well for server and client?
I'm going to be really unpopular now. Hot reload is my biggest disappointment. Hot reload does not work for me. I don't use it. I don't care about it because it never works. There, I said it.
When it works, it's fantastic.
Yeah, it works very well for really small sites, at least for me. But as soon as you put anything more than basically the demo site, then we can have a little bit of trouble.
Yeah.
I
Any
don't
day
use it
now.
anymore because it is such a pain. It's
Yeah.
you're like, is it going to do anything? Oh no, I'm just going to rebuild it. So now I just don't even use it. I just rebuild all the time. So yeah.
So there you go. Can I write Blazor WASM code that runs on the client inside a Blazor server application that runs on the server? Best of both worlds.
So if I'm trying to think how, yes. So you could, I don't know if it would come through on the Blazor WASM. So you've got Blazor server, and if you had the root set up, I'm just winging it here, and I'll see what everyone else thinks here. But if you've got your Blazor server, you're going and making requests to that. So if you've got a page there that serves it up, I don't know how the routing kicks in behind on the Blazor WASM. If it downloads in behind it, it's an interesting thing. We can, and it's Thindle. So Thindle, you can go download my repo and have a play. I think that'd be quite interesting. But maybe Jimmy, Jessica, Daniel, have you tried that? Do you know?
No, I haven't tried that. I believe I've seen, at least in the beginning of Blazor, that someone did kind of having Blazor servers load everything first and then convert it to WASM. But
you can also,
I'm not sure.
if you host your WebAssembly on an app service in an Azure, for example, you can have some pre-rendering on the server also combined with WebAssembly.
I think what he's asking there is if you have specific pages on your server that aren't in the Blazor WASM. Is that what it is? Because
we need to investigate.
I know. I'm going to talk to Thindle. Thindle's on my Discord, so I can have a chat with him later on and see exactly what he means. And then we'll have a play.
That sounds fun. Okay, is it possible to convert MAUI apps to Blazor applications?
Well, I'm sure everything's possible. I don't know if you'd want to do that. Let's have a look at the Blazor MAUI Blazor app.
It depends what you mean with the MAUI app. If it's written in SAML, you have to rewrite the UI at least.
If you get the Blazor app, I'm just bringing it up now. I'm just going to have a look. So it has, well, I don't know if you want to share my screen just briefly. If you had your Blazor app here, so this is a Blazor MAUI app. So this is a template specifically that says Blazor MAUI. So in this particular one, it's basically the same. You got your counter.razor, your fetch.razor. So it looks the same. It just has platforms. Now the program is quite different, but if you pulled all of the pages and the shared out into a shared project, you could both projects could reference that shared class library or Razor library and run it that way. So you could extract stuff out of this MAUI Blazor app and do that. But Daniel's quite right. If it is written in XAML, you're going to have to confirm that. So I think you could do it if it was just this MAUI app Blazor. So that if you go new project and you can have a look here, that is, if I just put MAUI, you get these, I don't know if that's big enough, but you've got .NET MAUI app, .NET MAUI Blazor app, and a .NET MAUI class library. So if you choose that middle one, the .NET MAUI Blazor app, you could start to share code data. So yeah, it depends. It depends.
But that is a good answer, though. It always depends, doesn't it? Is there any reason to use Angular over Blazor when you have C# programmers in the building?
I think Angular is a lot smaller payload. So if size matters on your actual client app, then that could be a reason to go to Angular. If you've already got an Angular app, perhaps, that you're maintaining, maybe there's not much reason to go over to a Blazor app. I'm not sure about Angular versus Blazor on speed. I guess with the interpreted code, an Angular app could be faster. But again, I'm going to say it. It depends.
As always, everything depends.
Yeah, that is true. The universal answer.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's jump into the next one. What killed Silverlight for us was browser caching and code changes not being reflected on the client. Is there any tips and tricks for Blazor WASM to avoid or mitigate caching issues?
Yeah, I want to know that too, because I updated my page this week and it took 4 or 6 hours for the CSS file to be updated.
Oh, wow.
I don't know. I am just going to say I don't know. There is a lot of settings around caching that you can do, and I don't know if there's something in there, or do you have to force a flush of the cache? I don't know. It's a very good question, Toasty Cyril.
I think that the caching is not done in the web browser, but instead in the application caching storage something. I don't know. I don't remember the name for it. So the caching is done by the Microsoft JavaScript. So it should be better than the problems that we had in Silverlight. I haven't tried it. But
Theoretically,
yeah, it depends.
We just suffix everything with "it depends."
Okay, so I think we have time for one more comment. Wow, never thought to use head outlets like this. Or head outlet, I should say,
You see,
right?
it's just my favorite component, and it brings me so much joy. And I think, oh my goodness, I can update this. So if you combine your pre-rendered app with head outlet and update all of your meta tags, all of your SEO woes disappear. Well, most of your SEO woes disappear because you don't get that loading screen. You really do. I think pre-rendering is the most interesting thing to have a go at. So, you do have to host it. There is a server behind it. It is a little bit fiddly. Those 2 blogs that I mentioned in my slides really are clear and concise. Follow those, or have a look at my ready-made repo and go and have a play with that. I think it really is just like the piece de la resistance for it all, So, yeah.
That's good. And, Lila, you should also head over to Twitter because there was a green screen.
Oh, no.
It's good. It's all good. But there was a green screen. And
of course there was.
Of course. Well, someone might have been busy.
Are you looking at the person beside you, Jessica?
No.
I need to...
No, I'm looking innocent. This is my innocent face.
Oh, I see. It's like that, is it?
That's
All right, the gloves come off.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
When you accidentally just turn off our background so the green screen shows.
Yes. Thoughts.
No, it's all in good fun, and there was just cats and dogs, and I think I was not the only one, though.
Yep. Okay.
So we need to check that out.
Okay.
Thank you so much for joining us. It was a blast.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having
Thank
me.
you.
Bye, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Bye-bye.
So we have a contest going on, don't we?
Yes.
So what is up with that? What do we need to do? How do I win stuff?
You don't, but you can.
I
if
can.
you tweet. No, you cannot. We've been through this, Daniel.
Oh.
You cannot win, Daniel. But all our attendees and our speakers, by using the .NET Frontend hashtag on Twitter, you get a raffle ticket. If you sign up for the event on Eventbrite, and the link is on our web page, you can still sign up, you are getting another raffle ticket. And we will draw multiple winners, actually, every session slot. And we will let you know tomorrow who wins, because today we are busy having a conference.
Who knew?
Yeah, but you can win stuff.
Yeah, you can win Amazon gift cards from Progress Telleric, books from Pact, first aid kit, thermo mugs, and games from If Insurance, Tango gift cards from Sync Fusion. There's no end to the possibilities.
What's not to love? And
Yeah.
also, there was a green screen just now, so that's a raffle ticket. But I'm not eligible, so yeah. So absolutely go and do that. And also, again, huge thanks to our sponsors, because without their support, this event would not be possible. And we have sponsors like Progress Telleric, If Insurance, Microsoft, Sync Fusion, Pact, and 1337, or in Swedish 1337.
Or Danish.
Or Danish.
Close enough. So we do have a sponsor video, so let's roll it. And we're back.
We are. And we got some music.
Yeah.
We can need
Yeah.
that. We could really use that.
So we do have a speaker.
We do.
Should we bring her in?
We should.
Hello.
Hello.
Here.
You're here, and we're so happy that you are.
Yay, thank you. Thank you for having me. I've been enjoying all the Twitter buzz and everything leading up to this. I love the backgrounds. I'm
Will
excited
you
about
s-
this
will-
raffle.
Yes,
sing for a
yeah, you
code?
can win. We have had multiple questions whether you will sing for your code or not. So it seems to be a thing.
Well, Visual Studio and I have been fighting this week, so it's going to be angry singing, but there will probably be some booths at some point. So,
Angry singing. That would be a punishment if I start singing for Visual Studio.
yeah, no, we're not getting along like we usually do, so it's okay. So we'll see how the talk goes today. I'm very excited.
Be kind, Visual Studio. So where are you joining in from?
I am in Boston, Massachusetts, in the U.S. East Coast, and it is warm and rainy today. Even though we got 2 feet of snow last week and then an ice storm, the weather makes no
that
sense.
sounds.
But
yeah.
today it's sunny and rainy. I don't know how that happens, but that's where we're at. Yeah.
At least in South Sweden, where we live. Well, not the south, very south, but in Stockholm, where we live, we do get some confusing weather changes as well. Yeah. One day it's snow, and the next day it's like sunny, and people are walking around in t-shirts, and then it starts snowing again. And at least we're consistently complaining about the weather.
Mm-hmm. We're always dissatisfied
Yes.
with weather.
Hey,
There's no
It's
good
too
weather.
warm, it's too cold, it's too rainy,
It's too bright. It's too dark.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to come visit because every time I go to the West Coast, people are like, "It is what it is. It's totally fine." And I'm like, "What is this attitude? I hate this."
What do you mean fine? There's no fine weather. You can always find something wrong with the weather.
Exactly. Exactly. So.
Well, there you go. And I know that you have prepared a talk for us.
Oh, yes, I have. Sorry, I have to put my
Well,
hair
I
up.
hope so.
I thought it was going to cooperate, but now it's bothering me. Yes, I am very excited because I'm here to talk about Visual Studio and .NET MAUI. So how we'll do, it's mostly demo because I know I only have 25 minutes and I'm sure there will be plenty of questions, which is very exciting. And I'm here to answer all of them. But I also thought there were like a lot of really cool MAUI talks today. And so I was like, I'm not going to be able to beat out, like Gerald or Sam or James and his Blazor talk. So I'll just talk about all the cool stuff I like in VS that make you hopefully more productive when you write MAUI apps or otherwise. And we'll see.
Well,
we'll see
I'm for one.
how that goes.
I'm very excited about this talk.
Sounds awesome.
Good.
Take it away.
All right. And thank you three, of course, for all the chat moderating and everything that you've done to set up. This has been great. So definitely folks who are watching, ask your questions in the chat. We'll get to them at the end. It's gonna be a fun one. So yeah, let's talk about VS 2022 productivity for .NET MAUI. So first and foremost, let me just get out of the slides right away because we don't need them. Oh, yeah. And then let's look at the web browser that I brought up, this one. At the schedule today, if you didn't see Gerald's talk this morning or this, I don't know what time zone you're in, go watch that because it's the intro about MAUI. So I'm not going to do too much of a MAUI intro, but that's a good place to go start. And then you can see Sam doing a migration with MAUI right after me. And then James is going to talk about Blazor Hybrid, which uses MAUI right after that. And then Daniel Roth is going to talk about Blazor. And it's going to be a big party for the next, 2.5 hours. So have a good time with that. And that is just why I'm not going to go too much into what MAUI is, because I don't want to bore you, because you will hear about it other times today. So before we look at the code, let's pull up how to actually get into a MAUI app. This is the Visual Studio installer. You can see I have two. I have the regular preview and the internal preview. I am demoing out of internal preview today because, like I said, Visual Studio and I are not getting along, and it is the only one I can get things to work in. But you will be able to get the bits that I am showing today probably mid next week, including the latest MAUI stuff. So to install MAUI, you need the preview version of Visual Studio. You can't get it in the regular release version because it's in preview, but you want to go into this mobile development with .NET target here. Let me turn on Zoom it too, because where is it? In a minute. This is going to be difficult to zoom in on, but you can see there's .NET MAUI preview checkbox right here. All you have to do is check that, and that will automatically, in the preview branch, keep you up to date with the latest preview Visual Studio, the latest preview Visual Studio bits for Xamarin and MAUI, and the latest MAUI SDK bits. So next week, it'll be preview 13 that you get in Visual Studio preview, which is pretty exciting. And then you can file new. If I launch like the launcher for this, and it's going to go on the wrong monitor. There it is. I do create a new project, and I saw Layla was just showing this, which is exciting. All the different MAUI apps. So the regular MAUI one, and then of course MAUI Blazor, which is super exciting, which you'll learn about later, and then a class library. So we have templates, so you can just click them and then file new, and it's very exciting. So I already created them because it takes a second. And this is what your MAUI app looks like nowadays. It's just this one single project, very exciting. Gerald probably talked about this, so I'm not going to repeat him too much. But you have your XAML and your code behind, and you can do your MVVM and your platforms folders and all that fun stuff, and it's great. One thing in this Visual Studio 2022 world that I think is amazing, besides the fact that it's 64-bit, if you haven't heard, we've talked about it a lot because it's amazing, but it is 64-bit. You can do themes now. So there's the regular themes in Visual Studio, blue, dark, light, whatever, system settings. But there's this Get More Themes button, which takes you to the Visual Studio Marketplace, where people have been uploading all their own types of themes, just as Visual Studio extensions, which is awesome. There's like cool ones like Marvel and Cyberpunk. Then James Montemagno, you can roast him for this later, made this horrible red theme. It's the Visual Studio Code red theme. But you can convert the Visual Studio Code themes to Visual Studio themes now, which is there's a couple tools for it. There's an extension in VS by Mads that does it, Mads Christensen. There's also this theme converter for VS. So if you're someone who's sick of the basic Visual Studio themes, this is very important. This is a game changer for me. I change my theme too often. So I'm just going to leave it on regular dark for this because I will have the wackiest colors. My favorite pack so far, though, and I don't have it on the internal preview, which is why it didn't pop up, is the DevLabs theme pack, which just has all of the standard VS Code themes there for you and installs them all. And then you can just, in that theme dropdown, just pick the one you want. I'm a big fan of Dark Plus. So anyways, that's really important. I know we want to do MAUI development and all that, but themes are if your IDE isn't pretty and reflect your personality, then what's the point? The other thing that Visual Studio 2022 has that I didn't actually know until I was at .NET Conf in the fall, there's vertical tabs now. What? Which I am so excited about. This is sorting it just by project, but there's only one project for MAUI. So what I can do is go to the options tab here and where is it? I can change the colorizing to be by file extension or by project. So it's going to sort this by project, but the actual color of the tab is based on the file extension. So if I go into my XAML CS file, you can see this is like a teal, and main page XAML is like the blue. It's because it's XAML versus C#. And then that gets even better when you start having things like your Blazor files or CSS or whatever else you might want to add. I'm a big vertical tabs fan because I have a big monitor, so it works for me. But I know that people don't like change. You can also turn off the grouping. So if you just want it to be free for all, your tabs in here. Let's put it back on top. Okay. Now to the MAUI stuff, because that's what you're here for. But new IDE stuff is fun and new. Let's run this app. So I have my target framework selected here. .NET 6 Windows. And this is actually just pulling in from the project file. So if I go to edit project file here, you can see I have all these target frameworks listed. And one of them is .NET 6 Windows, blah, 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 blah. And so that is where this list here is populating all of that from. And so it gives me the Windows machine as just an option to deploy to. So let's give it a second to build. I pre-built and pre-deployed everything, but everything is slow. Everything needs caffeine today. So I don't know how long this is going to take. It's going to be great. It's thinking. It's doing all the build stuff. There we go. Boop, boop, boop. And it is going to pop up on probably this monitor, which is not the monitor you can see. But that's okay. Because when it does, there we go. When it does pop up, instead of dragging this app over to the other monitor, that would be a pain. I can just go into the XAML Live preview right here, and I will pin this, and I will zoom it in a little bit. And this is actually my running app. So when I go and I click it on my main monitor right here, I can see inside of the IDE it updating. So this is really helpful because I can look at what my app looks like on a single monitor, and then I can do things like my XAML hot reload. Like I can add a background color to the scroll view. Just type it in. Don't have to touch anything. It immediately updates on the app on this monitor, but also in the live preview, so I know exactly what it's going to look like. I can change my words around. Boop, boop, boop. There's your first boops, everybody. See, I can't code without booping. And now I'll say welcome to .NET MAUI. Let me zoom that in a little bit more. It's a little weird. There you go. Click some more and all that stuff. Of course, there's also .NET Hot Reload. As I started off this talk saying, Visual Studio and I are fighting right now, so I can't show it to you. It will be fixed shortly. I filed a bug. I'm a good PM. I file bugs when I break things. But while the app is running, you can actually just hit this little fire emoji button and change the C#. So in the template, what I like to do is just increment the counter plus equals 2 instead, hit the fire emoji or hit the save button. You can turn on hot reload on file save right here. And then it changes it. And then you hit the button, it goes up by 2. It's a really cool demo. We've shown it before. I just don't have it working. Otherwise, I would. So that's 1/4 really of the MAUI story, but 1/3 of the MAUI story on Windows. So we have 4 target platforms with MAUI. We have Android, iOS, Windows, and Mac. So you can't write a Mac desktop app on a Windows machine because it's a Windows desktop, and it would be weird for it to run a Mac app. Although we are looking at ways to maybe make that easier one day, just not for the GA of MAUI, which ships in May. But Windows is 1/3 of the puzzle on the Windows development machine. So the next one that I want to show is Android. So I'll switch my target framework over and we'll take a look at what we have here. We have 2 drop downs here. We have Android emulators, which are kind of your go-to Android. If you don't have an Android device, that's probably the way that most people test. If you do have an Android device, you can plug it in and use it as a local device. But with Windows 11, there's a new thing we can use, and it is this horribly long word, Microsoft Corporation Subsystem for Android TM. What that is the Windows subsystem for Android. Oh my goodness, the smart snapping. I can't drag things anymore. It screws me up. So this is the ability to run Android as a subsystem on Windows 11 natively on your device. Like you can see it sees the GPUs I have in here, and it's dynamically choosing which one is the best one for the Android apps I'm running. So it's using my 1070 right now on my local machine. And so I can install apps from the Amazon App Store for Android and use them. Like this is just a simple flight tracker app. And what I did was I turned on developer mode right here. And that gives you access to the IP address for your Windows subsystem for Android. So I copied it. And we'll copy it just so I show you. I went into my ADB command prompt right here, which you can get to right from the IDE. Drag that over. Look at that beautiful Windows terminal. Chef's kiss. So then I just typed ADB connect. I copy pasted that IP address that I already had, and I already connected to it. So it says already connected. Otherwise it would connect. And this pops up right here. So I can build and run this same app now as an Android app. So it's going to look like an Android app. It's going to use the native Android controls under the hood instead of the native Windows controls under the hood. And it's going to run as if it was running on an Android operating system, but on my machine. This is way easier, in my opinion, than futzing around with emulators, because I always fight with emulators. I don't know why. The only real limitation of this is that it has to be developed and distributed through the Amazon Android store. So if you're using Google Play APIs, they're not going to work here, like for maps or stuff like that. Then you're going to want to test on an actual device or an emulator. But for just getting started, this is amazing because now I have literally this Android app running on my Windows machine. And it's the same thing. I can interact with it. I can go and I can hot reload. So like, let's get rid of this pink background color, as pretty as it is. Boop, 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 boop. Click this. Oh. Uh-oh. I'm sorry, hot reload. What did I do? Okay, we'll fix it. It's an internal build. And I have all the tools of Visual Studio to develop this Android app with .NET MAUI, which I think is pretty cool. Yeah. And XAML hot reload as well as .NET hot reload. So hot reloading in C# will work for your Android app as well, which is pretty awesome. I don't know why it's not working right now. It did 25 minutes ago. So we're going to have to file another bug. That's exciting. All right. So I stopped that. We're going to do for the third piece of the puzzle on Windows here, which is the dreaded iOS development. Now, iOS development is great nowadays. There are a zillion different ways to create iOS apps, whether you're on a Mac or on Windows. But traditionally, it's been pretty painful on Windows. I think the way that most folks who are Xamarin developers have done it before is they've paired to their Mac with this little button here over the network, and then it will build on the Mac host and then spit the app back over onto like a remoted iOS simulator. We have that feature, of course, still in MAUI, but we also brought over a feature that we have been testing out for the past year or so called Hot Restart, which is very fun. And I have my iPhone plugged in to my PC right now. No Macs anywhere. My Mac is in the other room. It might be dead. I fell asleep with it on my lap last night, so it's not on. I promise. And I have my iPhone right here. And I would screen mirror it, but my screen mirroring software is broken, and I don't know why. So we're having a great Thursday here in Boston. Everything's broken. It's totally fine. And so it pops up right here. When I choose the iOS framework for .NET 6, it pops up as an iOS local device. And that's using the iTunes APIs that are on Windows to communicate with the iPhone. So I have an Apple developer account. I pay my yearly subscription or whatever. I logged into Visual Studio with it. In tools options, Xamarin Apple accounts, you can see. That's my email. Feel free to email me. MALEGER at Microsoft.com. But that's my Apple ID for my Apple developer account. I'm signed in. And so when I plugged in my iPhone the first time, it actually went and made a provisioning certificate for it. So I can now run this app on my iPhone without a Mac. So what I will do is hit play and cross my fingers that this works beautifully, because this is always the part that scares me. When we had shipped Xamarin Forms 5, everything with Hot Restart worked perfectly. And then we started the MAUI stuff and everything broke again. But it looks like it's in a good mood today. So what I'll do is I'll launch it. I'm so sorry. I don't have good screen mirroring right now. But it's got that beautiful .NET icon. And then let's try that again. Hold on. I think I waited too long and it crashed. Let's see. If not, I have the app on here anyways, so it's fine. One more try on it. There we go. Launch the app. I have my beautiful .NET splash screen, which is all shared in my MAUI code. And then it's going to think for a second and maybe start up. There we go. And that's the same app again, running on my iPhone right here. Look at this. And I can click it. Now it says my current count is 6. And this is running with the native iOS controls. So doesn't look like the Windows app, doesn't look like the Android app. It rotates. Look at that. It's all in a scroll view, so it scrolls. Very exciting. This is probably the jankiest way I've ever demoed this. I always have my screen mirroring stuff working, but I don't know why. I don't know if I'm on the wrong Wi-Fi. I don't know what's going on. And then I close it. It kills debugging for me. Very nice. I don't know what this hot reload bug is. It's another one I filed. But that is kind of the wrap around, fast track of all the platforms you can target on Visual Studio for Windows with MAUI, and my favorite way of going and developing for each of them. So Windows, I just do it natively on Windows. Android, I prefer the subsystem for Android, but I also have an Android device, so sometimes I'll do that. Sometimes I do an emulator if I need to, but subsystem's pretty great. And then I almost exclusively use Hot Restart with my Apple developer account logged in and my physical iPhone. I don't really play around with the Pair to Mac stuff anymore because, as you can tell by my screen mirroring woes, my Wi-Fi is jank and doesn't always connect. So that's how I do it. And it all works for MAUI and I love it. And things are going to continue to get better because if I pop back into my slides, let's talk roadmap. Present button. Nice. So what I demoed today was all Visual Studio for Windows. Part of that was because of time, and also part of that is just because it is in a better state right now. We will talk about Mac in a second. Everything we're working on for Visual Studio for Windows until MAUI goes GA. So everything we're working on for MAUI support in VS Windows is bug fixing. So all the building blocks are there. Like you saw hot reloads there, hot restarts there, build, deploy, debug. The IntelliSense is working great. Multi-targeting, that drop down, all those things, they're all working. So we are working on bug fixing pretty much from here on out so that when I XAML hot reload on the Android subsystem for Windows, it just works instead of sometimes not work. So that's fun. Of course, also making sure all of our things like compliance and accessibility and security and all those ducks are in a row before we ship a GA MAUI. And that's important stuff to do. So then we'll work on what's not there right now on Windows, which the main thing is just if you ever do like the right-click archive for publishing thing, that's pretty much the main feature we're missing on Windows, as well as some property pages for the single project stuff. Like if you right-click and hit properties of the project, it's a pretty generic property page right now. So we're going to fix that up, make it a little bit more MAUI specific, make it nice. And then we're working on that right now. But for the most part for Windows, you're going to see just more stability and more quality for the rest of the releases. Mac is a whole different story. And I know Daniel has been asking about it a lot on Twitter and on the VS Mac Insiders teams. And then he missed the VS Mac Insiders call we had last week that I was on. And then we forgot to record it.
Yeah, exactly what I said. You forgot to record it.
So consider this your like TLDR from me. We, for 17.0, for VS Max 17.0 GA, which ships in a couple months, I don't know, ask the VS Mac team. Xamarin will be fully supported, obviously. If you're doing a Xamarin development app or whatever, you'll still be able to do that in VS Mac 2022 when that ships. And then everything else on this will come either shortly after GA or in a following version of VS Mac. And it like solely depends on how quickly we can get the quality of it up to par with what we like to ship. But we have basic build, deploy, debug support there. I actually demoed it at .NET Conf in VS Mac in November. We haven't touched it since, and it's still a little flaky, but the basic support is there. But for us to actually go ahead and call MAUI support in VS Mac like a stable preview, we need to get better hot reload support. The whole single project and multi-targeting stuff we have to redo. So that's a whole piece of work. And then, of course, a lot of bug fixes. So the Visual Studio team, Visual Studio for Mac team in particular, has been rewriting the IDE entirely in native UI. And then they just moved it over to the .NET 6 runtime instead of Mono. So that is awesome. It means we had to rebuild most, if not all, of our stuff, which is why that is coming later. But for GA, you'll have Xamarin support, and everything else will come after for MAUI. And we'll keep you posted. We're working on, making sure that we keep all the updates in the blogs, and we have an actual roadmap once we kind of get through the triage process that we're in now. So that's it. Hopefully that was easy to follow and somewhat informative. And I also hope that you stick around and watch the rest of the talks today, because I definitely will. And I'm excited. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. But we can say that Visual Studio for Mac running on M1 is super fast now with their latest preview.
Oh, it's awesome. Yeah, Visual Studio on the M1, Visual Studio for Mac on the M1. I was shocked. I was like, yeah, that'll work. Yeah, right? And then I did it, and I was like, whoa, it does work. That's so exciting.
But I would say Visual Studio on Windows is running better on my virtual machine on my M1 than it do on my client's Windows machine also.
That's pretty funny. I didn't even know that worked. That
no, it works. If you use Windows ARM for what's it called? Windows for ARM, the insider version, you can run with Visual Studio on that. And now with the latest release of MAUI, it works to run MAUI there also. So I'm happy again.
There we go. All right, we're making you happy. That's all that matters.
That's what you do while you do, right?
Exactly. We just want to make people as not unhappy as possible. That's my latest goal. It used to be I want everyone to be happy. And then when you're like building a whole new product and you have to redo all the tooling and SDK and everything, now at this point, it's just like, don't make people unhappy. We'll get back to making you actively happy in the future.
Okay, we have a lot of questions. So we try to see if we can take as many as possible. So the first one, how can we publish Android app in the latest MAUI preview in Visual Studio 2022 preview for production?
Yeah, good question. So we're not recommending that you publish MAUI apps to production because MAUI itself is in preview. But we've seen people do it. And if you want to, despite my advice, go ahead and do it. There are two ways. Both of them basically are CLI. So you can use the Gerald Versluis, who spoke earlier, actually just posted an issue on the MAUI GitHub a couple of days ago, or maybe weeks ago, how to do the CLI steps for publishing to an AAB, an Android app, and then to an IPA for iOS. So you can follow those, and I'll see if I can dig up the link later. And that will work natively on like your local machine. However, for publishing, the right thing to do is set up a pipeline or a GitHub Actions and do like a proper CI/CD that builds it and runs your tests and all those things, and then does the packaging for you as part of that whole pipeline. Yeah, that's like the thing that people say you should do. Do I do it? No, but that's what you should do.
We have a related question to that also. Any word on App Center support for MAUI apps?
Yeah, really, really good question. We've heard this a lot. We have been talking to the folks who work on App Center, basically trying to get like a roadmap set up. So I don't have any updates right now. The goal is that it will work at some point. Hopefully sooner rather than later. But I don't have any like hard details on it yet, which sucks. Mostly because we have just gotten to the point with MAUI where we're like have apps that we can start bothering people to go support. So, yeah.
And we have a comment. She's nearly singing about SAML there.
Nearly, yeah. Oh, XAML. If there's one programming language that makes me want to sing.
Maddie's wave of motivation is amazing.
Oh, good. Thank you.
It really is.
Yeah. And then we have a question, not Visual Studio related, but MAUI. The SAML between MAUI and VPF looks to have minor difference. Is there a converter to go from VPF to MAUI?
There is not right now. They are very similar, but they are different. So if you are familiar with WPF/EWP XAML, it is different than MAUI. We have tried to make some converters, and they do not work nearly as well as we want them to. So we haven't actually tried again in a little bit. recently. So we're not planning on building one right now. We are planning on documenting and coming up with like conversion guides and migration guides. The other thing that's nice is if you can get your WPF app to run on WinUI 3, you can just stick that all as platform-specific code in your MAUI app, and then slowly, piece by piece, move things out from WinUI 3 to MAUI, to the shared XAML. So there's some options there. It's not great yet, but it will be. It will be great. Just don't hold me to that in like the next year.
Okay. Can we drag and drop user controls like Silva, VPF/WinForce development?
Great question. We do not have a drag and drop designer. So we call those like UI designers or XAML designers. MAUI does not have one. The reason is because the target platforms have so many different device sizes and screen sizes and resolutions that trying to intelligently do your XAML for you for all the different layouts and stuff ends up being more work on you than it is help. And so we've tried and failed to make a good designer for Xamarin Forms in particular. So we, for MAUI, are focusing explicitly on hot reload right now. We do have a toolbox, though, that shows you all the controls available to you that you can drag and drop onto the XAML editor, like into the XAML itself. So that'll give you the necessary attributes for the XAML components that you need. And of course, hot reload is probably the best way to see your UI updating quickly as you edit things.
Let's see here. I heard Android system is only in the US, but perhaps I heard wrong.
I think right now it is. I've heard that it's supposed to expand elsewhere soon, but that they told me soon in November. So I was just hoping they'd figure that out. But yeah, the reason I believe part of the reason is because of the Amazon App Store situation. So they have to figure out the regulation stuff there. But the plan is to bring it globally or close to globally.
If we are doing MAUI Android development exclusively on a Windows 10 laptop, which is better for performance as well, DX emulators or VSLA?
So in my experience, the Windows subsystem for Android has been super fast. So I would say use that, mostly because I have an AMD CPU and I have so I can't use any of the specific Intel stuff that they use for the ARM architecture or whatever, x64 Android emulators. So I've had a lot better luck using the subsystem myself. That's probably not the case for everybody. Some people have a really good machine that runs emulators well. Many people do not. But I think I mentioned during the talk, and I'll mention it here again, there are certain things you can't do on the Windows subsystem for Android, like the Google Play APIs. And that's because it's using the Amazon App Store as its kind of like distribution. So if you need those, you need to use the emulator.
When we will have Android native and VS deployable too?
Yeah. So .NET MAUI is built on .NET 6 for Android and .NET 6 for iOS, which are just Xamarin Android and Xamarin iOS running on .NET 6, right? So those things are there. They are supported in Visual Studio. To deploy them to an emulator or whatever, it's the same way that you used to do it with Xamarin. So you can do a file new .NET 6 Android app and deploy it onto your emulator Windows subsystem for Android. If you're talking about Android native, like Java or Kotlin, you have to do that in Android Studio because we don't do that in VS. But that's because Android Studio does a really good job at it. So
yeah. So should we go back to this Visual Studio for Mac thing? But I think you answered this question. It will be together with the MAUI release or in the same
No,
time.
it won't be, and it won't necessarily be together. So we're not holding either for the other. VS Mac is about to ship preview 6. That's the next one. And then based on the readiness of preview 6, they're going to decide if they're going to stick with what they currently have as their GA date, which I'm not sure if I'm allowed to share. So I'm not going to say it because I'll get myself in trouble. But I know that MAUI's GA date is in May. And the VS Max support will not be GA when MAUI goes GA, most likely. VS Max support for developing MAUI apps, solely because of just how things have played out. We're going to ship MAUI GA with preview support in Visual Studio for Mac, regardless of what release they're on, and then continue to kind of like finalize that once MAUI ships. And yeah, that's just how the schedule has fallen, basically.
Yeah, okay.
It's confusing. I need to find like an easier way to say that, because there's all these GAs and numbers and things and preview and blah blah blah. But just tweet me or email me and I'll explain it.
Okay. Have some comments here. I love the MAUI team. They are headed in the right direction.
Yay! Thank you. We love to hear that. I'll share that with the team. I think sometimes we get so in the weeds of what's broken and not working that we forget that what we're doing is in the long term going to be really great, I think.
I mean, we should remember this. Everything is preview software. I mean, if I go back to my software, it's also buggy before a stable release.
Yep.
That's true.
Yeah. And it's been really fun. Working on MAUI has been a wild ride, but it's very exciting. I think we're really doing some cool stuff with it. So glad to hear people think the same thing.
Yeah. And here we have one that wants your Twitter account.
Yes,
Twitter
it is
handle?
Maddie Montequilla, MADDY MONTAQUILA.
Yeah, you will find
And
that
also in
.NET
the
friend-
chat now.
Yeah, and okay. And on the website also.
Oh yeah.
Yes, you can find it on the schedule as well. Yeah,
Sweet. Sweet.
that was fun.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And next year we will book you for the after party.
Oh, for
your
sure.
band.
We don't charge
Anger
much for
singing.
amateur, so-
Anger singing to Visual Studio and Light singing about Samuel.
Yep. Awesome. Well, thank you.
Okay,
so
we
much.
almost have a set.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah. Bye.
Yeah, I think we have a playlist almost.
Yeah. Yeah.
But we also have a competition.
We do.
So how does that work?
It's like that. The seventh time we do.
So Daniel, can you win?
Yes.
No, the answer is no. Only speakers and attendees. I'm sorry, Daniel. But I offered to send you some cat stickers.
I'm looking forward to that.
So what do you need to do?
You simply need to tweet about the conference and use the .NET Frontend hashtag. Or you can, if you're not already registered, if you just happen to stop on by YouTube or stop on by Twitch, you need to register on Eventbrite, and the link to that is on our web page.
And you will get another raffle ticket.
Yeah. And you can win Amazon gift cards from Progress Telerik, books from Pact, first aid kits and thermo mugs, and even games from If Insurance, Tango gift card from Syncfusion, and we will draw winners each session or during each session slot, but we will contact you tomorrow on Twitter or Eventbrite, wherever you win, basically.
Yep. I actually want that thermo mug.
You're not
But
allowed
again,
to
I
win.
can't. I know. See, you're learning. We're all learning so much stuff here. Some about .NET, some not.
I mean,
And we would like-
get that to the next break.
Yeah, most probably.
And we would like to thank our sponsors. Without your support, this event would not be possible.
True.
Progress Telerik, If Insurance, Microsoft, Syncfusion, Pact, and 1337 or 1337. Thank you so much. And I believe we do have a little bit of a short video to share.
We
Let's see
do?
here. Let's do it. The
That was
shortest
short.
video ever.
Yes. No, I think
No.
I can make a shorter one.
And Daniel, you work for 1337.
Yes.
So not only do we get Daniel we get his company's money. Well, they make it possible for us at Blaze to have this event. So make sure to thank them for us.
So talking about Xamarin, Maddie talked about a little bit of Xamarin. We have another Sam Basu instead of.
Did
No?
you just?
No? Okay. I showed myself out.
I'm sorry. That's the worst. Okay.
It was a
Nice
segue.
segue. Nice segue.
Yeah, thank
Okay,
you.
so let's bring in Sam Basu. Sorry, Sam.
I tried to kick him out, but I realized that I will kick out Jessica also if I did. So.
We had a
tried to
plan with
spell,
that.
Like you tried to pronounce Xamarin as Xamarin. Yeah, I see.
Yes. As you do, Xamarin.
Well, I'm back.
So how have you been?
Did you get some lunch?
Great lunch. I did.
Yeah?
So nice and fresh. You do not want a hangry Sam. It does not end well.
And Hangry Sam taking that Xamarin joke would be a bad combo, I think. No, I am expecting a Xamarin joke related to the Xamarin product in Sweden. Yes, of course.
And you just did.
Yeah.
You delivered on that one.
That's how I roll. Okay, sorry.
Well, the three of you, go catch a break. You've been going nonstop, and thanks for putting this whole thing together, getting us all together, so we can talk about the things we are passionate about. And chat room, I see all of our familiar faces across like Twitch and YouTube. So thank you all for being here.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah, definitely. Again.
So I believe we do have a couple of minutes before we can start.
Yes.
Oh, I will take your
because-
minutes. If you have
That's
minutes,
what we're
I'll take your
afraid.
minutes.
That's what we're afraid of. We're thinking to respect the schedule at least at the start, so people not join in and have lost half of your session. That's what we thought.
No, we have all
But
the
hey.
folks, and I mean things are going to be recorded. So again,
that is
as we
true.
get started, I will rehash what we are doing. Trying to explain to folks.
So should we start?
Yeah, he
That's
he
true.
has a point.
Yeah,
We
sure.
are recording it.
That's true.
And you can actually, depending on what platform you're looking at, you can actually rewind.
That's true.
Rewind. I don't think that's. You can drag. You can drag back in time. I don't know. What's the correct term? It's not rewind anymore.
You can take the VHS tape.
Put a pen in it. Yeah.
Now we're really showing our age.
Yeah.
And all videos will be published separately in video
Yes.
Yeah.
on YouTube later also. So.
Definitely. Okay,
Right.
take it away, Sam.
Take it away.
Alright,
Isn't that a quote? Play it
Play
again.
it.
Sam.
Oh,
Yeah.
but that's a myth. So,
that's
yeah.
Right. I leave you.
All right. Yeah, I'm glad to be back again. I was on stream for a little bit. One of our speakers, Ed Charbonneau, he had a family emergency, so Jimmy and me did some Q&A. But I'm glad to be back. So one more time, welcome, and thank you for being here, tuning into .NET Frontend Day. Hope you're having a wonderful day, and you are. You're safe and you're well taken care of. You're being productive. And thanks for everybody in the chat room and to the folks putting this together. So I have a few extra minutes, which is nice, but I'm still being told 30 minutes or so, and then we'll do some Q&A. So please keep the questions coming on, Twitch or YouTube, wherever you're watching. But they will come back and, kick me out after my allotted time. So 30 minutes or 40 minutes is not a lot. So I'm going to use that as an excuse for my sloppiness, that I actually don't have any slides. I will use some pictures, like this one here is my intro, which I'm Sam, but that's about it. I want to utilize the 30 minutes to maybe show you folks as many things as I can. There might be demos that fail left or right, but hey, we'll have a little fun, okay? And I'm going to try to maybe switch between different technology stacks. I'm not trying to confuse you. Nobody is forcing you to do anything. So I just want to show you that things are possible if you start thinking about what you're doing today and want to think ahead at what you're doing tomorrow. So let's talk modernization and migration and how things want to evolve with .NET MAUI. So that's one of my pictures, and the other one I have is right here. So modernization, migration, these are some of the technologies we're going to talk about over the next 30 minutes. We will kind of squarely talk about Blazor and .NET MAUI. But again, this is .NET Frontend Day. They might kick me out and put me in a little island of isolation. But I will mention JavaScript because I think it's the reality for a variety of web apps today. So let's talk about all of these things together. If you're doing any of those things in the left, how can those things in the right kind of maybe help you out as you move forward? But before we start about modernization, let's talk about the why. Like, why should you even consider this? What is special? So let's go open up a new window, and our host Jessica in particular might know what I'm talking about. I have a bad habit of so a lot of the streaming that we do nowadays is browser based, and I have a habit of closing down the tab that I'm on for the connection or for the conference. So if I say anything like I'm about to close something, I want all of you to yell at me like, no, don't close things. But let's start. First up is everything we talk about is going to run on .NET 6. So what is .NET 6? Again, if you are new or if you're just starting out, go get .NET 6. It's a runtime, right? It's a runtime that started with .NET Framework into Core and into what is just one unified .NET now. So go run .NET 6, on Windows or Mac or Linux, wherever you want to run this. You can see some security patches they have put in, but 6 kind of started with previews, and now we're up to like 0.2. So go get those, get the runtime. Then I wanted to maybe start up on this one here. So every November, you're going to see a .NET release from this point forward. So this is the .NET 6 release last November, and this is Rich Lander, and he writes one of the most detailed technical posts from the .NET team. So you can read up on all the things .NET. He talks about how .NET is a unified platform, lets you target just about every framework or platform nowadays. But in here is somewhere is a small thing called support, right? So .NET 6 carries this little badge called LTS, which is long-term support. It doesn't really mean anything for our developers every day, but it actually has a meaning for enterprises, because what it means is for 3 years you are assured of official support from Microsoft. It doesn't mean end of life. It just means most things will run on .NET 6. So it gives enterprises a reason to maybe jump ship and move on to the latest runtimes. So with .NET 6 being LTS, like a lot of Microsoft customers and for folks who build apps like we do, a lot of our customers are thinking about migration and modernization. So that's the why, right? And again, modernization doesn't mean that you drop everything that you have done. It means how do you move forward? How do you take things forward so you maybe share things a little better, right? So just my 2-minute spiel on why you should be considering this. So let's go back to the image that I had here. So there are a lot of different ways in which you can write web apps or desktop apps or mobile apps, right? Let's talk about how everything kind of plays in. Let's start with mobile first, and then we'll talk about desktop. Like this one here, Xamarin. Let's start with that because that's kind of the easiest thing. If you are already doing Xamarin, you are a mobile developer, you know how to do Xamarin iOS, Xamarin Android, which is now .NET for iOS and Android, which is what Maddie was mentioning. And then Xamarin Forms is what is evolving into .NET MAUI. A lot of folks ask, should we wait until MAUI? No, you can get started with Xamarin right now. This conversion, this hop from Xamarin to MAUI should be, fairly easy. But let's take a look at what that might actually involve. So if you want to get started with .NET MAUI, this is kind of where you start. These are the docs which are being redone as we speak, and a lot of effort is being poured in. They kind of talk about how .NET MAUI reaches not just mobile, but also desktop, Mac and Windows. Windows is through WinUI 3, Mac is through Mac Catalyst, and they talk about somewhere in here they talk about migrating to Xamarin Forms. So there is a whole thing called the .NET Upgrade Assistant, which will briefly mention when we talk about desktop, but you can envision this command line tool being able to help transform your Xamarin Forms into MAUI. And it's not a whole lot. It's just, I mean, they kind of spell it out. Some namespaces are different, but you're essentially doing the same technologies, XAML and C#. And just like you did with Xamarin Forms, you can also write your visual tree mostly in C# if you want, or XAML if that's what you prefer. But let's talk about some of the differences, right, first. So I'm going to start with Visual Studio and the present reality. So this is Xamarin Forms, right? So essentially you have one .NET Standard library, which is shared across platforms. In this project, I have taken out Android or Windows. I only have iOS running, but you'll have all of these platforms. So every platform is a project. And the pain with this is you have to have NuGet packages that are shared between the different platforms, and you have to keep updating them. All of the resources for each platform go into respective folders, and you have to do builds accordingly. But anyway, things work. Things are not so bad. So when your app starts out, this is kind of where your first page is. It's saying, hey, I want to start on this particular page of my mobile app. And here's the XAML for my app. So the XAML that you write is kind of abstracted. So when I am writing a label, we are essentially trying to render a label on iOS or Android. That's a native label, right? So there is always a little piece of code called the renderer, which sits there and at runtime renders the native UI for whichever platform that you're on. Now, you can actually customize that. So for example, like this is an entry field here, is essentially a text box, but I can customize that entry. And I can say, no, I want my text box to be light green, because why would you not want a green text box, right? So that's kind of how you write a little custom renderer. Now, for something simple like this, you don't need a renderer. You can actually do away with what's called effects in Xamarin Forms. But for anything more complex, platform-specific, use cases, you are writing a renderer. So if I go ahead and run this, and notice that in my XAML, I got two entries. One is the regular entry, one is the custom entry. So I am on a Mac, so it'll know how to, fire up a build, go talk to Xcode, and bring back my app. And we'll give it a second. This is running on iPhone 13 simulator. So here's my regular entry, and here's my green text box, right? So that's just a quick custom render. Now, you can actually customize this thing a little bit more. So if I go into my iOS project here, I got another file here, and I'm going to open up this line of code here, few lines of code. And what I'm doing here is I'm saying only if you're running on iOS, I actually don't want a green text box. I want a different color, which I don't know what that color is, but let's go ahead and run this. So we're going to fire this up again, and same app, so same simulator. It's going to do a build and come back, hopefully. All right, there you go. So now it's like a lighter shade of purple, right? So it's still a text box, but what we did was only for iOS, we said, give me a purple text box. For every other platform, it's going to be green. Now, while I could do this, there's a little bit of hesitancy in this. One, again, I speak for experience. By the way, we make a lot of the tools for .NET developers to be successful. So that's Telerik.com. So we make UI for .NET MAUI and Xamarin. So we have some experience doing this. Writing renderers that are custom and going into the native stack and tweaking things, it's not for the faint-hearted, and especially for more complex things like grids and charts. So you need to know what you're doing. And also, like this line of code here essentially says, if I'm rendering this for iOS, look into my assembly and just swap out the renderer with my renderer, right? And this leads to a little bit of what's called assembly scanning, and it kind of slows things down a little bit. So while this works, it's not ideal, right? So again, this is the reality with Xamarin Forms, and I just wanted to show you what that looks like today. So different projects and different ways to customize. So let's close down Visual Studio Code. Now, notice I didn't kill my browser because I'm noted for doing that. But let's actually go into the new world, which is .NET MAUI. So I'm on terminal. Everything that I show you will work on Windows as well as on Mac. But I'm starting out with the Mac. I will show you Windows as well. But if I do a .NET version, it's going to say, hey, I'm on 6.2, which is what I want. And if I do a .NET new, And if I do a list of things, these are all my templates. These are the same templates that Visual Studio throws your way when you do a file new project. So I get all of my MAUI templates. These are the two important ones. You need the MAUI one and you need the MAUI Blazor one if you're doing Blazor with MAUI, which we'll talk about. And all of your iOS stuff is there, Android stuff is there. We'll talk about some of the ASP.NET stuff as well. So let me go into a directory where I keep my stuff, and let's move this up. And let's start with what we just talked about, the rendering and customizing. So let's do MAUI customization, right? And we are going to open this up. I have VS Code in my path, so I can do that. And let's do, here's my $1 million cheat sheet of different commands that I'm going to use, right? So we are going to go back into terminal, and we're going to do a targeted build for iOS. So we are asking it to do a .NET build, and we are saying run it on iOS. And I can actually not change any line of code, run it on Android, run it on Windows. Here, the default simulator that it picks up is the iPad simulator. You can actually change which simulator that you want to run your apps on. And it will run on my phone or any other simulator that you might have installed. So it takes a little bit of time, but it comes up. And here is kind of a similar looking app. I have a text box, but here it's rendered a little differently. So I got the green text box. This is the .NET MAUI Hello World project. Instead of a label here, I've just like stuck in a text box, right? So big deal. But what exactly happened in here? So if I look at the code here, hold on, it didn't zoom right. There we go. So if I make things a little bigger, so this is kind of a standard .NET MAUI project. All of those, platforms, they're not separate projects now. It's truly a single project. Those are folders, and it does share some resources like your fonts, your images can go in there, your icons, splash screens. They can all be shared across projects, and then it's a multi-targeted build. And if you want specific things for iOS, Android, Mac, or Windows, you can put them in those folders. But everything starts out here, MAUI project. It's using the .NET generic build host builder, and this is where things get a little different. So I'm coming down here. AppSample is saying let's start with main page, but here in my main page, that's my entry, right? But it's actually not using the render structure. It's a little different. So if I go back out here to the MAUI docs, and I think it's in controls, customizing controls, this is the one thing that is actually different, and it's different for a good reason. Instead of renderers, now it's using an interface. It's called a handler, and it's the idea is to separate out the concerns. So the MAUI handler can be used from, if you're coming from F# or a Comet, a C# and view pattern, or any other UI stack. So the handler has some mappings to understand that I need to render a UI button or a app compat button or so on. So it's just a little different, and it makes it a little easier to get to the native stuff if you wanted to. So when my app starts out, essentially every entry is going to be white, but we are tapping into one of those handlers to say, hey, if only I'm on iOS, and this is like a compiler directive, which again, if you have a lot of code, it gets a little verbose, and there are other ways of doing it, but this is the simplest. Before you or after you do the mapping, I actually want to come in and use my own thing. So notice here, this is actually using C#10, so you don't see any of the namespaces. That's file scope. Now it's nice, but you already have access to what's called UI Kit, which is Apple's UI system. So we are changing the color to green, and this is only for iOS is what we are doing. So it makes it a little easier for you to get to the native stuff. Now, the reality is a lot of us have built custom renderers, over the last few years with Xamarin Forms. Do you have to throw all of them away and start with handlers? The answer is no. You don't absolutely have to, although you should eventually. But here, if I open up these two lines of code here, this is in the MAUI program, and this is while the builder is coming in, we want to configure one more dependency as a service. That's the compatibility renderer as a service. So here we are saying, no, don't use the handler. I have a custom renderer that I've written in Xamarin Forms, and I just really want to bring it along. So go ahead and use that entry renderer. That's what we are doing. So now if we go back in here and fire up the same iOS build again, it's going to do a fresh build, and let's keep our simulator open, or it'll come up in a second. So just different ways of how we can reach the native stack if we wanted to. MAUI never gets in the way, and lets you do render native things if you need to. It makes it a little easier in the way we get to the native stuff. And it's thinking. It's not a result of my MAUI or the tools. It's like we are streaming, so things are a little bit more taxed on the system. And now wait till I bring out Windows, and then the fun begins. But I think I killed the simulator the last time around, so it's thinking a little to come up. So the same app, but now instead of a handler, you will see that it's using the old school renderer, which is still in there. You're just using a compatibility mode. So you can bring in your custom renderer. So now it's white, right? So now it's not green anymore. So everything works and everything is good, right? So that's just a quick look. Now let's hold on. Let's stop this. Maybe. There you go. All right, let's switch gears to one more thing that's kind of really big on our minds when we are thinking about upgrades. So there is this whole thing called minimal APIs, and now it's not really. Hold on, I want to go to the minimal API landing page. That's real nice. Right here, GitHub APIs. So this is new. They're trying to lower the barrier to entry for anybody coming into .NET. And I think this is a reality for a lot of folks who are doing .NET, as a backend. You have APIs serving up your data, and it's very, very fast. So if you have an API today, please update your runtime to .NET 6. You're going to get like 40% more performance boost for the same code. So you don't have a reason why not. And .NET is just a folder. You can blow it away. You can package it with your app, and things are much easier. This is an option for you to kind of get started really easily. Just literally 3 lines of code to kind of stand up an API. So let me show you that real quick and see how we can kind of use it from MAUI or other apps. So we're going to go out here, and we're going to go into minimal APIs, and let's look at the code. And we're going to close. Hold on, I got too many windows open. We're going to close that guy and keep this one open. So minimal APIs is minimal. So what it does is CSproj is super simple. Just .NET 6. I'm using implicit. And I don't need that. I don't need that. All I need is just program.cs. So 2 lines of code. Give me a builder, and I'm going to map this to hello world. And if you come down and ask for a name or a person, I'm going to give you Elon Musk or whoever is the person of your choice. And you can do like mappings very differently. You can do a mapping for a post or a create or an update or a delete. It's just very, very simple. Right. So if I do a simple .NET run over here, it's going to spin up the API just with those few lines of code, and it's saying, hey, I'm hosting this on 7197 localhost. So let's go to localhost 7197, and there's my hello world. And if I do, I think it was called a person, if I remember. Yep. So you get some JSON back, and so you get the idea. You can return HTML, you can return JSON, whatever you want to do. But so again, what I'm trying to say is, if you are using a .NET API today, please update to .NET 6. You're going to see some immediate benefits. You don't have to do this minimal thing. You can do the full web API, but this is just an easier way to kind of get started. And then you can build up on this and make it a bigger API backend. Now let's switch one more gears. We want to keep that app open and running. And I want to show you a little bit more of MAUI. And now let's talk about MAUI with Blazor. So let's go in here again. And I am going to forget. So let me look up which one I want to use. MAUI Blazor, of course. So let's look up MAUI Blazor, and I can close down this VS Code because I want to show you the other VS Code. So now this is an app that I've made with MAUI Blazor. That's the template that I've used. So essentially what it does, it puts a little bit of Blazor inside of your MAUI app. So let's go ahead and actually before we run this, let me show you real quick what it's doing. So everything starts out with MAUI program as usual, but there's a new thing we are registering here. It's called Blazor Web View, which is a modern web view. Lets us render all types of web things. As we'll look into it, it's not just Blazor. And what we have done here is created a couple of new pages. So I have a new page here that's api.razor. This is all like Blazor code in here. And what we're doing here is, let's minimize this a little bit, and maybe it's a little too big. So what we're doing here is just making an HTTP call, over to my local host, same API. and I want to read that as a string. Now, don't do this in production. I'm literally reading a string from an API and just like spitting it out on screen. And we also have a chat room, which is using a real-time thing. So I want to show you this on maybe iOS, and let's run it on a Mac. Why not? So I'm going to grab this Mac Catalyst build. I'm going to go in here and do a .NET build for Mac Catalyst. So what it's doing right now is it's building an iOS app, but it's using the UIKit to AppKit bridge that Apple provides, and out comes a Mac desktop application, right? It's in my dock, and everything is native. I can do native things in here, which we'll look into. But here's the API. So here's Elon Musk again, right? So I can call into my minimal API from any kind of client. Obviously, the API doesn't care, but just a quick example. And if you go into the chat room, I like showing off this little chat app that I have. It's hosted in Azure. It's a little SignalR, like a real-time app. So we'll let it come up here real quick, and we'll say web is saying hi, and send. That's almost real-time there. And it shows up here in my Blazor app, and we could say, .NET said hello, and send, and it's instantaneously there, right? So now we have a desktop app. Now this UI is written entirely in Blazor, so I can take this to a web app as well, but things work. So that's nice and easy. And essentially what it does is just that little bit of hosting inside to get that going. So let me stop a couple of things, right? So we can stop our minimal API. We'll keep the Blazor one around. And hopefully you get the idea of how we are hosting Blazor inside of .NET MAUI. Now, what if you wanted to do Blazor, but you wanted to do a little bit more native stuff, right? So let me show you more apps. I am just trying to show you as many things, like I said, as I can. So let's go into another one called MAUI Native Blazor. All right, and we're going to bring up the code again. So same exact app. I got Blazor inside of my MAUI app, and everything is here in my pages. So if you have folks developing Blazor inside of your team or your company, just bring over the Blazor assets and just like stick them in. Blazor and .NET 6 run, or MAUI run on the same runtimes, which is real nice. So everything starts out here with MAUI program again. I'm registering the Blazor web view. And here in my main page XAML, I got my Blazor web view. That is what is showing my entire Blazor app. And I can come in here and I can do more like XAML or native stuff if I wanted to. Now, I have done a couple of more things in here. So first thing is if I go into my index.razor page, which is the first view of my Blazor page, this stuff looks familiar. But beyond that, we are bringing in this little guy here called MAUI Essentials, right? So that's the API. It used to be a couple of different NuGet packages. Now it's just one, and it's baked into .NET MAUI. It's just a use MAUI thing that we have in CS projects that brings this in. And it gives you all types of APIs that are opening up for all of your devices, your mobile devices, your camera, your accelerometer, you got everything. So here I can read the app name, I can read the device display, with the device orientation, what height and width of my device am I using, and I can also read the device's connectivity. This is important for mobile apps because we go in and out of network. If I'm on Wi-Fi or not, I can read all of that. And also, if I go in my platform directories and in my iOS, there's a little guy called info plist. Android has a similar thing with permissions. So here I have brought in one extra piece of permission here, the location services. So I want to read the geolocation for the user. You can say I'm not going to misuse this, but that's it. So I want to read those things in my app and see what I can do with it. Because one of the things that the Blazor project does is it gives you like a weather API, and you can read the user's location and give him that or her or they a specific location for that thing. So let's run this. Let's run this maybe on iOS actually. Did I miss the iOS build? Okay, I have to copy the iOS build because I don't want to have you see me type and mistype. So let's do an iOS build now. Now, again, I can run this on a Mac. And one thing that while this is coming up, you may have noticed that I did a localhost call on my Mac Catalyst. Because it's a desktop app, it knows what a localhost is. If you're running this on iOS or Android, it's not going to know what localhost is. So you have to kind of have it hosted somewhere before you call the minimal API endpoint. So let's see if this is up and running. Okay, out comes my Blazor app, right? So this is my index.razor. I can do on a button click, I can say, hello, this is my name of my app. I'm running on portrait. That's my height and width. And I'm running my devices, iPad mini 6th generation. I'm running on Wi-Fi, right? So that's pretty nice. And then I can switch here my orientation. Now this is on button click, so it doesn't update right away, but I can tap on that one more time, and now it says, hey, I'm landscape, and I have flipped my orientation, right? So you can do all sorts of native things from Blazor code itself. And here in my fetch data, if I go in here, notice that I get the notification from iOS to say, hey, this app is trying to read your location, yes or no. And out comes my lat long, and I'm being lazy here. I'm not actually making another call to get a weather service, but I mean, you get the idea. You have geolocation and all of the APIs that you want to bring in. It's all there for you. Okay, so you can do all types of native things from Blazor, but I will show you more on the Blazor front as well. Let me watch my time. Oh, I don't have a lot of time left, but that's okay. We're going to power through. I'm sure we'll get a few more extra minutes. Or maybe not. We'll see how much they love me. But this is where you might actually see, my lights flickering in the back because I am bringing up VM. This is running my Windows machine. I do have a Windows tower under my desk, and I sometimes like remote into it. But it's nice to have it all together. So I can carry my machine wherever I go. Now, one of the questions is, what if it's nice that Blazor is now welcome on mobile or on desktop, but what if you wanted to bring in some custom components? Like maybe you have invested in writing, just like we did with custom renderers, maybe you've written custom components with Blazor. Could you bring those over? And the answer is yeah, absolutely. The web view does not care what it is. As long as it's web content and you have the routing and everything figured out, you can be up and running. So let me show you a couple of things here on the Windows side. I'm going to bring up Visual Studio. Keep in mind, if you're using MAUI, you need to be on the preview versions, preview 3, 4 right now. So let's do this one here. Like I said, I work for Progress Software, so we make a lot of custom components. I'm not saying we have to go use our stuff. I'm just trying to show you an example that everything is possible. Once you invite Blazor in, you can render all of these things very easily. So we'll give it a second to pop up. And this is a project in which it's a .NET MAUI app, but I have actually brought in some dependencies for iOS or Android. It's all the same, but in here I can in my main page XAML, you can notice just the Blazor web view, nothing else in here. We'll give it a second while it's figuring out the nuggets. And let's go to main page XAML now. This should just be Blazor web view. But in my index.razor, instead of just using Blazor, I'm using some custom components. These are NuGet DLLs that are brought in, Telerik buttons and Telerik barcodes. So do they work? And the answer should be yeah, absolutely. There is no reason for them to not work. So we'll give you just a quick glimpse of this, and then I'm going to switch. Yeah, it's preview 6 of VS 2022 is out. And for some reason, I don't want to update while we are doing this. So here's the same, app. Everything works. But in here, you notice that there is a barcode. There's a button, which it doesn't even look like a fancy button, but it's very possible. In fact, again, just so all of you, Twitch Lurker says, hi, Sam. Hello. So we have a repo that was, private for some time, but it's out there. So you can see, like, we have been experimenting. All of our Blazor UI, all of the complex grids and charts and graphs, they run inside MAUI. They run inside WinForms or WPF because it's a web view. It doesn't care, right? So that's the kind of the point. And so on that point, it's trying to get to my Mac, which I don't need right now. So let me show you a little bit more. So I'm going to close this solution and maybe show you this. So what if you have an existing WinForms or a WPF app and you want to move it forward? Maybe you don't want to start with MAUI, all things new, but you would just want to borrow in some newness. So you can actually do that. The web view that we are using to render Blazor, yes, that's a part of MAUI, but it's also available separately, right? So I can bring in one NuGet package here. It's called the Web View 2. And then I can stick in a web view right here inside of my WPF projects. And WPF and WinForms, by the way, please make them run on .NET 6 if you have the option, because they will run just fine. use the .NET Operating System from Framework to .NET 6, it'll run just fine. So here is a full-on WPF app that started with .NET Framework, but now I can run it on .NET 6. And it doesn't look like anything like a desktop application because I've given it a whole web content here to render. So it's just essentially rendering everything from that URL. So that clearly works, right? And it could be like an immediate step that you take to just kind of shove in some web content. But it can actually be a little bit more smoother. So if you want to start, building up your Blazor components right inside of your WinForms or your WPF app, same exact NuGet package, but here you'll notice that I have the Razor file right in here. That's a Blazor, component. And in my main window, all I'm doing is, again, rendering that same web view, but I'm just pointing it to say, go find that counter component, right? So this is a great way for you to kind of start modernizing and thinking about how you want to bring in your app. So that's a Blazor component, but you don't realize it because it's stripped of all types of styling. So this absolutely works. Now, I do want to switch gears before the hosts come back and hurry me up. I want to show you a couple more things. First is let's go back here to our terminal. So we are going to go up here and here. So first thing is we're going to go into, let's say, Angular. Like there's a lot of folks do Angular, right? So once I'm in there, I can do ng-serve, open, and out comes the Angular CLI app. And it's all web-based, and it's Angular, and it's built for you with NPM, and it has all of its dependencies, and everything is good. Out comes the app in your browser. But what if you have existing investments in Angular, in React, and all of these things, and you want to now consider what does this mean with Blazor coming along? So it is absolutely possible. So let me hold on. Let me close up a few things, and let me take you to let's see, MAUI Angular, if I can type. Right, and we're going to bring this up, and while it's coming up, we are going to do a Mac Catalyst build on it. So let's see if I can find the Mac Catalyst build real quick. iOS and Mac Catalyst, right? So here we are saying, let's write a .NET MAUI app, but we are going to stick in Angular inside of it, because why not? And it works, absolutely it works, right? And I'm going to run out of time here, but I mean, any custom Angular components here, you can also render those. Like we have Kendo UI components for everything, and those are very welcome too. So how am I doing this? Essentially, here's what the deal is. This web view here does not care what it is. It just knows how to render the right web view for iOS, Android, Windows, and Mac, right? So what we're doing here is saying, don't bring up the Blazor root component, just go look at that index.html. And this index.html is not the same as the index.html that Blazor gives you. This is the Angular index.html. So in my Angular project, I can go and do an ng build for production, get all the assets, and just like drop it in here, and it starts working. And I can do the same thing for other types of apps as well. So just to kind of prove a point, we're going to go into, let's say, MAUI React, right? And let's do another Mac Catalyst build. So again, for those of you who do React, you likely are starting up from like create new React app, and then you spin up a web project, and you do npm start. And I can do that, and then I can do an npm production build. And then I can grab those same assets and I can bring them over, stick them into my MAUI app, and out comes React. So what's the difference between this and Blazor? Well, this is JavaScript, and we are just bringing it in as a way for you to move things forward, so your Angular, your React dependencies can kind of live together with MAUI, but it doesn't talk to .NET as easily as like Blazor would. For example, like if I can go back in here and show you one last project. Yeah, I think I tried showing you most of the things I wanted to, but let me show you one last thing here. If you are doing things on Blazor, you have things a little nicer because it is the same runtime. So while Angular and React, if you have to talk to .NET, you have to use a JS interop. But if you're doing Blazor inside of MAUI, you don't have to. For example, in my in this app here, this is code borrowed from Elon Lipton, who's a long-term veteran engineer on the .NET team. I can just do system.io, and I can pull up, go out of process. I don't need to be in the browser sandbox. So when I run this, you will see it's Blazor inside of MAUI, but I can do native things. Like this one obviously would not work on iOS or Android or Mac, because I'm using a very .NET or Windows specific API, but I have MAUI Essentials. So if I wanted to use like local storage and write something on file for Mac or iOS or Android, I very well can. This one, if my chat room is still up, it might work. Let's see. Let's do a hi and send. Yeah, that's still up. And let's see if my chat room. Yeah, Blazor on Windows says hi. So, multiple ways of connecting to a chat app. And going back to my home here, do something native. I'm going to pull up Notepad here, and we're going to say, let's say hello .NET or happy birthday .NET. .NET's birthday is coming up next. Monday is the big stream. So I want to save that and close it, and now I can bring it back to my Blazor. So I'm not stuck to my web shell. I can do very native things on Mac, on Windows, on iOS or Mac. So hopefully this gives you a view of all the different ways in which we can mix and match. So if you have all of these like .NET desktop things, bring them over to .NET 6. Inject little bits of MAUI, inject little bits of Blazor in your app. If you have Xamarin Forms, it's going to be an easy move. If you have REST APIs, web APIs, move them over to minimal APIs if you could. If not, just run it on .NET 6. And if you do any of the other web stuff, know that you have a good option. Yes, you can do progressive web apps, you can do Electron, but MAUI is that much more faster, and it's just giving you a nice web view to render all of your web stuff in. So hopefully this gives you some things to kind of think about as you move and try getting your apps to .NET 6 and think about what's next. So I'm going to stop here because I know I've been talking way too much and too quickly. So let's see if no, they're the organizers. They are still here. They haven't kicked me out.
So what have we learned? .NET 6, all the things. Is that what we're talking about?
All the things. Yeah, all the things.
So we do have some questions.
We do.
Let's bring them in. Let's see. So does the Mac Catalyst target have the same code generation limitations as the iOS target? This has caused us problems consuming a legacy VCF web service with the .NET client versus generates.
Yeah, that is a very good question, and I don't know, Joseph, if I know all of the internal details, but essentially, .NET MAUI is not doing anything out of ordinary. If you take an iPad app today, and if you want to run it from UIKit to AppKit, you go through Apple's little shell, and it just gives you that extra real estate and some more AppKit APIs and things that are Mac specific. .NET MAUI will do the exact same thing. It's not actually reinventing the wheel for good reason. So whatever code generation is happening, it's happening like through Apple approved ways of taking UIKit to AppKit. So I want to say it's better, or hopefully it's not as bad. But this is nothing to do with MAUI itself. It's how Mac Catalyst is working. So do let me know. And I mean, my Twitter handle was out there. Let's chat more. Let's see what issues you might be having, and so we can maybe understand your question a little better.
In .NET MAUI Blazor,
Yeah, that's what Maddie talked about, right?
Yeah. If I have components in a Razor library, can I use if iOS and if Windows?
Yes, yeah. So this is referring to RCLs, Razor Class Libraries, and yes and no with a few nuances. The if-else compiler check that I was showing you, that is more for .NET MAUI while it's booting up. You're doing specific things. So yes, absolutely. If you want your RCL to just run on iOS and not for any other platform, yes, you could. But again, it kind of defeats the purpose because you are wanting to bring in all of Blazor and all of your components, all of your custom components. So I would think you would want to run it on every platform. But if you want it to be platform specific, then yes, you could.
Currently, Android startup is a pain. You think MAUI can start up apps in less than 3 seconds?
Yeah, and again, I know most of the teams or most of the folks on the .NET MAUI team. James will be up next. You can ask him the same question. They have been really working, and it's not easy, some of those things we are doing, because it has to do with what is being JIT, what is being AOT'd, but things have improved a hell of a lot. I mean, even with like Xamarin Forms today, with like fast renderers and just the way we are kind of lazy loading some things, and the way hot reload works and hot restart works, they have been trying a lot, to improve the Android thing. So take a look. I don't have exact numbers, but maybe James can tell you more. But the experience the dev experience is not bad at all. It all depends on, just the same as what we'll do with the PWA. If some things can wait to be loaded up, wait for the app to be loaded up and then bring in your things as you need to be. So do some lazy loading, that might help.
Will MBB come soon to MAUI?
So that would be
Mobile
mobile Blazor bindings. Yeah.
I
All
assume.
right. Amir, that's a great question. And again, I refer to Elon Lipton here. He's from the .NET team, and he was the one who had started mobile Blazor binding. So maybe some of these terms are getting a little too complicated for folks to follow. But when we talk about Blazor on MAUI, we are talking about Blazor Hybrid, essentially a web view that just renders Blazor stuff on a .NET MAUI canvas. You have access to all of the native APIs. What Amir is talking about here is something called Blazor Mobile Bindings, where you could actually use Blazor-like syntax, Razor-like syntax to render native UI. So there is nothing web involved in there. You can absolutely render native iOS, Android, Windows, and or Mac from Blazor-like code. So that project is still in preview. I don't work for .NET or Microsoft, so I can't tell you. But my 2 cents, if you ask me straight up, I would say the number of people who want to do that is a very a niche audience, like folks who really like to write Blazor, but at that point you are almost writing XAML, so you need to know exactly what you're doing in XAML. So the number of people who want to do that, I think, is a smaller minority compared to people who just want Blazor to run. Yeah, Daniel, go ahead.
I want. I
you
want
want
to do
that.
it like that. It's like
Yes.
the best of everything. You can have like your SAML syntax, but you don't need those converters. And
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah. So yeah, I mean there are pros and cons, and maybe we will see mobile Blazor bindings in some form. The thing with you'll hear from James and David and Maddie, even with all the engineering that's been put into from Microsoft, from like partners like us, it takes time to get a platform and a system up and running. So we sometimes have to go for the mass first, which is what are most people going to develop on, and then we can maybe do the other things. Like there's already Tizen support. There's talk of like Linux support that would be community maintained, but those other like areas which are like a smaller audience that you're hitting, maybe those will come along after MAUI ships.
Yes, the best of everything. Native UI with Razor syntax is the dream.
I'll tell you this, like folks who do a lot of Blazor, folks who do a lot of JavaScript, they don't like XAML. So Daniel, you and me are different. Like we really like our XAML, but folks who really hate XAML, they don't want to do that XAML. So for them, just sticking everything into a web view really works, and that's kind of the lowest hanging fruit.
But this
But
is
I
like
hear you.
if you don't like SAML, but you want the native UI, you can have something in the middle.
Yeah. And again, I mean, we have tried, like from a Telerik standpoint, we had like much of our Xamarin Forms UI rendered through, mobile Blazor bindings, but, we haven't seen a ton of adoption. So again, maybe like let MAUI ship, let the first wave hit, and then we'll kind of start building up on these things.
Yeah. Thank
Sounds
you
good.
so much
Yeah.
for joining us.
Sorry, I went through like a whirlwind of like Angular and React and APIs and iOS and Android.
No,
and
we
Windows,
love
but
all of it.
the
We
point-
do.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. The point is, look around, folks, and look for what works for you and your app. Do what lets you code share the most. And I mean, having a code base that you feel proud to maintain, I think that's where you'll have the most bang for your buck.
Right.
Awesome. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
All right, peace
you,
out.
Sam.
Thank you so much, folks. We'll see you around.
Bye.
And I believe we have a contest.
We do.
Can
Or
I
raffle.
win prizes
We do.
now?
Still no. No, no.
So for anyone who just joined in, Daniel has been asking every single time we mention the raffle if he can win prizes, because we have some awesome prizes.
I will go home now.
You will go home now. You are home.
Okay, good. Gonna stay.
So what do we need to do?
Either go and join get a ticket on Eventbrite, which is a URL we have on our webpage, .net-frontend.com, and you will get a raffle ticket for that one. And it's still open for registration, so do that. And also by tweeting using the hashtag .NET Frontend. And that will give you more raffle tickets.
That's perfect. And you can win Amazon gift cards from Progress Telleric, books from Pact, first aid kits, thermo mugs, and games I should say, from If Insurance, Tango gift cards from Syncfusion, and we will draw all the winners during each session, but we will contact you on Twitter or Eventbrite or email in that case tomorrow if you win.
Yes.
Because apparently we have a conference to do.
Yeah. Who knew?
And we would like to thank our sponsors, because without your support, this event would not be possible. So thank you so much, Progress Telleric, If Insurance, Microsoft, Syncfusion, Pact, and 1337 or 1337. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I believe we do have a little bit of a video to play.
Is it another short one?
It is another short one.
Does it have music?
It does have music.
That's good.
Let's see.
So Syncfusion, they provide UI component suite, a huge one, for building powerful web, desktop, and mobile apps. So make sure to check them out.
Yep. And now I believe it's time to bring in our next speaker.
I think it is. Let's see if we can get him to magically appear, because sometimes that happens. See?
Look at that.
Ta-da!
Hey everyone, how's it going?
Hi, how are you doing?
Good. I like that very suspenseful Syncfusion trailer. I was waiting for, because I've worked with like all the amazing different control vendors out there, and they always make like super amazing videos. They're like, check out this chart and this graph. I was waiting for it, but I think you did a very elegant job of describing Syncfusion.
That's actually credit goes to Jimmy. Because the sponsors that we did not have a video for, Jimmy made a very nifty,
I want one
short to the point video.
Can I get one, Jimmy? Can I get one that says my name?
Absolutely.
Definitely. And there's this effect as well.
I want that to play when I enter every meeting on Teams.
Oh, yes.
James has arrived. That'd be pretty good.
I like this.
But I've heard that you used to sing in the beginning of the meetings.
I sing quite often all throughout meetings. I worked for I worked for a game studio early on that was very toxic and bad. But there was one person there that would sing throughout the day and would do little like rhymes and jingles about like everyone, and really uplifted everyone's spirit. So I kind of brought that in to just always in my life, always singing all the time. And I enjoy, like, especially when the first on the meeting, and then let's say like Maddie or Katie on my team or Jamie joins or Fritz or something. I like, just something about their background or something. These little jingles, just like, I'm here with Jimmy and everyone at .NET Front-End Days. It's just really like, you put a smile on everybody's face. And
someone please clip that.
So,
that needs to go viral.
I encourage everybody to introduce singing in all of your team meetings. That would be a great thing to do, especially if you're a manager. Like, you can really, I don't know. I think it's fun. So
I like it.
Yeah. The meeting would be super short if I sing, because everyone would just disconnect.
No. You would use vocoders.
Ooh,
they would disconnect if I sing.
I would use vocoders.
I can use what now?
Huh.
Jimmy has a slight thing for everything with vocoders and voice box and
everything is better with a vocoder.
Okay.
I don't make the rules. I just know them all.
Well, I'm super excited. I know the day has been going fantastic, and I'm super appreciative that y'all are putting on this event. I think that, I come from a client background, so I'm always excited about anything front end. But I'm glad that I'm talking about web development as someone that is not a web developer. So that's what I'm excited for. So I don't know how I signed myself up for this session. I'm doing it all the time. I've been so deep into hybrid development now for no good reason. I have no business doing web development, and you'll see from my presentation.
Do you have a screen to share as well?
Yes, I do. And I recently moved to a single monitor. I'm very excited about it.
Oh.
It is an ultra wide, but it is a 1920 by 1080 because I'm a pro. But don't worry.
Yeah, look at that.
Let me know. I'm just going to minimize you so I won't be able to see anything. So just whisper quietly in my ears. And since I only have one monitor, now I can't see anything besides this beautiful slide. So you have to let me know if it's up and running. I have no idea what's happening right now.
We can see them.
It looks up and running.
All right,
so
take it away, James.
Awesome. Yeah, so since I can't see anything in this magical part of having a single monitor, which I think is awesome and also not awesome at the same time, I have more desk space back and it's like more freeing and it makes me feel happier in life. But then also presenting is also terrible. So I'm James Montemagno. I'm a principal lead PM for our developer community over at Microsoft. You've heard from many of my friends at Microsoft and outside of Microsoft today. Some of them may have talked about .NET MAUI. Some may have talked about Blazor. Some may have talked about Blazor Hybrid and .NET MAUI together. But I'm going to dedicate this entire session on how you can go mobile, go hybrid if you're a web developer today across mobile and desktop. And additionally, if you're a native app developer, how you can blend some web content with Blazor into your applications. And this is really exciting. I'm not a web developer, like I said, but I do like to mess around with HTML and Razor and CSS from time to time and pretend like I know what I'm doing. And the beautiful part, I believe, of these technologies, of everything in .NET, is the ability to share code and knowledge between them all. So maybe you're a XAML developer today, or C# code behind developer, or a Blazor developer today, or just an ASP.NET developer using MVC. You can easily share that knowledge and learn something new to mix and match front-end client development technologies together. So that's what I'm going to talk about today. And that really is this story, right? Is this unified development experience that .NET has really been the dream of for developers, no matter what you want to develop for. And with .NET 6, it brings everything together even closer with common base libraries, APIs, and runtimes. And of course, there's a vast ecosystem, amazing tooling, no matter where you want to develop. I'm specifically going to focus in on web, desktop, and mobile. And you can see there's a bunch of different technologies that enable you to reach these platforms. But the best part of .NET is that you can combine these things together, and the things that the teams are working on are simply magical. So that's what I'm going to talk about today. Now, first, let's talk about Blazor. Blazor, we've already had sessions on from many people here today, but give you a quick recap in case you're watching this and just tuning in or watching this later on. Blazor is .NET's full stack web app platform for .NET. And it's part of ASP.NET Core, which means that if you have an ASP.NET Core website, of course, you can add in, Razor pages, MVC. You can blend Blazor into it. You can add Angular, React. You can do all the things in ASP.NET Core. Just go to the .NET website, dot.net, and that has Razor pages, MVC, and Blazor all shoved into one magical box of goodness. Now, Blazor traditionally, though, for just web development, has had two modes. It's had Blazor Server, where all of your code runs on the server. But the magical part about Blazor is that you don't have to write JavaScript if you don't want to. You just write C# code, and basically that executes on the server, and the DOM is updated via Signal R for the Blazor server component. And this means your .NET Razor components and Razor class libraries can be shared across different Blazor applications, which is really cool. So if you're in a situation where you are concerned about performance, you're doing crazy number crunching, you can leverage the power of servers and never have to write JavaScript. You can still write it if you want to. It's up to you. It's your life. You got to from time to time. But the cool part about Blazor is that actually there's a WebAssembly version of it that enables you to run all of your C# code directly in the browser. So kind of think of it like how iOS and Android apps can be built with .NET, right? You're running iOS and Android apps and you're running .NET inside of it, right? So just like that, you can now run .NET code and C# code directly inside of the browser via WebAssembly, which is an open standard, which works across all of the major browsers on desktop and mobile as well. So it's not a Microsoft technology. It's a standard that not only C# and .NET, but other languages are part of too. Of course, with WebAssembly, right there, you're sort of in this sandbox because everything's running offline, disconnected inside of here. And of course, it's the user's computer and the processing power that would limit the performance of your application. But there's two different use cases, and based on what you want to build is really going to enable you to build awesome web apps. Now, I'm a client app developer. I've been building iOS and Android, Mac and Windows applications for over a decade with C# because I absolutely love it. And for those developers, our next evolution of that platform for developers is .NET MAUI, the multi-platform app UI framework. Now, there's already been talks about .NET MAUI, but in case you don't know, this is the next evolution for .NET developers to build cross-platform native user interfaces, all from C# or XAML to target Windows, Mac, iOS, and Android, and of course, tablets and anywhere that iOS or iPadOS run. It's been super streamlined to be super cross-platform, which means you have a single project and a single code base and single resources like icons, fonts, and images that are all optimized per platform. You can deploy to multiple devices via mobile and desktop. And of course, you can share your .NET code with all of the other platforms that you may be wanting to reach with .NET. And everything compiles up into a native application at the end of the day. Now, these are two awesome pieces of technologies, right? You have Blazor, you have someone ringing my doorbell here, but you also have .NET MAUI. Now, the cool part about this is, what if you could actually build cross-platform native apps with Blazor, right? Because I just told you, you have to build web apps with Blazor and native apps with .NET MAUI. But what if you could build them with Blazor? And what if you could actually leverage all of your existing Razor class libraries that you've already been building for your Blazor applications and use them inside of those native apps? And what also if you had access to 100% of the native device capabilities and native performance of those devices? And what if you could run that on Mac, Windows, iOS, and Android, and on the web as too? That's basically nearly every single device out there. And you can with Blazor Hybrid. Now, what is Blazor Hybrid? Well, Blazor Hybrid is an extension of Blazor. You can think of it as the third option that you can go with if you need to reach more platforms. And it sits between Blazor Server and Blazor WebAssembly. Like, you could take a Blazor WebAssembly app and you could bundle it into a progressive web app. That's totally cool too. But you're going to run into limitations as far as the packaging, the deployment, and accessing those native capabilities, or even accessing native user interface. So Blazor Hybrid sits in between Blazor Server and Blazor WebAssembly. It takes advantage of best of both worlds. You get the advantage that you have a fully disconnected application that can run without any signal R or anything like that. So it's very similar to WebAssembly, where the Blazor application and .NET code is going to run inside the native host. But you get to take advantage of not only the full machine's power and capabilities of iOS, Android, Mac, and Windows, but you also get the full .NET runtime that's available there. So they're not sandboxed at all. You have everything available to you that's a native in performance and ahead of time compiled. It's built directly on .NET 6 and .NET MAUI. And what this means is that it offers up a Blazor Web View control that hosts and renders Blazor Web UI. The cool part is that you can also mix and match native capability bits of UI and your Blazor UI as well. So what this means, and we'll get into the code here, is that when you start to build or create your very first Blazor Hybrid application with .NET MAUI and Blazor, is you get a new component that is a Blazor Web View. And what this does is it gives you the ability to take any Razor page and render it natively. So here I'm saying my component type is main, and that main is main.razor, and it's some HTML and some code, some Razor, I should say, in HTML, and some code there. So we've all seen the click counter a billion times, but you can see I'm using the @datetime.now, the @counter, and the strings that automatically Razorify it with data binding. And you get those on @clicks that automatically will call on click and increment that count and update the UI. So the best part here is that this thing is going to run 100% natively on the device in a single process. So it's not sandbox or anything like that. There's no HTTP, no network required for the Blazor components. And that's the biggest thing if you take away anything. 100% native on the device. and it's not sandbox at all. Now, of course, if you need to make web requests because you're accessing data on the internet, you could totally do that, but you're not restricted. It's not a required functionality to run this thing. The only HTML that, only the HTML UI is rendered into the web view control, right? So you get this web view control, the HTML is there and it's rendered. So let's take a look at what this looks like over here. So if I was to bring up Visual Studio 2022 and I was to create a new project, you can see here that I have a bunch of things in the dropdown. And if I zoom in, you'll see that I have a MAUI app and a MAUI Blazor app. Now, this MAUI Blazor app is Blazor Hybrid, basically. And Blazor Hybrid, I'll talk about, is actually a larger suite of capabilities, not just for .NET MAUI, but also for WinForms and WPF. And that's the template that you'll want to create. To save a few seconds, I've created it earlier, right there. And the only thing you need of today, since it's in preview, is you're going to need Visual Studio 2022, the latest preview. And then you need to, of course, check the web and the mobile .NET and .NET MAUI components. All right. So this is a .NET MAUI application hosting Razor and Blazor Hybrid inside of it. So here we have our MAUI app. And if you've seen other demos today, you'll have noticed that there's things over here like multi-targeting for Android, iOS, and Mac Catalyst and Windows. It's using a single project. It's using implicits. It's got cross-platform application identifiers and versions. Down over here, we have cross-platform icons, images, fonts, and splash screens all rolled up into there. If we go over into our resources folder over here, we can see these are all cross-platform everything that are optimized for each platform. Under platform folders, we have our Android, iOS, Mac, and Windows folders, sort of as the host application configuration there. If you need to access native code, you can just write it right in there. That's the same in a .NET MAUI and a .NET MAUI Blazor application. But the real difference is that we have a dub root folder with our CSS and Bootstrap and Open Ionic in there, iconic icons in there. And then we have a main Razor, a bunch of Razor pages, and some C# weather forecast stuff. And this is pretty cool because there's only a few XAML pages. So if you want to write more XAML, you can write more XAML. And if we look at that main page, it's only one thing. It's a Blazor web view. It's a component type of main. And that main is going to be the main layout of our application. So it's going to have this index, or it's going to have a bunch of routing associated with it. And that's it. The only difference here in our startup application is that what it does is it registers the Blazor web view. It adds the Blazor web view to our services, and it just adds singletons into the dependency service as we would expect. Now, if I run this application, it's going to compile a native Windows application that's hosted inside of a WinUI 3 application. And it should show up on my desktop. So it's going to compile it up and deploy it into a debug session. And sure enough, I literally have a Blazor application running inside of a native application. You can see all the different XAML hot reloady things are coming up here. If I tap around, I can click around on the counter. I can fetch data inside of my components. If I go ahead and snap this over here, let's make this a little bit smaller. We can see that the UI is also responsive. So it also minimizes down however your CSS is set up. If I come into my counter over here, I can, of course, come in and change this code to plus equals 10, for example, save it and hit the hot reload. And we should, if this updates here, now we're increasing it by 10 over here. So we get our counter update right as we would expect with the hot reload. If I come into my index Razor, we could, of course, do the Blazor-y type things that we would expect. So I could come in and add a counter in here component, hit save on there, and that will hot reload. And if I come into my home, sure enough, I have a counter component right there. So all of that stuff that we know and love is all available to us inside of our application. And this is totally a Blazor application because if I hit F12 we can see that our dev tools come up right here. It's running on a 000 port. And of course, you can disable this for release because you wouldn't want to do that. But here's our Blazor web WebView.js here. We have our console, we have our network, we have all the stuff that's happening inside of here, as we would expect in our tools that are happening there. Now, this is running on Windows, so it's using a WebView 2, but on Android and iOS, it's going to use the native web views that are there, and Mac, of course, too. So one thing that we can do, though, is we can change around this application. So for example, if I come into this main page, we can see it's just a content page, and it just has a single Blazor web view. If I wanted to, I could come in and say, put in a new namespace, and we'll say pages, and we'll say pages over here. So we get our access to our counter, fetch data, and index. And let's change this to a tabbed page, for example. I'm going to update our code behind to be not a content page, but a tabbed page. And now what we'll do is we'll create a few content pages here. So let's go ahead and just do this. So now we'll have 3 tabs over here. So 1, 2, 3. And instead of local main, let's do pages index, pages counter, and pages fetch data. So now we have 3 tabs that we're creating over here inside of our application. So instead of using that host that had the tabs all like that, we're going to use native tabs on the different platforms because now we're going to be rendering those tabs with .NET MAUI. So now you can actually see, well, there's tabs in here, but you can't see them because we need to give them a name. So let's do that. So let's first come up and shrink this down a little bit. Perfect. And then we can say, all right, well, this first page is going to be title of home, for example. And it says home up here, but it's in black. So let's go ahead and just make this maybe white, for example. We got hot reload happening there, and our XAML and our C# and our Razor, all the things. Let's do a title of counter. It just updates right here. And then, of course, we can come down over here, say title, and let's do data or whatever, right? And then data comes up. And sure enough, we have our weather right there. So now we're just using native tabs in our application 100%, and we're totally good to go, which is really rad. So I'm hosting those Razor pages inside of there, and it's super awesome. There's other things we can do, though, too. So, for example, since we're inside of a native application, what we're able to do is maybe let's add another button here that says, instead of click me, let's do check internet. Okay, and we'll do a check. Check internet. Check internet. Internet. There we go. Let's create another method here that just checks the internet. Now you're thinking like, well, I'm a web developer. There's probably got to be some like JavaScript plugin to do something, all this stuff. No. .NET MAUI has you covered with .NET MAUI Essentials, which gives you over 70 different native APIs cross-platform in your application. So what I can do is I can come into here and I can say var has internet. I'll say connectivity right here, which is part of the API. If I was to type in maui.essentials or Microsoft.maui.essentials, we have all of these native APIs available to us. So accelerometer, app actions, battery, connectivity, device info, they're all available. So I can just say connectivity dot network access. And if it has internet, that's good. And I'll say var type, and we'll say connectivity dot profiles, I don't know, first or default. And then we'll just do like unknown. I guess if it doesn't have any, should be on there. And then let's go ahead and do an output. Let's do a little pop-up when I click on that. So I'm going to do a MAUI app 4 dot app. And we're going to access the native app container. And we're going to access our main page. And I'm going to say display alert. I'm going to say internet, and then we'll do some string interpolation, and we'll say has internet. It has internet there of type. So we'll say okay, and then we will close it off. All right. So now, ideally, if this thing reloads, I might have changed the state too much. Let's double check to see if it's going to hot reload for me. Else we'll reboot it here. Let's go ahead and restart it. I might have changed too much of the hot reload state. But we've added another button. We're going to check the internet and just access some native APIs. Let's snap this over here. Check internet. And sure enough, I totally have internet on Ethernet, totally working, rad. So access native APIs, native UI inside with our Blazor web views there, which is really cool. Now, the best part here is that this is a MAUI application. So I can go to my drop down and I can decide to go to iOS, Mac, or Android. On Mac, you got to be on Mac, but iOS, I could plug in my Windows device and I could go ahead and deploy there. Let's just go ahead and deploy this on Android over here. I'm just going to start without debugging so I can disconnect it and get it up and running. But what this is going to do is run and compile our native Android application, but bundle in all of our Blazor bits and pieces and all the code that I just wrote for accessing the internet information over there. So let's go ahead and see now. We have our counter, our home page, our tabs over here, which are all here. So I can do click, 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 click. I could, of course, add some padding here, probably would be ideal. I can check the internet. Sure enough, I have cellular internet here on this device. If I put it into airplane mode, check internet again, no internet, false, unknown, because it doesn't have anything. And sure enough, if I go ahead and toggle that back over, give it a second to reconnect, we have cellular internet right back again. That's the first one on the list. Of course, it would probably list Wi-Fi as well. So I have all that capability all now blended in. Now, these are tabs on top. You could also put tabs on the bottom. You can decide how you want to do that, but we're getting the native, look and feel here of the native tabs running on Android compared to running on Windows like your users would expect, which are really cool. And since it is a native app, you do have controls to those native components. So like I said, you can fully stylize these. You can put them on the bottom if you want to, based on your application type that you're looking to align with. But here I've just taken the Blazor, Razor components that you know and love and shoved them into native application that's running right here on my Android emulator, which is super cool. Now, beyond just what I showed you, kind of the getting started introductory of Blazor Hybrid, there's kind of like two different modes that you can think about as a web developer or as a native client developer in which you may want to use Blazor Hybrid in your applications. You could decide to build new apps that are composed 100% of Razor class libraries, and then these could be consumed and used on both the web and inside a native application. That's one scenario, is basically take your entire Blazor application, put that in a Razor class library and share it automatically with your other applications. Or you may, and like I said, you may want to just reuse the entire Blazor web app that way too. Or you can kind of modernize. Think of it as, I have an existing native application and I have some cool stuff going on in Blazor world, and I may want to merge those two different things together and kind of create these little islands, little pockets of Blazor throughout my application. You can think of it as a dial, right? You either have 0 Blazor or you have Blazor on 11, which is full Blazor 100% up in there. Or you're somewhere in the middle, or maybe at 25%, or maybe it's just one page of your application, right? But you want to be able to start sharing more code between your web teams, your client teams, or if you don't have a client team, you are the client team now as a Blazor developer. And of course, you can kind of grow, right? You can blend in more Blazor, blend in less Blazor. Kind of depends on what you're looking to do, what your users are telling you, and what your designers and yourself need in your application. And sometimes it's just faster when you're shipping key pieces of functionality on web and desktop and mobile to have one unified way of doing that. So let's look at a little demo of a little Blazor and a lot of Blazor. And let's start with a lot of Blazor, because that's what I'm all about, is sometimes putting in all the Blazor all the time. So for .NET Conf, last year, we built the .NET podcast application that runs across web, a desktop, mobile, all the places, powered by powerful backend services. It has a beautiful ASP.NET Core Razor landing splash screen page. And when you tap on sign in, it takes you to a full Blazor application. This is 100% Blazor over here. This is a WebAssembly application. It has a progressive web app over here as well, taking full advantage of it. And you can see that I'm subscribed to a few podcasts over here. I can search for podcasts. There's my podcast, Merge Conflict. We'll subscribe to that. We can take a look at it. We can start listening to a podcast. We can say, we can listen to it later. It shows up in my listening queue over here. And I have different light themes and dark modes and all sorts of cool pieces of functionality there. So the first thing that we could do is take this entire application and shove it into a .NET MAUI application. So for example, if I pull that up right here, what we have is our basically our .NET MAUI shell over here with very little code. It's the same exact code that I showed before, but it has just some Razor scaffolding. And then what we see is all of our different Razor pages and extensions and things down here. So here's our components. We have pages that are all being shared with our web UI over there and different services. So all of these Razor class libraries are being pulled into this .NET MAUI application. And we can see here, it's a MAUI app using Blazor Web View, using a MAUI app. It's using common patterns. The biggest difference is that it has to use these theme, local storage, clipboard, interop. In this instance, since I'm reusing 100% of my Blazor application, I'm also, accessing JavaScripty things. So the music playback, for example, is through JavaScript, just the web player. So it's not natively integrated into it. But if I pull these applications up over onto my devices, we can actually see what they look like. So we can get our Android app running over here. And let me go ahead and get this one down over here. And sure enough, we have our Blazor application. We can scroll through these. We can go into our subscriptions and subscribe to something. And sure enough, we have all of the same functionality that we had inside of our Blazor app, because this is a Blazor application, right? If I shrink this down, we can see the tabs go down on the bottom. They align. They do all the stuff that we would expect over there, which is quite nice. So 100% reusing that application directly into a .NET MAUI application. Now, for me, though, I'm a big fan of native UI, native controls, and kind of blending in the capabilities when we need to. So in that instance, we actually have another version of this application, which is 100%, well, almost 100%, 90% native and a little bit Blazor. So this is our podcast application. And you can see all of our pages here are all written in XAML. We have our view models, we have services, MVVM, we have cross-platform fonts and images and strings and styles and all that good stuff that you would know and love. And if we look at the Discover page, for example, we have all of our native UI. Collection views are going to be optimized on phone, tablet, and desktop based on what you need. And the cool part of this is that if we go into the platforms folders, we'll see on Android, we actually have an audio service that's using Android Media. It's going to use proper local notifications to display audio controls. On iOS, we have the same thing, an audio service. So we're accessing those native capabilities of those players to seek time. So we're kind of breaking out of that bubble that's going on there. So we can access those native capabilities. But there's a really cool part of this website that would actually be quite a lot of work when we were developing this app to bring it over to native client development, which is this Listen Together page over here. And this is a really cool one. So what you're able to do is, let's say I'm listening to the latest .NET MAUI podcast, and I go over here and I say, listen together, and I'll say Blazor Web is my name. I'm going to open a room. Now this room over here is a room where I can invite my friends to listen to this podcast, and we can kind of send emojis back and forth as we're listening to the podcast, which is quite cool. So as we're kind of listening together, and if one of us starts and stops, we can share that state. So this is 100% Blazor Razor UI, but it's using SignalR to open the rooms, to send back information. And in the web version, it's playing with the web audio playback. But what we've done inside of our .NET MAUI application is we have our pages and a listen together page. And what you'll see is that we have a Blazor web view, and this is using the Blazor listen together component from the same exact Blazor component library that we saw earlier that's being used inside of our Blazor application. But the difference is that it's inside of a native shell with the native player using native audio playback inside of here. So blending these two worlds together. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the Windows app and the Android application. And we're going to attempt to see all of these together all on the same screen, which is always a fun thing to try to do. Let's kind of blend these together here. I'm just going to go ahead and put this here. And I'm going to go ahead and enter my code. And I'm going to say Windows is my name. You can see Windows popped up right over there, which is pretty cool. If I come into my together mode, this is our, again, everything you're seeing here is the Blazor UI. I'm going to go ahead and say Android over here, say join room. Android pops up right here. And now if I go ahead and I start listening to audio, notice that it's playing on all of them, pausing on all of them with SignalR. It's playing in my eardrums. You can't hear it, but rest assured it is. And then as we're listening, we can send emojis across the way, all via SignalR, all using the Blazor user interface and animations there. Whew, I'm listening to like 4 versions of that podcast all in my ear. That is quite complicated. But you can see the flexibility of being able to build out Blazor web applications and bring some or all of that application into native applications using .NET MAUI, which is quite spectacular in my opinion. Now, what I've shown you today is how to leverage some of that Blazor and .NET MAUI goodness together. You can use Visual Studio to develop, reuse your existing C# and .NET skills, reuse your Razor class libraries, HTML and CSS, and of course, take advantage of that rich control ecosystem, whether it's from Syncfusion, Telerik, DevExpress, the community, all these amazing things out there, you can reuse that. And you can reuse that inside of the Blazor hybrid environment. So reuse all of your existing web development skills and code, which are probably much, much better than mine. You can access all the native capabilities, like I showed you with just connectivity, but geolocation, all that goodness. You can mix and match native and web UI. It's up to you as much or as little as you want. And it's also going to help you reduce app development time if you're building for web and for client experiences as well. I mentioned earlier that both Blazor Hybrid runs on other things besides .NET MAUI. So that Blazor Web View is also available for WinForms and WPF applications running on .NET 6. So it's also important if you're looking to modernize existing WinForms and WPF applications and want to blend in some more web tech in there, you can do that with Blazor Hybrid. If I had another 15 minutes, I would show you, but I believe Dan is after me, and he's also going to show that off a little bit too. But in summary, choose what you want to do. Blazor, Razor, Hybrid, built on .NET MAUI, modernize, get it today in the latest Visual Studio previews. You can go to github.com/.NET/MAUI. And that's the podcast application as well. Demo code, screenshot that, 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's it. Thank you so much. Go build awesome things.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Cool.
That was a cool application.
Let me see if I can bring you all
did.
up. Oh, cool. There we go.
I
see
did see
again.
one flaw with that application though.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, our
I
podcast
know.
is not on it.
I blame Dan, really. So, Dan, I told him, I said, Dan, you're in charge of all the podcasts in the feed. So
Okay, so we need to talk to Dan afterwards.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, we have time for a few questions.
Cool. I try to keep it short. So I know when to keep a little bit of time. Yep.
Is it possible to develop Blazor with SAML like Silverlight instead of HTML5 and CSS?
Yeah, it's a good question. So no, Blazor applications are all built with Razor and HTML syntax there. So, Blazor Hybrid in this model with .NET MAUI brings the web into the native client. If you're leveraging your existing XAML that would maybe bring to the web, that's not something that is planned at launch, or I don't have timelines if we ever plan on doing that at all. But things like Avalonia and Uno are platforms that do have a component. One's built on WPF XAML and one on WinUI 3 XAML. And those have WebAssembly options that are there. Those are not from Microsoft. Avalonia is a community built, awesome project. Uno's from Inventive. Also, they're all open source, things like that. But my good friend Frank Kruger, who does the Merge Conflict podcast with me, he has an open source library called OOUI, OOUI, and that actually brought Xamarin and Form XAML to the web, and he's also bringing that to .NET MAUI. So as far as official support, no, but that was something that he did work on because he had that use case. I always think that web is a complicated space because of the types of devices, the screens, the real estate, the test metrics, the CSSification of everything under the day. So it just depends on your application, what you're building there. But as far as answering this question, the answer is no. But there are options because .NET is amazing because there's so many awesome different frameworks out there and we love them all.
Well, we sure think that
I would love SAML for the web, though.
Oh, yeah, you would. Okay, so we have another one. My Blazor app takes about 3 seconds on my phone to import a picture I take, convert the stream to a base64 string. Would using a hybrid app that uses MAUI for the image part be a solution to that?
That's a great question. It's possible. Taking your stream, converting it to base64 depends on your image, right? Is it a 5 meg image? You're still probably going to have some issues there, and you're probably going to have a spinner that's going on. You look at something like Instagram, right? Those images are super highly optimized on the back-end servers. Images shouldn't be big. Your phone takes a 25 megabyte picture because our cameras on our phones are ridiculous. But you should not be rendering that inside of an application. Your devices only have so many things in memory that are there. The advantage here that you will have, Minion who's asking, is that you can access those underlying native APIs of iOS, Android, and Windows, which are going to be optimized to load those images faster at the end of the day. So based on what you're doing, if you're building like something that needs to highly process images, you can access those underlying APIs, which will always be faster than trying to do it in the web or something like that.
Great.
Look at this guy.
Are these templates available if I use .NET CLI and Visual Studio Code, asks Cecil.
Totally. Cecil, all you need to do is do .NET new --list, and you'll see a MAUI Blazor application there. So you'll see MAUI Blazor, and then, you can just go ahead and run it up. .NET Run, do all your things. .NET MAUI applications run best in Visual Studio 2022 because of all the things that are there, but there's great documentation to run it via the CLI. The biggest thing is in your config in VS Code is to specify some additional command line parameters of, am I launching this for Android, iOS, or Mac? So there's some additional flags that you can add to your configuration. But
awesome.
Yes, yeah.
So Android emulators takes forever to load a MAUI application. Is this an issue specific to computer or emulator, or is it generally slow to load mobile app UI on emulators?
Both. It
Both.
Really depends. Android, so there's a few things. There's a whole bunch of falsities of what's happening in people's minds here, because we all expect things to happen instantaneously, which is totally makes sense. The first thing is Android emulators in general can run in one of 3 modes. The worst mode is not accelerated at all, which means it's super crazy slow because it's emulating all of ARM and the Android operating system itself, which is super slow. Don't do that. If you're on Mac or Windows, you have Intel Haxum. So if you have an Intel processor, that'll run virtualized accelerated, which is super fast. You saw my emulators run super fast. If you have AMD, or if you need to run Hyper-V, there's the Microsoft team and Google team work together to enable Hyper-V scenarios for the default Android emulators. That's what I'm running. It's also super fast. But of course, Android emulators, they use like 2 gigs of RAM. There's a whole bunch of, you run a whole computer in a computer, right? Unlike a simulator, which is a slimline thing, which is like what Apple has. Now that's one thing. So it could be your computer. I prefer to develop on a desktop more than anything. But not everyone can have a super desktop that is 10 years old like mine. When you build it once, it lasts for a long time. The other part, though, is remember when you hit run and you hit debug, things are happening. When you launch your application, there is all sorts of debugger information going back and forth, the jitting that's happening. So when you're debugging your application, it's always going to feel like that startup is slower because it's doing a bunch of stuff on startup to actually launch your application. That's just the case. When you go to release your application, you're going to be using ahead of time compilation, things that are super optimized. You're going to bundle it up and it's going to launch super fast. And the .NET MAUI team and .NET team are always trying to optimize that as well. In 10 years of development, I've never really had a problem with any of our startup time. Sometimes it has, not the best, but it's gotten a lot better. And I've never really had consumers complain about the startup time. I think me as a developer, I always want it to be faster, always. But my apps start in like under a second, on all my devices, and I run my test device is a Pixel 2 XL, and we're on Pixel 6. So if I'm happy on a Pixel 2 XL, it's great. But there are Android devices that are $20, and apps aren't going to run super great on it, all of them. So I mean, you can only expect the world. But to answer the startups question here, that would be what I would say.
I think we have time for one more question.
Uh-oh.
When you're using Blazor Web View component, how do you see the CSS to handle the styling? Try the debugger to stop inside the Blazor component of the Razor component library that inside the Blazor Web View.
Yes, great question. So as far as styling goes, it's the same CSS. So the same CSS, if you did a file new Blazor app or a file new Blazor hybrid app, it's the same app. It's the same logic, same CSS. So the web view knows about its sizes and correlations. So just like you would develop a website to display properly on a tablet or a phone, you'd use that same CSS there. And as far as breakpoints go, you can add breakpoints into your code chunk there as well, and you can diagnose it. And then, of course, if you're on Windows, you can hit F12, bring up the diagnostic tools and all that stuff too, and you can see what CSS is being loaded when. So some options there.
Nice. Thank you so much.
Cool. You're welcome.
Was another great session.
I try. Thanks for having me. Super appreciate it. If anyone has any questions, feel free to reach out to me or anyone from the team on Twitter. We appreciate that.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thanks. Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
And we have a competition.
We do. One more time.
Last time, last chance.
You can still not win, Daniel. But the folks who are watching can do by simply getting a ticket on Eventbrite. The link is on our webpage for registration. You will get a raffle ticket. And also by tweeting using the .NET Frontend hashtag on Twitter, you will get even more raffle tickets. And you can win some great stuff. That's why Daniel is so excited and sad that he can't win. Because you can win Amazon gift card from Progress Telerik, a book, either ebook or a hard copy from Pact. We have a first aid kit, a thermo mug, and games from If Insurance. And we got Tango gift card from Syncfusion. And we will draw winners during each of the session slots. So this is the last one. And we will contact you tomorrow, either on Twitter or the email you have on Eventbrite if you win.
And we would like to say thank you to all our sponsors. Without your support, this event would not be possible. So thank you so much, Progress Telerik, If Insurance, Microsoft, Syncfusion, Pact, and 1337 or 1337. Thank you so much. And we have one last video to play before we bring in our next speaker. Let's roll. And let's face it, without Microsoft, we would not really do this conference because we wouldn't have .NET. And .NET is celebrating 20 years in just a few days.
Hey.
Microsoft is hosting celebrations the next coming days, February 14th with a .NET 20th anniversary broadcast, 15th of February with an Azure Open Source Day, and March 17 with a Visual Studio 25th anniversary.
We are getting so old.
Yeah.
I remember going to the .NET event in Sweden when it arrived.
Yeah.
That is how old we are.
They
So
did
you're
TV
welcome.
commercials in the beginning also, right?
See? And speaking of Microsoft,
Yeah.
we
Let's bring
actually
him in.
have a guest from
Yeah.
Microsoft.
Hi, Dan.
Hey!
Hello.
So I guess happy birthday.
For .NET, yes, 20 years. It's amazing. I
It
won't say
is.
old, by the way. I say well seasoned. You know, like a
Ooh.
good cheese.
Ooh.
Nice. Experienced.
Yes.
Mature.
Yes.
Yeah. No, it's
Oh, I
amazing
like
how
that.
far .NET has come. Like, it can do so many things now. You can build games, you can do AI, you can do web, cloud, desktop, mobile. It does it all. It is it has come a long, long way, and the future is bright.
Yeah. It is.
Mm-hmm.
And I know some of us even like Blazor particularly.
Well, doesn't everyone? Everyone should like Blazor.
Yeah.
I hear Jimmy does know a thing or two about Blazor. May have written, I think,
I've heard.
about it, and
I've heard.
all sorts of stuff with it. It's great.
Everyone that
It's all true.
everyone that has used JavaScript loves Blazor.
No. We should clear that up. Everyone from the C# world that does not enjoy JavaScript loves Blazor automatically. It's not. We're not bashing on the people who likes JavaScript. You're all fine. Stay where you are. It's fine.
But you're
Just to
wrong.
make sure.
Microsoft
This is why you
loves
don't win any
JavaScript
prizes.
too.
Okay.
We love Microsoft. We love JavaScript. We have Visual Studio Code and TypeScript.
Yeah.
And I honestly there's a lot of things about JavaScript that I think are very elegant.
Yeah, we had a session today about JavaScript also, so
We did.
for Blazor developers. So
Yeah, exactly.
And it might be swearing in the church or something, but I prefer Visual Studio Code over Visual Studio, so I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'll see myself out now.
But let's
talk some Blazor.
Let's talk some Blazor.
Blazor time.
Let's give the stage to Dan.
All right.
Take it
you so
away.
much. Thank you. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Jessica, Daniel. It's great to be here, everyone. Hello, I am Daniel Roth. I'm a program manager on the ASP.NET team, and I'm happy to be here with you all for .NET Frontend Day. In this session, we're going to look at the latest Blazor features in .NET 6 for building modern full-stack web apps with just .NET. We'll also look at the future of Blazor in .NET 7 and how Blazor is expanding beyond the web to enable native client development as well with .NET MAUI. So Blazor is a full-stack web UI framework. Well, it enables full-stack web UI development based on HTML, CSS, and C# instead of JavaScript. With Blazor, you can build full-stack web apps combined with ASP.NET Core with just .NET and using the open web. Blazor is part of ASP.NET Core, our modern web UI framework, web framework for .NET. ASP.NET Core has everything you need to build modern web apps. The addition of Blazor to ASP.NET Core expands the reach of your .NET web apps to the client. ASP.NET Core and Blazor are deeply integrated. You can use your Blazor components from your existing views, like your MVC views and Razor pages. And you can use ASP.NET Core to pre-render your components and handle all of your backend needs. The latest Blazor features are now available with .NET 6, which is the latest long-term support release for .NET, or LTS release. Blazor in .NET 6 is loaded with new features. We now have support for hot reload, which is the ability to make changes to your app while it's running without having to restart it and rebuild it. We have much smaller download sizes for Blazor WebAssembly apps. We added a new toolchain for doing WebAssembly ahead of time compilation for Blazor WebAssembly apps, which dramatically improves the runtime performance of the app. You can also add native dependencies to your Blazor WebAssembly apps using that same toolchain. We added support for error boundaries, dynamic component rendering. You can now render Blazor components from JavaScript if you have existing JavaScript apps that you want to add some Blazor to, and just so much more. There is a ton of Blazor in .NET 6, a ton of other features just in .NET 6 in general, way more than we have time to cover in just this session. But we'll try and see as much of it as we can. We'll try and touch on as many of these new features as possible. Getting started with Blazor with .NET 6 is super easy. You just go to blazor.net, you install the latest .NET SDK, and then you can get going building your first Blazor app on your preferred platform using Visual Studio, Visual Studio for Mac, or Visual Studio Code if you're Jessica. All right, let's take a look. Let's just dive right into it. Let's go take a look at some of these new features by getting started with a new Blazor app. Okay, so I have Visual Studio 2022 here. I'm using the latest preview. And I'm just going to file new project and create a Blazor app. For this app, I'm going to use Blazor Server. Could just as easily use Blazor WebAssembly. I find Blazor Server is a good place to start if you're just using Blazor for the first time. And we'll use, of course, .NET 6. All right, so here's our Blazor project. And right off the bat, there's some really nice improvements to the Blazor project templates, and really all of the ASP.NET Core project templates. This is using the new minimal hosting model. So you'll notice there's no startup class in this file. That's because all of that startup logic is now in Program CS, and we're using the new web application API for setting up our host and getting our app running. It's just a little simpler. If you have a startup class and you want to continue to use one, you of course can do that as well. But this is where I've got all of my services that I'm configured, as well as any middleware that makes up my request handling pipeline for this application. We're also using all of the latest C# features in the templates. For example, we were using top-level statements in this project template. That's why you don't see a program class or a static void main function. It's just some extra ceremony that we no longer need with modern C#. We're also using implicit using directives, so our stack of using directives at the top is much shorter. And we can use file scoped namespaces. So if we go open like a C# file, you can just declare your namespace at the top and shift all your code to the left to get a little bit more space for your coding. Okay, so some nice things added to the templates. Let's go ahead and get this running. I'm just going to Control F5 to run the application. And that popped up over here on my other monitor. Let me snap this side by side with Visual Studio. Gives ourselves a little bit more room. Okay, so this is a Blazor app. It looks like every Blazor app that you may have seen for a long time when you create it from the default template, but it does have some new bells and whistles that are worth pointing out. First of all, the UI here is using the latest version of Bootstrap. So if we dig into like the sources and look at the Bootstrap version that we're using right there, yeah, we're using Bootstrap 5.1. So you're getting all the benefits of using the latest version of Bootstrap. I can click around to these different tabs and see the weather forecast table and this counter component. Click the button, count goes up. No JavaScript required. That was all done with C#. Notice though the browser tab that as I click, the title is being updated accordingly. This is a new feature in Blazor in .NET 6 that you can now influence the head of the HTML page from your Blazor components. Let me show you what that looks like in code. If we look at like the counter component, you can see up at the top, we have this new page title component that lets you set the title for the page. And then I think it's in layout.cshtml, this is like the host page on the server for this Blazor app. We have this new head outlet component. That's a component that's going to gather up all the changes that you want to do to the HTML head and then apply them to the head. And that will work both with pre-rendering and also when the app is set up client-side for interactivity. I got a little something in my eye. Okay, great. So that's really cool. You can now influence the head of your HTML pages, set the title and all that type of stuff. Okay, cool. Let's also make some edits to this app. Let me give myself even more space. And let's go to index.razor. Collapse that hamburger. And let's just add some code here. So I'm just going to add some excitement to hello world. And then I'm going to click this fancy new hot reload button up here at the top. This is going to apply the changes that I just made to the running application without having to like rebuild and restart. So click. And almost immediately we see the UI update with the new markup changes. So the app is still running, didn't have to restart. We can also make other changes, like let's mess around with this component parameter. Isn't this so cool? And we'll hot reload that. And almost immediately it shows up on the page. It's really fast and crisp. We can do more than just markup. We can add components to the page. Let's add a counter component right there. And I've set this setting right here that says hot reload on file save. So I'm just going to save the file. And then now we've got a counter component. Click it a few times. Let's also add the fetch data component. We'll just add all the components while we're at it onto the home page. And we'll save that. And again, almost immediately, we get our weather forecast table right there on the home page. Now, notice the count is still there. Like it didn't get reset when I added the weather forecast table. That's because we're updating the app while it's running. Any app state that you had is preserved. So if you're like deep into a nested form or you're messing around with a complicated tree view, you can update the UI without having to recreate all of that application state. We can also do C# updates. Let's go into counter.razor and we'll update the increment count method to instead increment by 1, it will now increment by 2. So we'll save that. Now if I click the counter, we're incrementing by 2. And we can do this with just C# files as well. Like I'm going to go into this weather forecast service.cs. This is the service that we're using to generate that weather forecast data. And let's change all the summaries to be uppercase. So I'll do that and just save that. And I see the little check mark that says the hot reload applied, but we're not seeing that update. Like, why not? Why am I not seeing these all capitalized? Well, there is a reason. Remember, hot reload is changing the code of the app while it's running. If that code has already run and nothing re-triggers it to run again, then you're not going to see the results of the change. This fetch data component, it fetches the weather forecast data in its oninitialized method, like when the component is first set up, like when you browse to that tab. Nothing's triggered on initialized to run again, so we don't see the changes. But we can trigger it by just like going to a different tab and then coming back. And yeah, now we see our all caps summary. So it's a new way of thinking about the code changes that you're making. Just remember that if you make a hot reload change, you got to do whatever it takes to get that code to actually re-execute. Initialization logic, you might have to re-trigger the initialization logic. All right, so we can do hot reload of Razor. We can do C#. We can also do CSS files. So let's go into the style sheet for this application. That's this site.css file. And I'm going to try and mess around with the color of the buttons. Let's change the background color to red or yellow or purple. I mean, this is .NET. You got to have some purple. And you notice, like, as I type, it's updating. I'm not even having to save. Visual Studio is detecting the CSS changes and hot reloading those into the running app to apply them to the DOM. So you can do CSS as well. So that's hot reload for Blazor in .NET 6. So those are a bunch of niceties for new Blazor apps that are new in this latest release. Go back to my slides. All right. Also new in .NET 6 are the .NET WebAssembly build tools. This is a new tool chain that we've added that allows you to manipulate your Blazor WebAssembly apps for a bunch of cool scenarios. The first is ahead of time compilation. By default, Blazor WebAssembly apps run on a .NET runtime that you deploy with the app. It gets downloaded to the browser that's implemented in WebAssembly. And that runtime is an IL interpreter. It's going to interpret the instructions in your .NET assemblies. There's no JIT, so it's not particularly fast for like CPU intensive work. It's fine for a whole bunch of scenarios, but if you're trying to like, I don't know, do ray tracing or physics simulations in a browser, it can be a little bit slower. Ahead of time compilation allows you to pre-compile your .NET code to WebAssembly up front for much better runtime performance. Runtime linking is the ability to remove features from the .NET WebAssembly runtime that you don't need. Like Debugging features. Well, after you're published, you probably don't need those. You just pull those out. Or globalization features. If you're not globalizing your app, maybe you don't need those either. So you can pull them out. This can reduce the size, the download size of your Blazor WebAssembly app. And then native dependencies is the ability to add stuff to the .NET WebAssembly runtime that comes from, potentially native code, like some C code or a native library that you want to be able to use from a browser. That's enabled as well. Speaking of download size, the smallest Blazor WebAssembly app that you could have in .NET 5 was about 1.7 megabytes, which is pretty impressive considering that includes the runtime, like the .NET WebAssembly runtime, the core framework libraries, Blazor itself, and your app. That was all packed into that 1.7 megabytes. Not bad, but we can do better. In .NET 6, the smallest Blazor WebAssembly app is only a megabyte, about a 40% size reduction. This is thanks to work on the runtime relinking feature that allows us to trim the WebAssembly bundle quite a bit, and also improvements to the .NET IL trimmer that trims your .NET code. It statically analyzes your app to remove any code that's not needed. So both of those resulted in a much smaller app. Let me show you these new build tools. They're kind of cool. All right, I think we can close this app, and I'm going to switch to a different app, which is the satellite simulator application. Okay, so now to get the .NET WebAssembly build tools, what you got to do is you got to open up the Visual Studio installer, and in the ASP.NET and web development workload, you're going to want to check this checkbox right here, .NET WebAssembly build tools. It's an optional component, so it's not enabled by default. You have to say, yeah, I want these things because I'm doing some Blazor WebAssembly stuff. Okay, now let's go ahead. I'm going to run this app first, just in development, and see what we get. And what we have here is a simple little physics simulation. This is like a 2-star system, and we've got a bunch of satellites, and it's simulating the physics of all these satellites in this space, okay? And we can fiddle with how many satellites there are, and then watch the frame rate up here in the upper right-hand corner. We want to keep the frame rate above 60 frames per second. So let's add 10 times more satellites, 1,000 of them. Let's do 5,000 satellites. Still at 60 frames per second. We can do 8,000 satellites. Still at 60 frames per second. So we can do 10 is usually where we start to see a little dive. Yeah, okay. So now we're getting a little bit slower. And this is just using the .NET IO interpreter, also with a debug build of your assemblies. Okay, we can do better. Let's try and publish this app. Now that we have the .NET WebAssembly build tools, when we publish this app, it will do a release build for one thing, so that'll make it faster. It will also trim the WebAssembly runtime and all of the .NET DLLs to remove any unused code and make the app smaller. Okay, so let's go and see that. So I've already set up a publish profile here. So I just do publish. And this should automatically kick in by just having the build tools. So I'm going to do this runtime relinking publish profile. And I've already done it just to save on time. Let me make sure I've stopped the previous app so I don't get any port conflicts. So let me run this version of the app that has had runtime relinking done. We'll start this again. Okay, so this is now a published version of the app with runtime relinking, and let's see how we do for performance-wise. So 1,000, can we do 10,000? Yes, we're fine at 10,000. About 15,000, still at 60 frames per second. And usually it's at like 20,000 that we start to see a dip in the frame rate, okay? So we're able to do, twice as much work now with a release build, so that's good. So the message there is the IL interpreter is quite capable. If for many scenarios, it's more than adequate. What's also really cool is if we look at the download size of this app, let me go and clear out all the caches so we get a true look of what the download size looks like. And yeah, down here, the whole app is just 1.1 megabytes transferred. So way smaller than what the smallest Blazor WebAssembly app was with .NET 5. And part of the trick for that is that this .NET.wasm file, this guy right here, that's the WebAssembly runtime. It was trimmed to only like 350 kilobytes or so. In order to do that, I did flip a couple of settings in the app to tell it that there's features I don't need. Like I turned off what I turned off. I turned on invariant globalization, so I don't need any of the globalization stuff. And I also removed all the time zone data because I didn't need that stuff for this application. And as a result, I was able to shrink it way down. Now, performance-wise, though, we can still do better using ahead of time compilation. To turn that on, I got to now set this option to true. And that will then turn on ahead of time compilation and then republish the app. So right click, publish. and AOT will kick in on publish. It does take a while, so you don't want to be doing it during dev. It will slow down your dev interloop by quite a bit. I've already done the publish, so let's go ahead. No, that's runtime relinking. We want to do AOT. I've already done a publish. Let me stop the app that I had previously running, and let's do the ahead of time compiled version of this app. Get that up and going. Okay, so now this is AOT compiled. We can do 1,000, 10,000, still at 60 frames, about 100,000. A little dip, but we're back up at 60 frames per second. Can we do 120? Not quite. A little bit of a dip at 120, but still pretty good. You know, about 5 to 10 times faster runtime performance with AOT. So that's great. And I know this is probably giving people a headache. So let me get rid of all that white noise. So that's the benefit of AOT. Everything was pre-compiled up front for that performance benefit. There is a catch, which is doing AOT will also increase the download size of the app. So if we clear the cache again for this app and look at how big it is, oh yeah, so like the runtime now is 2.1 megabytes, you know, about a 2x size increase. That's because we took all of your .NET code and turned it into WebAssembly and linked it into that bundle. So you get a larger initial download size, so slower load time, but much better runtime performance. That's a trade-off. What I would say is if you have CPU-intensive work where you need this perf benefit, then go ahead and use AOT. If you don't need it, the runtime interpreter will be just fine. All right. We can also do native dependencies. Let me switch from this app to a different app so we can see that. I've got this Blazor WebAssembly demos app. So native dependencies is the ability to use native code from your Blazor WebAssembly app. Let me just go ahead and run this so you can see what it does. This is a demo app that the owner of the Skia Sharp library set up, Matthew Leibowitz, I think is how you pronounce his last name. Let me start with this page of the Blazor app. This looks simple, right? It just says 2 times 4 is 8. Nothing shocking there. But what's interesting is how that's implemented. If we go into the page, we can see that Razor component, here's where it's rendering 2 times 4 equals, and then it's doing a C# call. That's what that @ sign is representing. And it's calling this method, which is a DLL import. And that DLL import is calling into some C code, which is up here in this file.c file. And then there's our actual multiply method. And the way that gets wired into your app is there's this little native file reference. Oh, let me make it bigger so you can actually see. Native file reference MS Build item group that you add stuff to. You can add like whole libraries. So that page is actually calling into C code to calculate 8. And with this functionality, you can do some really, really interesting things. So for example, Skia is a native graphics library. I think it's built by Google. Skia Sharp is like a .NET wrapper around that native cross-platform graphics library. And now with this functionality, you can add a reference to Skia Sharp from a Blazor WebAssembly app and then do custom graphics rendering using Skia Sharp that's been compiled to WebAssembly. Okay, so that's like this tab down here. It's showing a simple clock that's being drawn on the screen at 60 frames per second. That's all done using Skia Sharp's .NET APIs, which is calling into Skia. I'll show you quickly what that looks like. That's this last Razor page. So here we're we got this. This component is the Skia Sharp view, and it has this on paint surface callback that you get handed a method. And so this thing's getting called over and over again, and it's then just using standard Skia Sharp APIs to call into Skia, all from a browser, from .NET code on WebAssembly. So super cool. You can play around with that. In fact, there was someone who did like a whole game. I think it's like trains.net. Yeah, this thing. This is a little train simulator that's built using Blazor WebAssembly and that Skia Sharp functionality. So if you want to take a look at that and play around with it, it's pretty fun. Okay, so that's native dependencies. All right, let's go back to my slides. All right, you can also in .NET 6 call Blazor components now from JavaScript. So if you have a Blazor component and you have some existing, Angular, React, whatever JavaScript-based applications, and you want to reuse those Blazor components, you can now do that. This is a fairly low-level abstraction in .NET 6. It's a low-level API for rendering a Blazor component using a JavaScript API. But on top of that, you can build all sorts of interesting things. We have a sample that actually will code generate Blazor, not Blazor, Angular components around a Blazor component, so you can then use them in an Angular app. We also have a preview package that lets you generate standards-based custom elements from a Blazor component that you can then use in a JavaScript-based application. That's what I was going to show you just real quick. So over here, I have this Blazor custom elements project. This project is actually just the default ASP.NET Core plus Angular project template that ships in .NET 6. But I added a Blazor component, this counter.razor file. And then I added the preview package for creating custom elements from Blazor components. That's this guy right here. So ASP.NET Core components, custom elements that you can get off of NuGet. And then what you do is you just register your Blazor component as a custom element. That's the way you do it. You do it as like you would a root element. And you got to give it a name. And the name has to have these dashes in it. It's something to do with the way custom elements are defined. Okay, so if I run this, we should end up with a Angular app. This is just the default Angular template, and it takes a little while to start because JavaScript. Sorry, Jessica. Yeah, we gotta wait for the the Webpack dev server to fire up. But once that loads, then we should see our Angular app. There it goes. Okay, so this is all Angular code. Oh, I've already got my Blazor component there. I'll show you how I did that. But this is an Angular counter. And on the home page, what I want is this Blazor counter, which you can see I already left in. But let's go look at where that was added. We go into the Angular part of this app, and we look at app, home component.html. So this is all the content for this Angular page right there. And all I did was add this element. Let me remove it. If I save it and remove it, then that Blazor component disappears. But now I'm going to add it back and save it. And boop, now we've got a Blazor component being rendered from an Angular component. So super nice. You can now use Blazor components from any front-end web application. All right, so that's kind of cool. Let me go back to slides. This didn't ship with .NET 6, but it shipped alongside .NET 6, is that we now have Fluent UI components available for Blazor. This is a library of 40 or more than 40 Blazor components that support dark mode and light mode and high contrast. They support the Fluent UI design patterns, which is used by a bunch of big Microsoft products like Windows and Office and Teams. They support the latest Windows 11 visuals, and you can try them out by going to aka.ms/Blazor Fluent UI. Okay, now everything we've talked about so far was all about web apps. But what if you need more than what a web app can do? Like, what if you need more than what the web platform offers, and you need full access to the native capabilities of the underlying device? What if you need basically a native client app? Well, we've been hard at work, as I'm sure you've seen in this conference today, on the new .NET multi-platform app UI, or .NET MAUI, which is the future of cross-platform UI for .NET. With .NET MAUI, you can build a single app that runs on mobile and desktop, Android, iOS, Windows, and Mac. It's the evolution of Xamarin Forms with an improved architecture and better development experience. .NET MAUI is expected to release in early Q2 of this year, and there's been lots of great talks about it today, including the talk just prior to this from James Montemagno that talked about the Blazor integration in .NET MAUI. So with your .NET MAUI applications, you can actually add Blazor components. .NET MAUI basically enables you as a web developer to create native client apps by integrating your existing Blazor components and using your existing .NET web development skills. These components run directly in the .NET app, and they allow you to then share web UI between your web apps and your native applications. This is how it works. So in a .NET MAUI Blazor app, your components run directly in the .NET MAUI process. So they're running on a normal .NET runtime. WebAssembly is not involved. So they run fast, and they have full access to the native capabilities of the device through the .NET platform. We call this pattern, this hosting model, Blazor Hybrid. Blazor, because it's a hybrid of web UI and native code. Blazor Hybrid apps let you use your .NET web skills to build native client apps with web UI that can then be shared with your web apps. All right, and I know I'm getting kind of short on time, but let me just show you real quick. So in order to get MAUI, you're going to want to install the latest preview version of Visual Studio, and then make sure you install this MAUI mobile development with .NET workload. And when you do that, you should see this .NET MAUI preview checkbox. Okay, so it's still in preview, but it's getting close to shipping. And then when you want to create an app, all you got to do is file new project and create a new, go to MAUI, .NET MAUI Blazor application. Okay, and we'll create that. I don't think we need to save the previous one. And now what we have is a Blazor app that's hosted in a MAUI application. I'm going to show you the Windows version. All right. Get that running. And so the MAUI app can target Windows, Android, iOS, and Mac. And what we've got in this application, if we look at the code for the template, is normally you would put in these XAML files native UI, but we only have really one native MAUI control here, which is this Blazor Web View control. And what the Blazor Web View control does is it lets you render Blazor components to an embedded web view. Here, the component I want to render is this main component, which is defined in main.razor. And if you've seen a Blazor project, that should look really familiar. That's basically the default Blazor router, and it will happily route navigations then to these Blazor components that also sit in the MAUI project. Like here's the counter component and the fetch data component and so forth. So if we look at here's our native desktop app. This is a Blazor app, Blazor hybrid app being hosted in .NET MAUI with all the UI. This whole section here, this whole section here is just one web view control that our Blazor components are then rendering to. So now what's really cool is how you can now share UI between the MAUI app and the Blazor app. So I'm going to hop on to get another project in here. I want to add a Blazor app to this thing. Let's add a Blazor server project. And let's add also a project with some Razor components that we want to share. So I'm going to add a Razor class library. Like that, and create that. Okay, so this Razor class library has a simple little component that's just a div with some styling. And I'm going to add a reference to my MAUI project to that Razor class library like this. And also to my Blazor application, of course, like this. Okay, and so now when if I go to my MAUI app, I should be able to add that Blazor component into index.razor. Let's go ahead and add it right here. So I'm going to add component 1 right on the home page. We'll save that and we'll rerun the Windows version of the app. So I should see my Blazor component now showing up on the Windows desktop app. Let me close this guy down. And then play succeeded. Okay, cool. So now you can see there's my component 1 from Razor class library 1. And then let me go ahead and set my web application as a startup project. And we'll just go ahead and run that as it is. Okay, so we got a web application now over here. It's a little big. Let me make it a little smaller so I can see things. And we'll go into the home page for the web app and also add component 1 right there. And we should be able to just hot reload that in. And there it is. Okay, so we have now native desktop using a Blazor UI component. I mean, everything in here is a Blazor web UI component and a web application that's sharing the UI. And this, of course, works equally well with Android. But I'm going to avoid running it because, yeah, the Android emulator can be a little bit on the slow side. But the whole goal here is that you can now take your Blazor know-how. Let me get to that. Where's my slide? This one. You can take your Blazor know-how and share your Blazor web UI components across web, desktop, and mobile. Now, I know James promised you that I would show you this, so I will highlight this as well, which is we're not just doing Blazor web view controls for MAUI. We're also going to do them for WPF and WinForms. This will allow you to take your older desktop apps. That's a real desktop app, by the way, from Spot Explorer. They build like laundry dry cleaning solutions, like point of sale solutions, and they modernized it using Blazor. You'll be able to do this too by using a Blazor web view control in WPF and WinForms apps. So I'll just to show you that that is actually the case because James made me promise that I would show it. Here is a Blazor WinForms application. This is a .NET 6 Windows Forms application that also has a Blazor web view control. Like let's say it gets in here. View code. So here we're setting up a Blazor web view control, and then we're going to render our main component. Let's go ahead and run this. Now we have a WinForms app with Blazor inside of it. So you can do that and with WPF as well. So that's all coming in the MAUI timeframe. All right. I know I'm over time, so I'm going to try and zip through one last thing, which is what's next after Maui and after shipping those Blazor WebView controls? Well, we're on a yearly cadence with .NET. So .NET 7 is shipping in November of 2022, November of this year. And we're already actively working on our .NET 7 deliverables for Blazor. Here's what's on the roadmap. We're going to do a whole bunch of hot reload improvements so that you can do more types of edits with Blazor WebAssembly projects in particular than are currently supported today. So it'll be more like the experience you get with core CLR-based workloads. We will also enable hot reload when debugging for Blazor WebAssembly apps. That's something that doesn't work today, but it will soon. We will do some improvements to AOT compilation so that you can have like a mixed mode of part of the app being AOT'd and part of it not. That'll allow you to tune like how much do you, what you can just optimize the performance critical paths and leave the rest interpreted so you can tweak the balance of download size versus runtime performance. We're improving the performance of AOT compiled code even further. We're looking at enable multi-threading for Blazor WebAssembly apps in .NET 7. We're going to enable a bunch of the crypto APIs from .NET in a browser using the browser's subtle crypto support. We're also going to try and give you support for calling .NET code from WebAssembly when you don't really need all of Blazor in the picture. Like if you just want to call a library, you're not really using Blazor UI components, we're going to make that possible too. The custom element support that I showed, it's currently in preview, but we plan to ship it with .NET 7. For people doing micro front-end apps, we're going to make it so that you can have multiple Blazor apps on the same page that are potentially using different Blazor versions. Could be Blazor Server, Blazor WebAssembly. That way you can have multiple teams building parts of your web UI independently. We're carrying forward the work that we had started in .NET 6 for Blazor Server to enable pausing and resuming Blazor Server apps and giving you more control over the circuit lifetimes. A bunch of improvements coming for pre-rendering when you have authentication enabled, for example, improvements to bind, and also some cleanup of the Blazor templates. We'll probably give you an empty template if you don't want to have a purple gradient in every single one of your Blazor apps. And Razor editor improvements, of course, are also coming to the new Razor editor in Visual Studio 2022. If you want to dig into more to the details here, I know I kind of flew through that. Check out our roadmap at aka.ms/ASP.NET/roadmap. And with that, thank you so much for listening. And I'm happy to stick around and answer some questions in the time that remains. Sorry for not leaving a ton of time. I went a little bit over. Hello again.
Hi. How are you going to be able to give us all those amazing things?
One feature at a time, like an elephant. We have a great team. Like we have the whole Maui team and the Blazor team are collaborating. The Blazor team, we work hand in hand with the folks on the ASP.NET Core team and the .NET Runtime team to get all those WebAssembly features in. It is a team effort, as well as a lot of help from folks in the community, like folks like you guys that send us PRs and give us feedback. So yeah, that's how we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it together.
I can't wait.
It was a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah, we have a couple of questions also. Some of them we have had still from James sessions, but I think you can answer them too.
Sure.
So we can start with them. Can a Blazor app and a native component share state?
Yeah, absolutely. This is what's really cool about this model. Those Blazor components are just running in the Maui app. They're just C# classes at the end of the day. We take your Razor files, we compile them into a C# class, and then we just run them. So you can inject, configure your services using DI and have those services be injected into your native parts of your Maui app and into your Blazor components. It's all just one happy .NET app.
Oops. Sorry, my bad.
Sorry. But
it was actually a very, very good comment. So many good things. Thank you very much for the great presentation. There was so many good things.
Thank you so much for watching.
Okay, so we can take these questions. Is it possible to have drag and drop controls in Blazor design? I guess they mean designer, like Silverlight development.
Oh, like a designer surface for Blazor. So
yeah.
So we don't currently have plans internally at Microsoft to build a WYSIWYG style designer for Blazor components. There are third-party or community offerings that do that. I know. I think Radzin has a rapid application development environment that's kind of a drag and drop thing. I seem to recall that it was one of the component vendors, Infragistics has something. There are some offerings out there, but from Microsoft proper, we don't have any plans to build one yet. There are some discussions, like, it comes up, people ask about it, people like having designers to simplify and make themselves more productive. But it is a big investment also, so we're trying to figure out what's the right balance there.
Yeah, we got a tip from the community right now. Blazor is good. Alex.
Blazor is a fantastic component library that is available. There's a bunch of them. Those are like free open source libraries of components that you can just use. Yeah, Blazor is very good. There's Blazor Strap. The Radzin has a bunch of components. If you're looking for open source options for Blazor, I would point you to the Awesome Blazor repo. It's at aka.ms/awesomeblazor. It's basically a GitHub repo where the community maintains a listing of every single Blazor project out there. There are, of course, also the commercial offerings from all the big component vendors like Telerik and so forth.
Yes. Another question: how much of these features are going to be so important in .NET 5, or does it that features complete no more coming? I didn't really get the question, but
yeah, I think this is saying, hey, I'm still on .NET 5 and you're showing me all these great features, but I'm not on .NET 6 yet. You should move to .NET 6. It's a highly compatible release. Like the upgrade from .NET 5 to .NET 6 should be pretty painless. We would work very hard to make it that way. So yeah, definitely update to .NET 6. It's the latest long-term support release. So once you're on .NET 6, you've got a 3-year support lifetime that you can then just ride. .NET 5 was a current release, so it actually only has an 18-month support cycle. So within the next 6 months or so, you're going to really want to move to .NET 6 if you can. And it should be easy. If it's not, let us know, but it should be.
It took us 1 minute to upgrade the .NET Frontend website to .NET. It's not a big site, but it was really easy. Okay, let's see here. Current Blazor hot reload consumes large amounts of CPU and memory if left running for more than a few minutes. When are improvements expected to be released that solve this issue?
Yeah, so we have heard some, hot reload is a brand new feature, hot off the press. We have heard some feedback that are some rough edges still. Some people saying they can't get it to work, or it's actually not being very fast like it was for me. Like as you saw in those, my scenario was very, very quick. There are some degenerate cases that we have had reports of that we're tracking down. So I would first say try the latest Visual Studio preview. Like if you haven't tried out 17.1, the latest preview, I think it's going to be stable here very, very shortly anyway. So the preview is almost done. Give that a shot and see if that fixes your issues. If it's not fixing your issues and you're still having problems with hot reload, please send us feedback. Use the VS send feedback button. That's the best way to do it because it captures a whole bunch of logging and telemetry data that we can use to figure out what's going on there. There is a bunch of work right now to further polish, shall we say, the hot reload experience in VS. And so with each VS update, you should see it getting better and better.
Okay. I've heard about WebAssembly proposal for garbage collection support. Do you think this could be leveraged by Blazor WebAssembly in the future?
Possibly, yes. I wish we had folks from the WebAssembly runtime team here. What I can tell you, I can't speak specifically to how garbage collection will be utilized. There's probably a misconception that some people look at that spec and think, oh, that means that .NET will be able to use this WebAssembly garbage collection feature for its garbage collection. That's probably not the case because we have very specific garbage collection semantics in .NET that we have to honor, and this other garbage collection implementation is probably not going to line up exactly right. But there still may be places where we can leverage it. We keep very close eye on the latest evolutions of the WebAssembly specs and using those features in the runtime as they become available. And as the browser gets better, .NET on the web platform just gets better. Multi-threading, hopefully, fingers crossed, is one of those features where we were waiting for like shared array buffer support to be across all browsers, and Safari finally got their acts together and implemented it, and they shipped it in December. So that's why we're now looking at that for .NET 7. There's a bunch of other features in that space, including using .NET on WebAssembly for server scenarios. That's becoming a more interesting use case. Like maybe you want to have these very isolated server workloads that are running on a WebAssembly-based runtime through the there's the WASI system interface that we're looking at, and looking at supporting those scenarios too. So lots of interesting stuff happening in the WebAssembly standards space. We keep close tabs on it and we react accordingly.
Okay, let's continue. Will there be an empty hybrid project template in .NET 7 next to empty Blazor ROS server project templates?
We don't like the purple the counter. You don't need a counter in every single one of your apps. I think
I'm with Minion here.
I think I could say yes. We will. We are. The plan is to have like at least I know we've talked about this for the web templates. We haven't talked about hybrid yet, but having like a checkbox that you can say I don't want any of that stuff in there. Just like give me a blank slate. And then let Jessica make it beautiful for me. You know.
I support it, even if I need a designer to make it beautiful. But okay.
But it's good to have the choice.
Yeah,
True.
So, just curious if cursing params are now fully supported in routing in Blazor applications.
Yeah, actually, we did that. There's a lot of features in .NET 6, and I used to show like a slide with it all packed on there, and I just kind of gave up because there's too much to lift. Definitely go check out the What's New doc in ASP.NET Core and .NET 6, and it has all the Blazor features there. But we did support added support for like binding to query string parameters, and we added helper methods for like manipulating the query string on the page. So that is available now in .NET 6 with Blazor.
Great. Are there still plans to do Blazor drag and drop?
So we had this on our plans for .NET 6, and we looked at it. In particular, my good friend Steve Sanderson looked at it, and the conclusion was there's a lot of ways to do drag and drop from within Blazor, and we didn't feel good about us being able to provide a single abstraction that would work for all cases. So the story right now is you do have to do, and I know, plug your ears if this offends you, a little bit of JavaScript to do full drag and drop in Blazor. It's not a lot. It's just a little bit.
You will survive, Jimmy.
Not sure. I'm not sure.
Some blog post by like Chris Sainty or somebody, and they'll tell you how to do it, and you just copy and paste. It's not that hard. We don't plan to add it directly into the framework. There are also community packages that will set you up with various patterns for doing drag and drop in Blazor that you can just go and install and use. So no, that's not currently on the slate for .NET 7. We are also, .NET 7 is also split between, we got to get the Blazor hybrid stuff done with MAUI and then try and go deliver a bunch of stuff for .NET 7. So we're having to balance, bringing up an entirely new app model while also improving the Blazor framework in parallel.
You basically have nothing to do here.
Lots to do.
Your days are totally free.
The opportunities are many, shall we say.
That's an insane amount of stuff. It's amazing.
Yeah, we have a few questions more if you have time.
Sure, I'm happy to stick around.
Pre-rendering with authentication is planned in .NET 7. Then how we use authentication if first page is login page?
Yeah, so we basically, our guidance right now is if you need authentication state, then don't pre-render that page. Like that's not a great story. Which is why we are fixing it for .NET 7. But it's not a great way to do that right now. If you want to pre-render the content, I mean, from my understanding, the part of the problem is like the authentication state usually gets established client side for a client app like Blazor. Blazor's fundamentally a browser-based application. When you're pre-rendering, you're on the server, and then you got to have a way to flow the authentication state around or something. So yeah, the guidance right now is basically pre-render the parts of your app that don't need that authentication state. So it's an area that we are working on. I would also point you to the pre-rendering docs that have further guidance on how to deal with this situation.
That makes sense.
Yep.
What is the current threading model in MAUI Blazor scenario? Do native components use the same UI thread as the Blazor components?
I don't know if I know the answer to that one. That's a great question. I'd have to check about whether the Blazor, like I don't think the Blazor code, like your components, I don't think they run on the MAUI like UI thread because they're unrelated to MAUI's UI. But I could be wrong. I might have that totally wrong. So I'm going to back up. I'm going to try and answer that one. I'm not sure. What I can tell you though is like for people that ask us about multi-threading for Blazor WebAssembly, like Blazor WebAssembly has to run in the browser, right? So it's constrained by what the web platform can do, hence the need to get all the browsers to enable multi-threading support before we can actually implement it. In a MAUI app or a Blazor hybrid app, you're running in a native application. Your .NET code is running on the normal .NET runtime. So all the normal .NET threading concepts apply. You can spin up threads, you can access the file system, you can touch the network however you like, however at least the user will let you within the context of a native app. For the exact threading model that we use for the UI in .NET MAUI Blazor apps, I'm gonna have to go look that up. So good question. We'll have to follow up later.
We can take this. What if I am on framework 4.2?
Pinball!
You're still supported. Your code will still run. I mean, .NET Framework is part of Windows, so as long as Windows keeps shipping .NET Framework, then you will still be able to run your application and you'll be fine. Yeah, we don't have Blazor support for .NET Framework. I hesitate should I say this. There's a, Blazor WebAssembly in particular isn't actually tied to anything .NET on the server. It's a purely client-side thing. So conceptually, I've never actually tried this, but conceptually, if you wanted to throw in a Blazor WebAssembly, the Blazor WebAssembly script into a .NET Framework-based ASP.NET app and render components client-side on WebAssembly, that should work just fine. So that may be an option, but it's not something that we directly support or advocate right now. So if you're on .NET Framework 4.7.2 and you're happy there, then by all means you can stay. You'll be supported. If you're looking to modernize, if you want to upgrade to .NET 6 and use ASP.NET Core and Blazor and these things, then I would point you to the .NET Upgrade Assistant tool, which is available from the .NET website. That's a tool that you can point at your existing app, and it will try and help you migrate that app to the latest modern .NET workloads. Depending on what your app is, that may have more or less success. If it's just like an MVC app, more success. If it's like a Windows Forms app or a WPF app, more success. If it's a Web Forms app, less success. Not as much, because that's basically a rewrite at that point, right? So yeah, that's where you might try if you want to go the modernization route. But if you don't need to, then there's nothing that's requiring you to do so.
How about integration with Storyblock for designing Blazor components?
That's a great feature request. We don't have any immediate plans to do that, but I think that's certainly worth looking at. Would love for you to suggest that on our GitHub repo and let the community express their voice. I mean, the way we picked the features that I listed for .NET 7 is we look at all the GitHub issues people filed. We look at how many times they're thumbs upping them. We know that can be gamed a little bit, but still, we look at it. We look at what customers are telling us. We try and think strategically about where the web is going and where Blazor can be best positioned. So your feedback directly leads to what we then decide to do. So feel free to suggest it. If the community thinks it's important, then we'll prioritize it.
What about MAUI Blazor performance comparing to Ionic, PhoneGap, etc.?
Yeah, it's a good question. So the performance of your Blazor components should be excellent, because you're running on a full .NET runtime. If you're on Windows, you got a full JIT-based runtime. You get all the benefits of all the optimizations that we've done in .NET. How directly that compares to say Ionic's rendering performance using the JavaScript runtime, I don't know. I mean, Ionic and PhoneGap have been around for a while, so I assume they've done a fair amount of performance optimization, but we haven't done any direct benchmarking tests. We should. That would be a totally legit thing to do. And if we're not as fast or significantly faster, I would be disappointed. And I think that'd be something we would want to chase. People sometimes ask me the same question about Blazor WebAssembly and Angular and React. That one, the comparison's not as fair. We're having to bring a whole runtime with us, whereas they just get the runtime that's already there on the machine with the browser. And so, yeah, we're not going to win a horse race directly with those frameworks when running on WebAssembly today. But so in that world, we strive for good enough performance. You can be productive, use your .NET skills, and get your app done. On MAUI, we should be able to do way better.
I love how you say today.
The web platform evolves, right? At some point, if enough WebAssembly features are there that we could do a JIT runtime or do other optimizations or somehow pre-cache the runtime so you don't have to bring it down, then we could do much better. It's all how the standardization effort moves forward.
Are Blazor server apps ideal on a web server cluster, web form environment?
So Blazor server apps work fine in a clustered environment. The thing you have to keep in mind is that it is a connection-based model. So when a user browses to your app, they're going to set up that real-time connection between the browser and your server. And the server sets up some state associated with that connection. And that's how it's handling all of the UI interactions. So once they're connected, they need to stay there, because otherwise then all the state associated with that user gets lost. So you do need like sticky sessions and those types of things. If the server goes down, if you have to, and you want to like preserve that circuit state, then you need some way to persist the circuit and be able to rehydrate it again for that user. You can do things at the application level to try and handle that. In .NET 7, we hope to add some features that will make that easier. Like if you're rolling out updates, we give you an API where we can say, hey, time to hibernate or persist or whatever, so that we can bring you back up later. But yes, you can use yourself in a clustered environment. We actually recommend using the Azure SignalR service as a way to handle multiplexing all of the connections for connection-based scale out. Yeah, it is a concern. When you have a Blazor server, you have to think about using your server resources to run the UI for every client that's connected to you. It does a great job at that. Like you can handle tens of thousands of concurrent users with a Blazor server application, but that's something you do need to think about server side. With Blazor WebAssembly, it's all on the client. You're using their CPU and memory to run the application, so it's more like a static site. You can host your Blazor WebAssembly app on a static site hosting solution like Azure Static Web Apps and get phenomenal serverless style scale out for the app. So both have their places, but they have those trade-offs.
CSS isolation doesn't work with the not native HTML tags. Mud button, for example. Styles are not applied. Are there any plans to fix it?
So I think what you're hitting is people who don't know what CSS isolation is. You can take a component and define a CSS style sheet that's specific to that component. It will get scoped to that component. And when you do that, it doesn't go deep unless you tell it to. Like if you want styles that you define to go deep, then there's like a : deep thingy that you have to add to your style. So that may be what you're hitting, I suspect. Could be wrong, or it could be that things are getting, I mean, Blazor has its own style sheets as well, so maybe there's some overriding there. I have to look, but check to see if you're correctly using the deep modifier. That's my best guess. I don't know, Jimmy, if you have any thoughts on that one.
That would be my guess as well. I don't understand why Mud Button wouldn't pick that up.
But yeah, selector for some reason not hitting their button for some reason. Yeah, good question though. For questions like this also where you're trying to get something to work, there's there's some really great Blazor communities that I would point people to if you haven't already joined. Like there's a Blazor Gitter, ASP.NET/Blazor. On the .NET Discord, there's a Blazor channel that you can go on there and chat with folks that can help you out. Stack Overflow, of course, is always available if you want to post your question to Stack Overflow, or come to us on GitHub and ask a question in a GitHub issue, and we'll see if we can help you out there too.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for staying a little bit after your time.
No problem. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you for putting together this great event. It's awesome to see all the awesome things you can do now with .NET on the front end.
Yes.
Yes, my brain is mush. But luckily, we have recorded all the sessions, and we will put them on YouTube.
Yeah, fantastic.
So I think it's time to thank all the sponsors. Thank you to all sponsors. Again, without you, without your support, this event would not be possible. So thank you, Progress Telerik. Thank you, If Insurance. Thank you, Microsoft. Thank you, Syncfusion. Thank you, Pact. And thank you, 1337 or 1337.
And also, thank you to all the speakers and to all of you who have watched during the day. We really, really appreciate you taking the time to spend with us and .NET. So good morning, good day, good evening, good night, and see you next year.
Bye.